Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about adding new ad groups and really starting to develop our campaign to something which is representative of a highly professional and highly targeted account. So we left off last chapter where we had these keyword lists that we created, and remember we spoke about the idea of thematically related keywords, and now that we've created our themes and our lists based on our overall product identifiers such as rolling, modern, colorful, and so on and so forth, we now want to get these keywords into our account. So the first thing we need to do is prepare our current account and clean things up a little bit and get them ready for importing our new keywords. So we're going to jump over into AdWords, and here we have our account. And if you remember, we had added these keywords from the display planner, from the different ideas we did in our keyword research stage. But now we want to go ahead and pause this ad group. And it seems counterintuitive, but we're going to make way for cleaner ad groups. If you notice in this data section and above here, we're going to talk about these tabs in further detail shortly. But if you notice, there's nothing that shows us our ad group tab. And that's because we are already in the ad group view as indicated in this left-hand menu. In order to get back to our ad group view, where we could see all our ad groups, we need to either click over here, which is our campaign name, or alternatively, we could click up here on all campaigns. I usually like to use the left-hand menu. It's just the way I got used to doing it, but you could develop however you'd like to navigate throughout the AdWords account. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on our campaign name, which is Poppin' USA Furniture. And now I'm still on my keywords tab, showing me all the keywords in this campaign, but I now have the option to navigate back to my ad groups tab by clicking on this button. So here I am in my ad group view, and I could see that here my ad group is desk chairs. Now I want to pause this ad group. To pause an ad group, you could do one of two things. I could either click on this drop down menu where the green light indicator, which indicates enabled, is the status indicator, and I could choose to pause or remove this ad group. There's a difference between pausing and removing. We'll talk about that further in more depth a little later, but in general, the simple difference between pausing and removing is pausing, you could always re-enable the account, the ad group or keyword or campaign later. Whatever you pause, you could always re-enable. When you remove something, it totally deletes it from the account. You could still see it, but it's not going to be able to be re-enabled later. And because I have no need to re-enable this ad group later, I'm actually going to decide to remove it. And I could either click on removed over here, or I could select the ad group by clicking the checkbox and going to edit, remove. So there's two different ways to remove that ad group: edit, remove, or just using this drop down. When you're going to be pausing or removing multiple ad groups at once, it's always going to be easier to select them. And then you could do a bulk edit by pausing and removing all the ones selected. In our case, since we just have one ad group we're removing, I'm just going to go ahead and click on the green light and hit removed. Google's going to ask me, do I want to permanently remove this ad group? And I'm going to click OK. And now it's removed. If I get a notification that your updates have been saved, and I could always dismiss that, or it will go away on its own. In order for me to see a view of just my active ad groups, I could either click on all but removed, all enabled, and they will both show me nothing right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on all but removed, and you see that I have no active ad groups, no enabled or paused ad groups. If I wanna go ahead and see all my ad groups, even the ones that have been removed, I could change this selector to all, and then my removed ad group will show up again. For the sake of cleanliness, I always choose either all enabled or all but removed. And in our case, that doesn't make a difference. So we could go ahead and click all enabled and we'll see nothing. And now what we want to do is create a new ad group, because we're going to start getting ready for our ad group lists and our keyword lists that we created in Microsoft Excel. And to get the name, we'll go down the list, we'll go back to Excel. And here we have rolling. So why not make rolling our very first ad group? So I'm going to go ahead and prepare that. Go back to Google AdWords, and I'm going to click this button over here is for creating a new ad group. Whenever you want to create a new ad group, this red button is going to be the button you want to use. And make sure to remember that you always have to be at the campaign level in order to create new ad groups. So I'm going to click Add Ad Group, And now I have a very similar view to what we saw initially when we first created that first ad group. And that's going to make things really easy for us because we recognize this already. And I know that my ad group is going to be called rolling. Now I don't need to signify that this is talking about desk chairs. That's because we structured this campaign really well, or this account really well, where the campaign we're in now is all about desk chairs. So everything under this campaign is going to be desk chairs, and I want to identify this ad group by its action term or its identifying term or its modifying term, however you want to talk about it, but the primary attribute of this ad group is going to be rolling. So I know that all the keywords in this ad group will be variations of queries including the word rolling in them. So I'm going to name my ad group rolling. The type of ad I'm creating over here is going to be a text ad. We'll talk about dynamic search ads, mobile app engagements, and call-only ads in further chapters, but 9 times out of 10, what you're going to be creating in search campaigns are text ads, and that's selected by default, so just leave that selected and you'll be fine. And here we have our area where we write our first ad for the ad group. We're going to be able to go ahead and create additional ads later once we save the ad group, but we need to first create at least one ad group. So we want to create our headline, and it'll be great to include rolling somewhere in our headline, because remember, the whole point of segmenting out our ad groups in this way by identifier is to include personalization and context in the text of our ads. If somebody goes to Google looking for a rolling desk chair or a rolling computer chair or a rolling office chair, and our ad talks to their exact query, it'll be much more relevant to the user and we'll get a much higher chance of receiving a click. So we want to talk about rolling chairs. And the headline, once again, remember, is the most important part of the ad. So we want to think about, do we want to qualify? How do we want to appeal? So because we're in a competitive niche, and the marketing director at Poppin told us that we don't have an unlimited amount of money to spend, we're going to go ahead and use price as a qualifier in the headline of our ad. So let's see what we could figure out. Price as a qualifier in the headline of our ad. So let's see what we could figure out. So I tried rolling office chairs from 350, and that is too long. As you see, our headline only has 25 characters, and we went over by 6 characters. So we need to modify this. We could take out chairs, and we could take out the word office, and we'll probably be okay. But I like the word office because that indicates that this is specifically catering towards office use, which is what our company does cater to. So let's see what we could do to narrow this down. So rolling office chairs, we could maybe change office to desk to get a few less categories, less words, or less characters, and now we're only -4. Rolling desk chairs, 350. That's not bad. I'm not against this, even though we don't necessarily have to say from 350. People will get the idea that we're not only selling one price. That's something which is intuitive. The point of the 350 is we want to dissuade people who are looking for really cheap chairs from clicking on our ad. So I like this for now. Rolling desk chairs 350. It's very clear, it's succinct, and it's very to the point. Our first line of description, once again, we want to talk about features. We want to talk about features, benefits, and like we said, it's always good for benefits to come first. In most cases, benefits could come first, and that's why we had our initial ad was work and feel your best from $350, and we want to talk about the benefits of having rolling desk chairs. So part of why people want a rolling desk chair or a desk chair on wheels is for the ease and convenience of moving around. So we want to be able to put that or convey that somehow in our first line of description. So let's think about how we could do that. So So I like this, and it turns out that it fits perfectly. Wheels that work as fast as you do. So it's a feature, or a benefit rather, that conveys that these are high quality wheels. It conveys that these wheels won't fail. And it also conveys that it's about work. It's about getting more work done. It's about working with more pleasure. So wheels that work as fast as you do, it's kind of developing and conveying some of our personality, some of our brand personality into the text of the ad. And I really like that. So that's a great description line number one. And it's nice for relevancy because wheels is very similar to rolling, and Google will pick up on that. Google will pick up that wheels and rolling are from the same theme, and we will be able to increase our quality score. And you might not know what quality score is just yet, but we're going to have a very in-depth look at quality score in a couple videos. So I think we could leave our description line 2 the same, because this is talking about features. So free shipping and handling, 10-year warranty, and our call to action, shop now. I really like this description line 2 because once again, we were able to include 3 distinct elements. 2 of them were distinct features, which is free shipping and handling and our 10-year warranty. And the third element is a very clear call to action, shop now. And like you see, we have 1 exclamation point. Our display URL is, like we spoke about, what the user sees in the ad. So if you see over here in our ad preview section, the display URL it shows up underneath our headline. And like we said, if you remember, all we need to do for the display URL is make sure our root domain, poppin.com, is the same, but we could create any extension that we want. So for the sake of relevancy to the user and both to Google, we want to add in our keyword here. So rolling desk chairs is perfect. It fits. It's going to score points with Google's algorithms to increase our relevancy score. It's also going to be more relevant to the user because it looks like they're coming right to the rolling desk chairs page. Even though that Poppin themselves does not have a separate page just for rolling desk chairs, if we jump over to Poppin's website, go back to furniture, desk chairs, and they actually do have a page for rolling desk chairs. I'm sorry. So we click on the sub page, and here we have the page we want to send them to, which is all their rolling desk chairs. And they do have further subcategories of rolling, but we want to send them to the page that has a wide variety and a selection of rolling desk chairs because they did not specify in their query anything other than this is what they want. So we'll go over here and we'll copy that URL, bring it back to AdWords, and paste it into our final URL section. And here's the final URL that somebody will land on. So that's a really good thing to do. Also, sending people to the right page that answers their question in the most direct and succinct way will also score points in Google's algorithms, because when Google reads the URL of this page and they read the content, they'll see that it talks a lot about rolling desk chairs, and that's going to match up with the keywords in our ad group for rolling desk chairs. And we want to send people who are looking, if people specifically told us they're looking for rolling desk chairs, what better page to send them to than the page on the website that actually talks and actually sells our rolling desk chairs. So we're really good with our ad right now. URLs for mobile, you could leave that blank unless you're deciding to direct traffic to a specific mobile URL. Today, most websites are mobile responsive, and the mobile URLs will be the same as the final URL, so you could definitely just leave that blank. Also, add URL options, which is a tracking template and custom parameters. We'll talk about Google auto tagging and what the use of custom parameters are in a later chapter, but for now, and in most cases, you're going to just leave that blank. You don't need to touch that. And now we have the ability to go ahead and add our keywords. And easy for us, and because we did a good amount of work before, we could just go ahead over into Excel and grab our keywords. So let's go back to Excel. And now we want to filter out just our rolling keywords. Okay, so we'll just go, since we already selected the filter function in the previous chapter, all I need to do is click on this little filter icon in the ad group and deselect all, and just go down and select rolling, which is down here. Okay, so here we have rolling. I could clear out of the filter, and now I have just my rolling keywords. So the first thing I want to do is I could take my phrase and exact match version of my keywords. So I'll just copy down here, use my phrase and exact match, and I'll do a copy function. go back to AdWords, and simply paste. Okay, and here I have all my keywords, my phrase match keywords. Now Google might be reading my single parentheses as single parentheses and not as quotation marks. So I have to go here and just change these single parentheses into quotations. And you could actually do this afterwards by a find and replace function, which I'll show you how to use. But since this is not a tremendous amount of keywords, it just takes a second, I can just do that by hand. So here I have my phrase and exact match keywords. Don't worry if there's spaces. Google's going to fix that up for us once we save them. Now we want to get our broad match modified versions of these keywords. So I'll go back to Excel again. And what we need to do is here create another filter, because we still have the broad without the plus signs where we had the phrase and exact match keywords. Remember, we had moved them over. So we could just create another simple filter. And this is a cool trick to know also in Excel. I want to filter everything that includes a plus sign. So I'll deselect all, and I'll choose over here in this drop-down menu, contains, and I'll put in my plus sign, and I'll click exit, and I'll be able to just copy these over here, Command copy, back to AdWords, and Command V to paste. So here I have all my rolling modified keywords. I have the phrase match version of rolling office seating, rolling office chair, and desk seating and desk chair. And they each have a broad match modified version, an exact match, and a phrase match version. And my default bid, like we said, this is the default ad group bid, and we'll just make it $3. We'll be able to go ahead and change the keyword level bids later, and we'll be able to click set up billing later. Because we're going to set up billing later, we're just going to save this ad group for now. And click set up billing later, and we will have our beautiful new ad group called rolling. Okay, and don't worry about this warning which says low search volume. We'll talk about what that means and how it works a little bit later. Okay, so now we want to go ahead and repeat this process for the other ad groups. So let's go ahead and do another one by hand, just so you start getting the hang of it. Once again, remember, we have to go back to our campaign. It brings us back to the ad group tab, create a new ad group. And this time we're going to create our next keyword. So let's just clear the filters. Over here, clear filter. Okay. And the next one we're going to do is modern. Okay. So we'll be able to do another filter for modern. Go back up to the top. Deselect all. Find modern. Okay. Take our phrase match keywords. Go back to AdWords. I'm going to write the ad in a minute, but you could also just add the keywords first. That's also fine. Paste my keywords in. Fix my quotation marks. And write my ad. So for modern, we want to follow the same concepts. We're going to name our ad group modern. It's going to be a text ad. And we could really just change this to modern. Modern desk chair starting at $350. And we also want to change our description line 1, because we want to now focus on modern. So we want to start thinking about when people are looking for modern, what are they looking for? They're looking for something refined. They're looking for something which is in style. And they're looking for looks. They're looking for something that has a more of an aesthetic as opposed to more of a functionality. People looking for rolling desk chairs are looking for a specific function, a specific product characteristic. Over here, they're looking for something which is less tangible, something which is more of an emotional appeal, something which is more based on perception. Okay, so we want to talk about that somehow in the description line 1 of our ad. So let's think of different ways we could do that. Okay, so this idea was going a little over, so we could try something new. So this idea of chic, cutting edge, and modern chairs is a nice idea, but we went over a little bit. So we could continue to work this through, and this is something which is very common. So when you're dealing with just the 35 character limit and you have a lot of different ideas and you want to say a lot in just those 35 characters, you're going to have to go through this a few times to get the right line of text for the ad. And it's okay, because this process should take some time. This is an important process, and you want to start really thinking about things and how you're going to really appeal and stand out from the other ads on the page. You want to be unique. You want to convey the personality of your brand. So I like this huge selection of stylish office chairs because it conveys two things. One is that we have more than just one. We have a big selection. People like selection. And we also convey the idea that it's stylish. And people who are using modern in their query will also be attracted to the idea of stylish chairs. But we're 5 characters over. So once again, we could try changing office to desk. Huge selection office desk chairs. It's still 3 characters over. So huge selection of, how about stylish seating. So that works. And because we already wrote desk chairs in the headline, huge selection of stylish seating could work, because the real focus for these people who are looking at this ad is the idea that it's stylish and modern. That's what we really want to cater to. And I like that. I'm very happy with where we're at with this description line 1. I think it'll really appeal well to our customers. And description line 2, free shipping, handling, 10-year warranty, shop now. I think that's still fine to leave. And once again, remember the display URL, we could just change rolling to modern. And we want to make sure that we're sending people to the right page on our website. So we'll go back to Poppin. I'll go back to desk chairs, and all the Poppin chairs are pretty modern. And because someone is looking for modern desk chair, we're not sure if he's looking for rolling or not rolling. Or boy seats or scoop low stools. I'm happy to send people to just to this chair, just to this page that talks about all their desk chairs. That's the best page for these people looking for modern chairs. If there was a specific section that spoke about just modern chairs or their most modern chairs, we would want to send them to that page. But since that page does not exist, we want to send this people to the page that gives them the widest variety of office chairs. And because all our chairs are modern, we're confident that this will be a good page to send our traffic to. So we'll just copy that URL and select all and paste. And now we have our appropriate final URL for office chairs. And now we have not yet added our broad match modified. So let's just go down here, jump back into Excel, do our same filter, which is it contains the plus sign under our keywords column. And we just copy these back to AdWords and paste. And we want to default max CPC bid for the ad group is $3 and set up billing later. And there we have it. Okay. Let's just do one more together just so you get the hang of it. And then I will go ahead and add the other ones real quick. So once again, we're going to jump back to our campaigns tab. Once again, add a new ad group. Go back to Excel to find the name of our ad group and clearing our filters out. Clearing our filters out over here. And we're up to colorful. So colorful is going to be a fun one. So we need to filter out by colorful. Okay, deselect all, select colorful. Grab our phrase match back into AdWords. Paste them. I can go ahead now and add my broad match modified by doing that other filter, which contains the plus sign. Copy those back into AdWords and paste those in. Quickly fix my parentheses into my quotations. Okay, and I would go up and write my ad. So this one is going to be called, this ad group is going to be called colorful. It's going to be a text ad, and we want to change this to colorful. Colorful desk chairs starting at $350. Once again, we're perfect on our, we're perfect with our character limit. Huge selection of stylish seating. And we want to come up with a good description line that talks about the colors of our chairs. So okay, so I like this chairs in every color of the rainbow, but we're over one character, so it's not going to work. So what can we do to have this effect but truncate it a little bit? That doesn't work also. It's a little bit over our limit, 4 characters. Never boring, always fun. Full color. Also over our limit. Sometimes we could do a hyphen instead of the period. Never boring, always fun. Never boring, always fun. Be colorful. That's a little bit too long. So I like this idea also, work is boring. Chairs don't have to be. I kind of like that. It has a good personality to it, a good feel to it, but once again, we're over our character limits. And this is just showing you that it's very frustrating sometimes trying to stay within that 35 character limit. It is difficult, but we got to keep going. And we don't want to give up or let our creativity be limited, but it's just a matter of spending the time and coming up with different ideas to convey some personality while being unique. Oh, there we go. Okay, I like this. Color and quality without compromise. It shows a very firm view. It makes a very bold statement that we're not compromising on quality, we're not compromising on color. This is top of the line stuff, and it also is going to score a lot of good relevancy points because we have color and colorful already in the description line 1 and in the headline. Once again, we want to make our display URL colorful to match the keywords. And we want to make sure we're sending people to the right page. I happen to already know that there's no specific page for color or colorful chairs, and we want to once again send people to the office chairs page of the website, which is going to be a perfect page to send them to. We have our keywords, and we can go ahead, add our default bid of $3, and click Set Up Billing Later, and we have our third ad group. So if you see over here, we have colorful, modern, and rolling, 3 different ad groups, and I can navigate between those ad groups by clicking on the name of the ad group in the left-hand panel. Okay. Alternatively, I can go up back to my campaigns, and I'll be in my ad group view, and I can see my 3 ad groups right here in my data view section. And I could go ahead and navigate to their individual keywords by clicking on that ad group. Now let me go ahead and add the rest of the keywords real quick. And I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and add the rest of the ad groups really quickly. I'll speed through them, and we'll then catch up once we have our beautiful campaign built out with all of our ad groups that we have designed in Excel. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, so here we are. Welcome back, and we have added all our ad groups. And if we could see down here, we have 18 ad groups, and each ad group is really well put together with specific keywords for each ad group. If we wanted to see all the keywords in this entire campaign, remember the account hierarchy. We have account, campaign, ad group, and inside ad groups are ads and keywords. If we wanted to see all the keywords in the entire campaign, so all the keywords that are in all these ad groups, from the campaign's view, which we're in now because we see it in bold, from the campaign's view we can navigate directly to keywords. And if we go directly to keywords, we then get a view of all the keywords in the entire campaign. And if we go to the bottom, it shows that we're showing 1 to 50 of 215 keywords. Okay, so this view will give you a sense of all the keywords and all the data for the keywords in the entire campaign. If we wanted to see keywords for only an individual ad group, there's a couple of ways we could do that. One is just to click the ad group name from the left-hand menu, or we could also click the name of the ad group that appears in the ad group column next to that keyword. So rolling desk chair is our keyword, and AdWords is telling us that it's in the rolling ad group. And if I click rolling, I'll then be shown just the keywords in my rolling ad group, which is 11. So we have 11 keywords in each ad group, and I could also go ahead and go to mesh by clicking on the mesh ad group and taking a look at the data there, and I can go to conference. And at any time, if I wanted to go back to my campaign view, I could either once again click on all campaigns or just click on this campaign. Okay, so if I click over here, I then have the ability to go back to my ad groups. And for my ad groups, once again, I can navigate to keywords. And the same thing is true for ads. Okay, so if I'm in my campaign view, I'm selected at the campaign level, I can go see ads. And this is showing me all the ads in this entire campaign. And the same thing holds true that held true for keywords. If I want to see just the ads in a specific ad group, I could either navigate to that ad group using the left-hand menu, or I can click on the ad group next to the actual text ad. So if I want to see just the ads in our modern ad group, I just click on modern, and now I'm just showing that one ad we have in that ad group. Okay, so keywords and ads have the same navigational elements once you're inside a campaign. So once again, I'm just going to go back to my campaign view, back to my ad groups view from where we started, and I see all my ad groups right here. And keep in mind, the green arrow, the green circle indicates that these are all enabled. And that holds true for keywords as well. If I go to my keywords, I see the green circle, they're all enabled. And we're going to talk about pausing keywords, pausing ad groups, pausing campaigns in a minute. But the next thing we want to do at this point, we created our first campaign. It's really well structured, and keep in mind, it's very, very important to remember why we structured our account like this, because this is really where the theory comes into play. This is really how you understand, this is the core of creating successful and profitable campaigns, is really understanding the structural components. We took the campaign level and said this campaign is going to talk about desk chairs and office chairs. So this campaign will just be focusing on keywords, office chairs, desk chairs, anything related to chairs. We then said it's not good enough to just create one ad group for all desk chairs, because there's a lot of different types of desk chairs a person might look for. A person might go to Google and look for a leather desk chair, or an executive desk chair, or a colorful desk chair, or a rolling desk chair. And while we could have just created one ad group for all those keywords, and our ad text could have been something like, great selection of office chairs, and I'm not saying that would have been bad, but if we want to really beat our competition and we want to do better than them and get cheaper cost per click and get better quality traffic and convert more and make more sales, we need to segment things out so we could talk specifically to the customer as if we're standing right in front of them answering their question. So the way we set it up, if somebody looks on Google and here's our keywords for a rolling desk chair, right? Here's the keyword rolling desk chair. If somebody puts in a query, rolling desk chairs on sale, the ad they're going to see, let's go to the ads tab, is rolling desk chairs, wheels that work. Poppin.com/rolling desk chairs. It's as if we responded to their exact question. And the same thing is true for conference. Conference seating is the ad. If somebody looks for padded desk chair sale, your butt doesn't have to hurt. So that's a very specific answer to a person's specific question. So we took the time, we took the thought to create very tightly knit groups of thematically related keywords with ad text that matches, and what's most important to remember is our text of the ad in our landing page answers the specific question they were asking. We're not answering their specific question with general. If all of our keywords were just in one ad group and we said, come to our site because we have great office chairs, that would be a general answer to a specific question. If somebody searched Google for heavy-duty ergonomic office chairs or heavy-duty office chairs, and we answered with a generic ad, it's not as good as answering it with a specific ad, because we're, once again, just to review this concept, we accomplish two things. We're more relevant in the eyes of the human, in the eyes of the consumer, where, hey, that was exactly my question. You guys are answering exactly what I was asking. That's amazing. And we also get more relevance in the eyes of Google, which is this ad text is very related and relevant to the query. And that's going to create a good user experience, says Google. And Google is going to award us with a higher quality score because of that. So it's a really, really fantastic way to structure these ad groups. Once we decide to start setting up our keyword level bids and getting more on top of our default max CPC bids, that's when we're going to start thinking about what type of consumer is this query representing? Where in the buying funnel? And I'm sure you guys remember the stages of the buying funnel, right? Awareness, right? Awareness is when a person is learning about the product. Interest, shopping, and buying. So I'm sure you guys remember those funnel stages. And these keywords that we have so far all represent certain stages, or are all likely to represent certain stages in that buying funnel. And when we start setting up our bids, that's when we want to start really understanding what type of stage in the buying funnel do these keywords represent? And that's how we're going to determine how much we're willing to pay per click. And we're going to talk about that in a lot of detail when we talk about discovering bids and coming up with a profitable bidding strategy. But for now, the next thing we need to do is talk about adding our billing, setting up our billing so our ads could start running. And that's what we're going to cover in the next section. So this was a really good chapter in structuring a campaign to include multiple tightly knit grouped themes of keywords. We pulled it all together from the keyword research, the keyword planning, and the keyword organization that we did. And now we have them live, organized, and ready to rock in our AdWords campaign. So let's jump ahead. Let's go set up our billing, get that out of the way, and then we'll come back and talk about bids, talk about quality score, talk about adding campaigns, and really diving into creating a superstar account. And then we'll move into some live data from some of the accounts in our agency and start taking a look at how to analyze data and how to optimize campaigns, because that's the whole other half of running profitable AdWords campaigns. So thanks for watching this one, and it's we're getting to some really exciting stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in a few seconds or a few minutes or a few hours whenever you decide to continue and watch the next section. I hope it's really soon, but either way, I'm sure I will talk to you very soon and in the near future. Thanks so much, guys, and we'll see you later. Howdy, AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about understanding the AdWords auction. Now, this is going to be a couple videos. There's a lot to learn, specifically regarding the quality score component. If you know what quality score is, excellent, but I still recommend that you watch these videos to really get a deeper understanding of quality score, all the different elements that quality score contains and that they account for. But most importantly, we want to begin with a basic, broader, more structural overview of how the AdWords auction works. So let's just take a look at a couple of our auction insights, and these are just some bullet points that will apply to all scenarios, and they're very fundamental aspects of understanding the auction. So the AdWords auction focuses on relevancy. Relevancy is an overreaching concept in Google AdWords, and we're going to talk about relevancy more in the quality score videos. In fact, we're going to talk about everything we talk about right now in the quality score videos coming up. But what do I mean by relevancy? So there's three people, let's say, or three entities involved in the AdWords auction. You have Google, you have the advertiser, and you have the searcher. Google is bringing those two people together. They're bridging that gap. So you have a searcher, they come to Google, and Google's job is to send that person to the most relevant and useful page that contains the most relevant and useful information, i.e. the answers to their question or the solutions to their problems or whatever information they're looking for. And Google cares a lot about the user experience with the ads, because Google is not a Yellow Pages. Google is not a advertising network per se. Google's a search engine. Google essentially is a referral network. People come to Google looking for information, and we'll cover this, we're going to repeat this again. People come to Google looking for information, and Google's job is to send that person to the most relevant page. So Google cares a lot about the relevancy in your ads. There's a few different subcategories of relevancy. First of all, Google cares that the text of your ad, what your ad says, is very relevant to what the user is looking for. Search query to ad text relevance is one of the most important, most fundamental aspects of relevancy. Google wants to see that the text of your ads is matching up to what the person searched Google for, because that will give Google's algorithms a sense, or an accurate sense, that your ad is going to help the user. What Google does not want is a company like Geico or a big company that has a huge advertising budget to start taking over all the different auctions, because Geico takes out billboards. Geico's job is to just get into the consciousness of the consumer, just to brand. So I might search for Asics running shoes or acoustic guitars for sale online, and Geico will be, okay, let's just show an ad, because listen, people using running shoes and people searching for guitars are probably also looking for car insurance at some point, so let's show an ad. So Google would find that very not relevant, and Google would penalize an advertiser trying to show an ad for insurance on a search query for acoustic guitars. So that's something which is the text of the ad and the query the person typed in is a big factor in relevancy. Google also cares a lot about your landing page. Google wants to know, how well does your landing page match up to the questions that the searcher was looking for? How relevant is the content on your landing page? How navigable is your site? How clear is your site? How well is your site laid out? How fast is your page load? Those are all things that Google calls the user experience. Google wants to send people, once they click off Google, Google wants to send people to relevant websites, relevant landing pages. And once again, not to sound repetitive, but we're going to repeat this in the next videos on quality score. But Google wants to make sure that the overall user experience is very positive. So Google cares a lot about relevancy, and we'll see how that plays into the actual auction. Google uses a second price auction model. That means that you only really need to pay the amount that the advertiser below you is bidding, plus a penny. So we'll talk about that more in a minute, but just keep that in mind. It's a second price auction model. Generally, in a typical auction, I raise my hand and I say, okay, $50, sold for $50. That's not how it works in AdWords. With AdWords, I might raise my hand and say $50, a $50 max CPC bid, but I don't actually have to pay the $50 in most cases. I only need to pay as much as I need to beat the advertiser below me, and I'm willing to pay at most $50. That's what my bid claims. My bid says I'm willing to pay at most $50, and that's a bullet point here on the bottom. Another important thing is that you only pay for clicks. Now, most of you know this already. We've covered this before. At this point in the course, I'm sure you do know this, but impressions don't cost money. Your ad could be shown, it could be displayed, it could be on the search results page a million times, and you won't have to be charged. You won't get charged a penny. You only pay when your ad receives a click, and that's a very powerful factor in AdWords and PPC advertising in general, and a lot of aspects in internet marketing. You only pay when somebody clicks and comes to your website. That's like saying if you had a retail store, you would stand outside giving people 10 cents or 25 cents just to come inside. So you only pay when somebody comes to your store or comes to your website. Every single search triggers another auction. This might seem simple, but I want you to really focus on that. Every single search triggers another live auction. If there's 3 billion Google searches a day, there's 3 billion auctions, providing that each of those searches is eligible for ads. A live auction means that there are a lot of live variables. So you might be seeing data in your account. Your account might show you a keyword level quality score of a 7 out of 10, but that's not necessarily the live keyword level quality score. Every single time a query is entered into Google and somebody hits enter, there's another live auction, so your quality score might change. The competitive landscape might change. There might be certain advertisers during certain times of the day that aren't advertising. There might be certain advertisers that are going to advertise more aggressively during certain hours of the day. And that will affect how you that would affect your ad rank. That will affect how much you're going to have to pay for a click. That's going to affect your average position in the auction. So you have to keep that in mind. This is a live market. It's not two people or a team of people deciding who gets what page, who gets what slot on the page, how much people pay per click. This is a live auction every time somebody runs a search. It does happen in a fraction of a second, but keep in mind, it's still a live auction and there are a lot of live variables that have to be taken into account, and that will affect the results of each individual auction. The last bullet point over here is that the max CPC bid equals the most you're willing to pay for a click. Not how much you're going to pay for a click, it equals the most you're willing to pay for a click. And that's a very important factor. That's something which is completely fundamental. It's crucial to understanding how this works. So when we've been looking at the videos, in the previous videos, and we've been putting in that default max CPC bid is just saying, this is the most I'm willing to pay for a click for this keyword. I'm not willing to pay any more. I'd love to pay less, but I'm not paying any more than my max CPC bid. That's how bidding works in AdWords, but the max CPC bid is not necessarily what you're going to pay. It's just the most you're willing to pay. So those are some of the most fundamental auction insights. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how the auction actually works. Okay, so here we have 6 advertisers entering in an auction. Let's give it a keyword. So our keyword for this auction is going to be, let's say, continuing with our example, left-handed acoustic guitars. Okay, so let's say that is our keyword that this auction is focusing on. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter what the keyword is. This is just an example. So we have 6 advertisers advertising on the search, left-handed acoustic guitar. We have Jack, who is willing to pay $6 for a click. Barbara, who's willing to pay $5.50 for a click. Paul, whose max CPC bid is $4 for a click. Max is willing to pay $3 for a click. Jill is willing to pay at most $2.90 a click, and Tony is willing to pay $1 for a click. Now you might ask, if everybody's bidding on a left-handed acoustic guitar keyword, why are these advertisers bidding with such a discrepancy? Why is there such a $5 discrepancy in how much these people are willing to pay for a click? And the answer to that is these advertisers might be selling different types of left-handed acoustic guitars. So Tony, who's only willing to pay $1 for a click, he might even be selling left-handed acoustic guitar lessons, right? And he knows that his conversion rates for a lesson are much lower. He doesn't charge that much money for a lesson, and he's figured out, based on discovering a profitable bidding strategy, that the most that he could profitably pay for a click is $1. Now you might ask, what is a profitable bidding strategy? And hold off on that for now. We're going to cover developing profitable bidding strategies, how to take a look at your data and decide what I should bid. But we're not there yet. Right now we're just still understanding the auction. And Max and Paul, $3 and $4, they might be selling mid-range acoustic guitars in the $300 to $600 range, and Jack might be representing a custom sort of luthier shop that creates these beautiful hand-carved limited edition left-handed acoustic guitars, and for him, he is selling guitars in the $3,000 to $4,000 range, and his numbers and his overhead has resulted in a profitable max CPC bid, max cost per click bid of $6. And there might be other reasons as well. Jack might be willing to take a loss because he wants to get into the game and he has some investors behind him. There's many different factors, but inevitably we're going to see disparities like this and even greater in the auction. Sometimes competitors are willing to pay so much money for a click just to take the #1 spot. Sometimes competitors find that this keyword for them just doesn't simply work. Maybe the page on their website, or maybe this is a peripheral product. Maybe this keyword might mean different things for different advertisers. So for Tony, this might be a very peripheral awareness level stage keyword. For Jack, this might be exactly what he actually sells, and it might be a shop or buy or purchase level funnel in the buyer funnel. So this keyword, keep in mind, could very possibly represent different stages of the buying funnel for each given advertiser. So that's another very important thing to keep in mind. Not every keyword has the same value to every business. So we're going to see a discrepancy. But anyway, so this is what they're all willing to pay for a click. Now let's take a look at what their relevancy scores might be. So there's a lot of different factors. Like I said, there's keyword level quality, there's relevancy between the keyword and the ad text, there's the relevancy between your landing page, there's the quality of your landing page. One of the biggest factors in your relevancy score is your click-through rate for your keywords. And we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about click-through rate. We're going to talk about how that plays out in the future chapters. But let's just give everybody a relevancy score. So let's say Jack has low relevancy, okay? So Jack's relevancy is low, okay? Because his ads are pretty bad. They don't match up well with the search queries. His landing page loads slowly, so he's a low relevancy score. Now, Google themselves, they don't rate it at low, medium, and high. They actually give numbers to determine your quality score, and we're going to talk about that, how that gets determined in a minute, in the next video. Barbara might have a medium relevancy score, okay? Paul could have a high relevancy score. Let's say Max is low. Let's say Jill is medium. And let's say Tony has a high relevancy score. Okay, so everybody gets a relevancy score. Now, the first thing that is calculated before we start calculating cost is the number called ad rank. Ad rank is calculated by multiplying your max CPC bid by your quality score. And we're going to talk all about ad rank coming up. We're going to get very detailed. This is just to give you a very broad, basic overview of ad rank. Everybody gets an ad rank. Now let's just say, for example, Jack's ad rank with his high bid but low quality score comes out to a 10. Okay? Barbara gets a 12 ad rank because she has a medium relevancy score but a higher CPC bid. Paul comes out with a 16 ad rank because he has while he has a lower bid, he has a very high relevancy score. Max gets a 6 quality score, a 6 ad rank because he has a lower bid and a low relevancy score. Jill with a low bid and a medium quality score gets a 7. And Tony gets a 13. Okay, now let's see what happens here. But you need to understand what ad rank is. Ad rank is just simply an arbitrary number that determines the spot on the page. Ad rank determines what spot on the search engine results page you get. So in this case, it's very simple. Paul lands spot number 1. Okay? Tony gets spot number 2. Barbara gets spot number 3. Jack gets spot number 4. Jill gets spot number 5. And Max, with Max's low relevancy and lowish bid, gets nixed from the auction altogether, doesn't get a spot because the last advertiser generally doesn't get a spot. And we'll talk about why that is in a second, of course. So that's something which is important to understand, that when there's more advertisers than the spots on the advertising page, which is usually 8 to 10, and usually there are more advertisers for most commercial intent keywords, the person with the lowest ad rank doesn't get on the page. But I want you to focus on something very important and very interesting here. If you notice, look at who got the number 1 spot. Paul, who wasn't bidding the highest, Paul was only bidding $4. There were 2 other advertisers willing to pay more for a click, but Paul, with his high relevancy score, wins spot number 1. Okay? Tony, which is also interesting, with his cheapest bid, but since he has such a high relevancy score, he wins spot number 2. And Tony, in spot number 2, will not pay more than $1. So his cost per click, his actual cost per click might end up coming out to 87 cents, while Barbara, who's in position 3, she only has to pay as much as she needs to beat person in position 4, which is right below her, which is Jack, and Barbara might end up paying $5.30. So just think about how fascinating that is. The higher the spot on the page does not necessarily mean the higher cost per click. I want to repeat that because it's extremely important. The higher position on the page does not necessarily mean the higher cost of a click. In our example here, this fictitious example, which could very, very well happen and happens very often, Tony in spot number 2 could be paying 80 cents, while Barbara in spot number 3 might be paying $5.20. So it's very possible that the person in spot number 2, because such a high relevancy score, is paying drastically less than person in spot number 1 or 3. So for example, here we have, let's see, we have Jill, right? So Jill is getting spot number 5. So she's the last on the page because she has a combination of just a medium relevancy score and a pretty low cost per click. So she gets the last position on the page. But just to continue to stress, we're going to get further into all this. This is very complicated stuff, and I'm sure that there's a lot here that's unclear. For example, how does my actual cost per click actually get calculated? We didn't talk about that, and you're right. How does my quality score actually get calculated? We didn't talk about that. What I want you to take away from all this is very broad understanding of the AdWords auction, like the main auction insights. There's a huge focus on relevancy. You don't use this as a second price auction model, which means that you don't pay what your max CPC bid is. You don't automatically pay what your bid is. You pay just what you need to pay to maintain your position over the person beneath you. You pay just what you need to pay to maintain your position over the person beneath you. You only pay for clicks, every search triggers another auction, and your max CPC is just the most you're willing to pay. And I want you to also just start understanding the auction in this dynamic perspective, where the person, that ad rank, your ad rank number is a number which determines your spot on the page. The higher the ad rank, the higher spot you are, but the higher the ad rank, the higher spot does not necessarily mean the higher cost. You could, position 2 might be paying much less than position 3. Position 3 could possibly pay less than position 4, and position 1 could possibly be paying less than position 3 or 4 also. So it's a very, very interesting dynamic auction that takes relevancy, what we call quality score. In the next videos, we'll substitute relevancy for quality score, that takes quality score into account. And just to give you a little bit of a precursor, and we did mention this already, but your ad rank is calculated nowadays by your max CPC bid multiplied by your quality score. So let's dive into quality score because that's going to help you understand how the auction really works. In the next couple of videos, I'm going to give you more additional examples like this that show you exactly, precisely how your actual cost per click is calculated. We're going to go through it. It's going to be very instructional. It's going to be a long video. We're going to really dive into these topics. You're going to get a much, much better understanding of the AdWords auction, how the different numbers are calculated, and how it works. And what's more, I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a brief history of quality score and a brief history of the AdWords auction, how it came to be and how it operated before the quality score era and how it changed post-quality score. So that's going to be a very interesting next couple of videos. Thanks very much for watching, but stay tuned and make sure to jump into the next video right away. Thanks. We'll see you on the other side, guys. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about quality score, what it is, how it's calculated, and really taking a look at the ad auction in depth and really understanding ad rank and how your actual CPC, your actual cost per click is calculated. Some of the things in this course, in these next couple of videos, we have already covered in this course. At the very least, it'll be a refresher. Some of this information will just help you to solidify the knowledge that you already have, but it's also just very good to repeat some of this and to get a more detailed sense of how this all works. So let's dive right in, and we'll get started by a brief overview of what quality score is, what it means to Google, and what Google looked like in the pre-quality score era. In order to first understand what quality score is and how it came to be, it's important to first understand what Google is at its most fundamental level. Essentially, Google is a massive referral service. People come to Google looking for referrals. When people need to find something on the internet, they ask Google where they could find it. They ask Google this question by typing a query into the Google search box, and Google provides them websites that hopefully contain the information Google's customer, you, was looking for. So it stands to reason, from a business perspective, that Google cares a great deal how relevant their suggestions or referrals are to their customers. The more closely a web page that Google refers you to provides the information you're looking for, the better experience you're going to have. The better experience you have when using Google's referral service, the more likely you'll be to come back again in the future and use Google to find information on the internet again. If Google sent you to a website that offered PowerPoint tips when you were searching for somewhere to buy power strips, you might not use Google as frequently in the future, and worse, you might even begin using another search engine like Bing or Yahoo. It especially stands to reason, then, that Google also cares a great deal about this same sort of relevancy when it comes to the ads they show their users. Ads that are shown above their organic search results. Ads that are the bread and butter of their business model, accounting for more than 97% of their total revenue. So AdWords quality score, stripped of any technical jargon, is Google's way of ensuring that their customers have the same high-quality referral experience with a paid ad as they do with an organic result. Now that we understand what quality score aims to do at a conceptual level, let's take a closer look at how quality score actually works, how it's calculated, and what it's comprised of. One of the first numbers you need to be familiar with is something called ad rank. Your ad rank is just a number that determines what ad slot your ad will show in. The advertiser with the highest ad rank gets their ad in the very top ad slot on the search engine results page, or SERP. Your ad rank is calculated in a live auction every single time a search is performed on Google. The question is, how does Google calculate your ad rank? Great question. Let's take a closer look at how ad rank was calculated in the pre-quality score era. Quality score was introduced in 2005, and up until then, the AdWords auction was a really simple thing. The only thing that really mattered was your max cost per click, or CPC, for any given keyword. Or in other words, how much you told Google you were willing to pay for an ad click triggered by a specific query. Let's take a look at an example auction. Let's say Brad, Ben, and Brett all run online shops that specialize in custom-tailored men's briefs. Each of them tell Google to show their ads when someone searches for bespoke men's briefs. That'll be our keyword. Brad sets his max CPC for that keyword at $3, Ben sets his max CPC at $2, and Brett's only willing to pay about $1.50 per click for that specific keyword. So back in the early days, Brad would win the top ad slot, or position 1, since he had the highest max bid. Ben would take the second spot, and Brett would take the third spot. Not to confuse matters that are no longer relevant, but click-through rate, or CTR, did in fact play a role in the ad rank calculation before quality score was introduced. Actual ad rank took into account a keyword's click-through rate, since a keyword with a very high bid but no clicks was not only obviously not relevant to users, but it also wasn't making Google any money, no matter how much an advertiser was willing to pay for that click. What's important to know now is that before quality score came along, the highest ad rank was essentially awarded to the highest bidder. But once quality score was introduced, everything changed, and things got a whole lot trickier. So as we saw in the previous example, calculating ad rank based solely on max CPC bid did very little in the way of ensuring a high quality user experience with paid ads. As long as your advertising pockets were deep enough, you could place first on the results page with highly irrelevant ads and shoddy websites you were sending clicks to. Google, being a premier search engine and not the local penny saver, didn't want, for example, an insurance company running an extensive branding campaign and showing their ads to users on non-insurance related queries. While those ads may have been profitable for the advertiser in the long run, they disrupted the streamlined and highly controlled environment Google wanted to provide its own customers. So taking those considerations into account, Google introduced quality score in 2005. Before we talk about the quality score equation, there's a couple more worthwhile things to note. The first thing worth understanding is that every single keyword in your account has a quality score rated on a 10-point scale. Here's what your quality score columns look like in the actual AdWords account. Quality score is hidden by default, but you can find it by clicking on Columns, Customize Columns, Attributes, and adding quality score. You could drag and rearrange your columns as you see fit. I'll move it up here in front of clicks, hit apply to save these columns, and now you can see your quality score along with your keywords in the account. We'll come back and spend a lot more time in the actual accounts later, but here's just an idea of where your quality score shows up and what it looks like. You can see historical quality score data from within your AdWords account. In other words, you can only see what your quality score is now, not what it was yesterday or how it changed over time. There are some great third-party tools and AdWords scripts that you can run to collect this data, and we'll talk more about that later on. While Google themselves never confirmed that an internal account-level quality score exists, it's generally accepted that your overall account has a quality score that in some way or other impacts your overall performance. In any case, the better your keyword-level quality score is, the better your account-level quality score is going to be. Display network quality score is another murky area, and it's known that improving your click-through rate on any non-search campaigns will improve the efficiency of your display campaigns as well. For our purposes here, we'll be focusing on the tangible quality score data that our account actually presents us, keyword level quality score, on the search network only. Let's dig a little deeper now and take a closer look at the individual components of quality score. There are four main factors that Google considers when calculating keyword level quality score on the search network. Click-through rate is the number one most important of them all. There are a number of important details to discuss here, and we'll get back to them shortly. The second factor is the relevance between the keyword and the actual ad text. The third factor is the relevance between the keyword that triggered the ad impression and the actual query the user typed into the Google search box. And the fourth factor is what we'll call landing page relevance. Let's take a closer look at each of these factors individually. Click-through rate can be thought of as the people's court. And when thought of that way, it makes a lot of sense from a logical perspective why CTR is the most important factor in determining your quality score for any given keyword. While algorithms can do a great job at a lot of things, they still can't assess human appeal as well as humans can. And essentially, a keyword's actual click-through rate tells us how appealing your keyword and ad combination is to actual people using Google search. Just to clarify, your CTR is calculated by dividing the number of clicks a keyword has received by that keyword's number of impressions and then multiplying that by 100 to get the percentage. So for example, a keyword with 279 clicks and 10,546 impressions has a quality score of 2.6%. You take the 0.026, multiply that by 100, and you get 2.6. And that's your CTR. In other words, 2.6% of the people who see an ad triggered by that keyword actually clicked on it. It goes without saying that the higher the CTR, the higher your quality score will be. Now at this point you may have a few questions. First, you might be wondering, what's a good CTR? Well, unfortunately, there's no real answer to that question. There are so many variables that go into every unique circumstance that it's impossible to know what type of CTR you should be aiming for, and what type of CTR is normal for your industry and for your keywords. Oftentimes, you'll be running a broad match keyword and aiming for a lower spot in the page, in which case you'll probably get a lower CTR than if you were bidding more aggressively on a phrase or exact match keyword and targeting a higher position on the page. That leads us to your next two questions. A, how does Google know what a good CTR is? And B, how does Google calculate this part of my quality score for brand new keywords with no click-through rate data? Well, the answer is that Google pulls from its enormous database of historic data to get ballpark figures for what your CTRs should look like in your industry for your keywords and for your specific bids. You also know that ads in lower positions on the page typically get lower CTRs, and you may be wondering if Google penalizes your quality score for poorer click-through rates due to a lower position. The good news is that quality score is normalized by ad position, which means that Google understands that CTRs will inevitably vary based on position, and Google does assess your ad's position when determining the health of your click-through rate. It's also worth mentioning that Google tracks your display URL click-through rates for each ad in an ad group and incorporates that into your keyword level CTR portion of your quality score. Because of that, it's always a good idea to get in the habit of testing different display URLs within an ad group to see which ones yield the best CTRs. We've been talking a great deal about relevance, and the relevance between your keywords and ad copy is a really important thing. Google knows that in order for your ad to be relevant to the user, the text of your ad should talk about the themes your keywords represent. Often people make the mistake of stuffing their keywords into their ad copy numerous times, but that's really not what Google's looking for. Google wants to see ad text that is thematically related to the keywords in that ad group. For example, if your keywords are Canon printer repair, online computer help and hard drive retrieval, for example, it's okay to have ad text that talks about online tech support, even though it doesn't necessarily include all your actual keywords. To be safe though, it's always a good practice to try and include the main keywords in your headline or the first description line of the ad. When we talk about repairing quality score later, we'll go over ways to ensure ad text and keyword relevancy in greater detail. Remember, it's completely fine if different ad groups have completely different keywords and ads altogether. As long as the keywords and ads in each particular ad group are reflective of one another, there won't be any issues. The sentence, phrase, term, or question a user types into the Google search box is referred to as a query. So whereas your keywords trigger ad impressions, user queries trigger search results pages. Google calculates quality score for your keywords in real time, every single time a search is performed. Not to confuse things unnecessarily, but the quality score you see in your account is not necessarily the actual quality score awarded to your keywords in real time. One of the factors that goes into your real-time quality score is the relevance between the user's query and your keyword that triggered your ad impression. Likewise, Google also takes into account the relevancy between the query and the ad copy that's going to be triggered by the keyword. The same reasoning applies to the keyword ad text relevance we discussed just before. Google understands that the more relevant a searcher's query is to an advertiser's keyword and ad text, the more relevant and useful the ads and overall user experience is likely going to be. Careful use of dynamic keyword insertion can help with ad copy query relevance, and appropriate use of keyword match types will help ensure your keywords always remain relevant to the user's actual query. And we'll talk more about that later. I'm certainly not recommending that, a traditional broad match doesn't have a place and time, but it's just something to keep in mind when optimizing for quality score. Landing page quality is the least weighted factors in calculating quality score, and most advertisers don't run into landing page issues. But the elements of landing page quality are definitely worth knowing and understanding. There are 5 primary categories of landing page relevance, or landing page quality, as it's often referred to. First and foremost, yep, you guessed it, we have landing page to keyword and ad relevance. Then we have something called landing page load time, which is a really non-issue nowadays. Then there's spiderability, transparency, and navigability. Landing page relevance is very similar to the other types of relevance we've discussed. Google wants the user to continue to have a great experience after leaving Google. After all, a referral service is only as good as the places it refers its users to. Your ad should land users on a web page that relates to what the user was looking for. If the user was asking for an answer to a question or a solution to a problem, your landing page should provide that answer or solution. Just like with ad copy, your landing page need not contain all your actual keywords. As long as the content of your landing page is thematically related to the keywords in your ad group, you'll have nothing to worry about in this area. It's also important to include enough text on your landing page for Google to recognize as relevant. There isn't a set number of characters you need to satisfy Google's bots, but if there are more images than text on your landing page, that's a fair indication that you may run into some trouble. It goes without saying, try to include actual text instead of images of text whenever possible. If I had to throw a number out there, I'd say 2 to 3 paragraphs of relevant text should be a minimum amount to ideally aim for. Remember, don't do anything dumb like repeating your keywords over and over again or make the color of your text the same as the background. Google's smarter than that and you'll get penalized. The content of your landing page should also be primarily unique to your website. If you're using manufacturer descriptions, etc., try to enhance them with your own additional content wherever possible. Landing page load time is not a problem that comes up often. Your site needs to meet a minimum threshold of page load speed. As long as it does, you've got nothing to worry about. Once again, there's no hard number for the minimum requirement, but if your site is loading normally, don't worry about it any further. If your site is excessively sluggish, talk to your hosting provider to figure out what's up. Spiderability is another factor that is usually a non-issue. Google's programs that read and index your site are called spiders. If Google can't access or read your site, they won't know what your site's about. Your robots.txt file tells the Google bots what to read or not to read. If your site was set up by a competent developer, chances are your site is spiderable. If you're using a website builder like Squarespace, WordPress, Wix, Weebly, etc., they create and submit the robots.txt file automatically for you. If you're still unsure about your site's spiderability, create or log into your free Google Webmaster Tools account, and you can check on your robots.txt file and see how it's being treated by Google's bots. Transparency won't be an issue as long as you don't do anything mischievous on your site. If you have a privacy policy, make sure it's easily accessible. Don't automatically sign up your visitors to a newsletter list without their permission, and definitely don't auto-install any software or alter their browser settings. I'm sure none of you will have any transparency issues. Navigability simply means that there's more to your site than just the landing page, which tells Google that the user will likely have other ways of finding the information they're looking for, like submitting a form, for example. Google used to require a fully navigable site with links to a Contact Us page, an About Us page, and so on and so forth, but with the advent of single-page landing pages designed for conversions, this factor of landing page quality has become less and less important. Lastly, it's worthwhile noting that while landing page quality is generally the least important factor in determining quality score, landing page violations could easily cause your ads to be disapproved, which isn't the case with a low CTR or ad copy relevance. So be careful. Submitting your site for a review each time it's disapproved is not only a headache, but multiple infractions could lead to your account being suspended. Now that we know the factors that make up each keyword's quality score, it would be nice to know exactly what percentage of a quality score each component accounts for. Unfortunately, there's no definitive answer, but it's generally agreed upon in the industry that CTR accounts for roughly 65%, relevancy factors for about 25%, and the remaining 10% is allocated to landing page factors. Just to review, the CTR portion of quality score includes ad, keyword, click-through rate history, which looks at the historical click-through rates for a given keyword and ad combination. Account CTR history, which takes a broader look at all the keywords and ads in an entire account. Display URL click-through rates, which takes into account the differences in click-through rates across your various display URLs in an ad group. And geographical CTR, which takes into account how your keyword and ad click-through rates perform in different geographical locations. Again, some of these factors are only reflected in the real-time quality score assigned at the very moment of a Google search, and not necessarily accounted for by the quality score number we see in the actual account dashboard. Relevance factors include keyword to ad relevance, which again is how reflective your keywords are to the content of the ads in the ad group. Keyword to query relevance, which again is how related the keyword that triggered the ad impression is to the actual query the user typed in. Remember using match types to help here. And keyword ad copy to landing page relevance, which once again is how relevant the keyword that triggered the ad and the text of the ad is to the topics discussed in the page users land on after clicking the ad. Lastly, we have landing page factors, which, as we discussed, deal with more technical matters like load time, navigability, spiderability, and transparency. People always ask me what a good quality score is. Like with click-through rate, there's no real answer to that. Depending on any given circumstance, optimizing for quality score may not be the most important thing, and we'll talk about those instances in a moment. There are, however, reliable guidelines you can use when assessing the health of your quality scores. As we know, quality score is rated on a 10-point scale. You can't have a quality score lower than 1 or higher than 10. If you're seeing quality scores of 1, then you're really in trouble. Chances are you're not really getting any traffic, and if you do, the costs per click will be astronomically high. We'll talk more about the relationship between CPC and quality score in a little bit. In most cases, though, you'll want to get rid of these keywords right away. Before deleting them, make sure everything is in order with your landing page or website. Oftentimes, there's a major landing page issue that's causing the 1 quality scores. Keywords in the 2 to 3 range are still bad, but they're salvageable in many cases. Costs are still significantly overpriced, and having a lot of keywords with 2 to 3 quality scores can hurt the overall quality score of the account. Spend time on these keywords, especially if they're highly integral keywords that you can't do without. It's not at all uncommon to see a lot of 4s, 5s, and 6s, especially during the first few months of a new account. You're not significantly overpaying, and you're not in any danger of being penalized. These keywords have real potential, and you should dedicate the bulk of your time optimizing them to improve their quality score. It often takes a few minor tweaks to get these keywords back on track. A quality score of 7 should be your benchmark goal. A keyword at 7 or above is above average, and you'll be saving money on cost per click. Don't kill yourself trying to improve keywords with a 7 quality score. Oftentimes, there's a roof that you simply can't get past based on your industry and other geographical factors.
8s and 9s aren't as common as 7s and 10s, believe it or not, but if you're seeing them, then great. No need to do anything more in terms of quality score for those keywords. Obviously, 10 is the most coveted quality score. You're scoring close to perfect in Google's eyes on all fronts, and you could be confident that your CPCs are at rock bottom for your given position. Of course, if your quality score is a 10 and you're paying an average of $2 for position 3, an advertiser at position 5 or 6 could very likely be paying less than you.
So now you have a really good understanding of quality score, what it is, how it works, all the different relevancy factors, and how much each relevancy factor is weighted when it comes to the overall quality score. With that understanding, we can now jump in to ad rank, figuring out how ad rank is calculated, but more importantly, really figuring out exactly how your actual cost per click is calculated. And that's going to be a really exciting and in-depth area of knowledge that you're going to get in the very next video. So stay tuned. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon right in the next video when we start talking about calculating ad rank and calculating your actual cost per click. Talk to you guys soon. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting section where we're going to start talking about how to calculate ad rank and your actual CPC. You now understand quality score, you understand the auction, and now we're going to really dive into the modern day Google AdWords auction where we understand what number your ad rank is, how your ad rank determines your place in the auction, and more importantly, how the actual auction works to determine what you pay when your ad gets clicked on.
So we now know the history of quality score, why it was implemented, and we also know all the factors that make up quality score. But the question still remains, who cares? Who cares how good or bad your quality scores are? In the previous slide, we spoke about inflated costs with low quality scores, and now we're going to really dive into what exactly that means and how it works. It all begins with an understanding of how ad rank is calculated in the post-quality score era. Like we saw a while back in our example with Brad, Ben, and Brett, the old formula used to calculate ad rank didn't account for quality score. Essentially, the highest bidder won the top slot, since max CPC bid was the most important factor in calculating ad rank. The new formula introduced to calculate ad rank changes things up dramatically, so let's see what that new formula is and what it means for advertisers and their bidding wars. The new formula for ad rank that Google introduced in 2005 was ad rank equals max CPC bid times quality score. The formula stayed that way until 2013 when Google introduced the expected impact of ad extensions on CTR as part of the ad rank formula. Google found that different sorts of ad extensions like site links, callouts, review extensions, etc. could favorably impact an ad CTR, and they included these ad extension CTR projections into the ad rank formula. But we don't know exactly how the ad rank formula changed in order to accommodate the ad extension factors. Brad Geddes of Certified Knowledge proposes that ad extensions account for about 20% of the quality score portion of the current ad rank formula. But whether or not that number is precisely accurate, we could be very confident that it's not much more than that. Because so many advertisers are using ad extensions, and because it's a pretty small factor by itself, we'll continue by evaluating some example scenarios with the primary formula, which is ad rank equals max CPC bid times quality score. Let's create a sample auction with some of our old friends, but now we'll add a couple of women into the auction. So in this example, we're going to have Brad, Beth, Brett, Ben, and Brenda all bidding on the same keyword. For the sake of the example, let's assume that there are only 4 available ad slots on this particular search results page, so only 4 of these 5 advertisers are going to win an ad spot at this auction. So let's say Brad sets his max CPC bid at $9, Beth sets hers at $7, Brett is willing to pay no more than $6.25, Ben's max is $3, and Brenda is the most frugal bidder at $2 for her max CPC. Now let's make up some quality scores for these folks. Brad gets a quality score of 1, Beth lands a 3, Brett gets a perfectly respectable 7, Ben is mediocre with a 5, and Brenda hits the jackpot with a 10 quality score. Now, let's calculate the respective ad rank so we can determine their position. Remember, we get ad rank by simply multiplying the max bid by quality score. So Brad's ad rank is a 9, Beth's is a 21, Brett's ad rank is 43.75, Ben has an ad rank of 15, and finally Brenda with an ad rank of 20. Now that we've calculated the ad rank for each advertiser in the auction, we can determine their positions on the search results page. Remember, in our example here, there are only 4 available ad slots. So Brett wins the coveted top spot on the page, even though there were 2 advertisers in the auction willing to pay more than him for a click. Since he was serving a higher quality ad, he was able to take the first spot with his 7 quality score. Beth takes the second spot on the page, beating other high quality ads like Ben and Brenda, since she was willing to pay substantially more for a click. Brenda, who is willing to pay the least for a click, wins spot number 3 since she's serving such a high quality ad. And Ben wins spot number 4 with his combination of bid and quality score. Interestingly, Brad, who was willing to pay a whopping $9 for a click, gets snubbed altogether and doesn't get any spot on the page, because although his bid was the highest, his quality score was so low that his ad rank wound up being worse than everyone else's. This helps us understand how crucial quality scores are, even before getting into the formula for determining actual cost per click, which we'll get to in a moment. Let's think about it. Let's say Beth went to work on her quality score by rewriting her ads and putting together a more relevant landing page, and she got her quality score up to a 7. Now, instead of a 21, her ad rank would be a 49, and she would win the top spot from Brett without increasing her bid at all. Purely on the basis of improving her quality score, she was able to change her ad position. And if, for example, Brenda was to let her quality score slip from a 10 to a 5, her ad rank would turn into a 10 and she'd lose her spot to Ben. So now we could really see how the new ad rank formula really puts a huge emphasis on quality score on a very practical level. We see how connected your ad position is to how Google perceives the quality of the ad you're offering in the auction. But position isn't the only thing that quality score affects. We know that your max CPC bid isn't the actual price you pay for a click. It's simply the most you're willing to pay for a click. Quality score plays a huge role in how much you actually end up paying for a click, and as promised, let's take a look at how your actual CPC is determined and what role quality score plays in that area of the auction. So I just reset the original numbers here and reordered the advertisers in order of ad rank. We've got Brett in spot number 1, Beth in spot number 2, Brenda in 3rd place, Ben in 4th, and Brad the loser knocked out of the running for this particular auction. Google sets up their auction that an advertiser could bid the maximum they are willing to pay for a click, but they only have to actually pay the minimum amount needed to maintain their position, or in other words, the minimum they would need to beat the advertiser directly below them. From a mathematical perspective, as explained by Google's chief economist Hal Varian, you have P1, the price advertiser 1 has to pay, with Q1, that advertiser's quality score, and that's going to be just enough to beat B1, the bid of the advertiser below him, and Q2, the quality score of the advertiser below him. To solve this equation, you get P1 equals the ad rank of the advertiser below him, which is his bid multiplied by his quality score, divided by the quality score of advertiser 1. In other words, your actual cost per click is the ad rank to beat, or the ad rank of the advertiser right below you, divided by your quality score. So let's figure out what our guys and girls here would actually have to pay Google for an ad click. To figure out Brett's actual CPC, we take 21, which is the ad rank of the advertiser with the ad rank directly below him, and we divide it by 7. So Brett's actual CPC is $3. Beth's actual CPC is calculated by taking Brenda's ad rank and dividing it by 3, which is Beth's quality score, and that gives us an actual CPC of $6.66. And the same thing goes for Brenda and Ben, giving us an actual CPC of $1.50 for Brenda and $1.80 for Brad. Let's just say, for example, there were 5 ad slots available, and only these 5 advertisers in the auction, then Brad would indeed win the 5th spot, but since there isn't any ad rank below him, he'd have to pay a minimum click price determined by Google. But let's take a look here, and we could see some really interesting things. The first thing you probably noticed is that the number one spot on the page isn't paying the most for a click. Brett's paying just $3 for a click in position 1, which is more than half the click price Beth has to pay to remain in position 2. And that's purely because of Brett's higher quality score. We see a similar thing down below with Brenda and Ben, but just with less disparity between their actual CPCs. So we see what a huge role your keyword level quality score actually plays in determining how much you end up paying for an ad click. Now let's take a look at this a little further. Say Beth improves her quality score and she turns her 3 into a 6. So now her ad rank is a 42. She's still in position 2 on the results page because her ad rank is still lower than Brett's, but look what happens to her actual CPC. Now when we divide 20, which is the ad rank to beat, by 6, her quality score, we get an actual CPC of $3.33, half of what she was paying before. So by increasing her quality score by a few points, she's able to drastically lower her actual CPC. Now let's take a look at Brenda. Brenda can't increase her quality score any more than a 10, so is she paying the absolute minimum possible to maintain her position number 3? Well, yes and no. In this example, she's paying the lowest possible CPC to maintain position 3, but theoretically, if Ben's quality score was a 4 instead of a 5, which would make his ad rank a 12, Brenda would then only have to pay $1.20 per click. And this highlights the mechanics of the auction. The quality of the ads being served by the competitors in any given auction makes a really big difference in the actual CPCs you have to pay. Like we just saw with Brenda and Ben, the worse Ben's quality score is, the cheaper Brenda's clicks become, since Brenda only has to pay the minimum to keep her ad spot over Ben. Now what if Brenda wants to do better? What could she do? She already has a 10 quality score and can't improve that anymore. But what she could do is raise her max CPC bid. So say she raises her max CPC bid to $4. She doubles it. Now what happens? Her ad rank jumps up to a 40, but she's still in position 3. She still pays $1.20 a click, even though she doubled her bid, because $1.20 is still all she needs in order to beat Ben. But did anything else happen to any of the other advertisers? Yes. Beth could no longer just pay $3.33 to beat Brenda. Now, if we divide Brenda's new ad rank, which is 40, by Beth's quality score, which is 6, Beth's actual CPC jumps way back up to $6.66. Pretty amazing. If Beth raises her max CPC bid to $5 instead of 4, she'd have an ad rank of 50 and automatically take the top spot, and the actual CPCs of all the other advertisers would have to be calculated again from the top. Of course, we can never know the ad ranks of the advertisers below us or above us, so we never actually know what anybody else's actual CPCs are going to be. The important thing is to appreciate the influence of quality score on actual click prices, and to be acutely aware of our quality scores when assessing the health of your account and the costs you're paying for clicks. The better your quality score is, the cheaper your clicks are going to be. We're drawing close to the end of this first chapter in our quest to better quality scores, but there's a few more important things I wanted to cover. To those of you who've made it this far, you guys are real troopers, and I hope it's been at least a little helpful and not a total waste of your time. We briefly mentioned earlier that there are certain times it's okay to ignore quality scores. Let's take a closer look at some of the more common situations where these exceptions apply. The most common exception to the quality score rules are what I call pains. It doesn't really stand for anything specific, besides for painfully annoying and inconsistent number syndrome, but we call them that because these are instances that can't be understood by any logical boundaries. Sometimes the plural version of a keyword will have half the quality score of the singular version of that keyword in the same ad group. There's no logical reason why that should be the case. Sometimes adding a prefix or a suffix to a word changes the quality score dramatically, like sofa covers and sofa coverings. These instances and others that have no rhyme or reason can be very frustrating as you continuously try and fail to optimize for quality score. In these cases, you should try a few tests, and if you don't see any positive results, just walk away. Whether or not that means removing the troublesome keyword is a question that needs to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. New accounts and new lists of keywords. Every new keyword is assigned a default quality score that is not necessarily reflective of the quality score your new keywords will have tomorrow or the day after. You need to wait a little bit before making any assumptions about the health of a new keyword's quality score. As a rule, I don't begin worrying about quality scores before a keyword has at least 1,000 to 1,500 impressions. with 100 to 250 clicks. Once the keywords and ad group has accrued some actionable data, then you can start taking a look at how good or bad your quality scores are. However, if your account indicates that there's an issue with your landing page, that's something that you should take a look at right away. In most cases, landing page issues that are diagnosed right away don't go away with time. We've seen a number of cases where there's quite literally an industry glass ceiling you hit with quality scores. The legal, financial, and pharmaceutical industries are familiar with this issue. Some of these industries have gotten a bad reputation with Google after a deluge of advertisers sending traffic to shady and untrustworthy sites. As a result, Google adopted a guilty until proven innocent policy with certain keywords. We've run into this obstacle with our clients a number of times, where no matter what we did, we couldn't get past a 3 or a 4 quality score. In these cases, we persisted and we eventually were able to improve our quality scores dramatically over time. If you suspect something like this is happening in your account, reach out to a Google rep and ask them to take a further look. If you see a lot of 3 quality scores and you're averaging a position 1 to 3, you could be fairly certain that this is the issue you're running into. Google won't generally show 3 quality scores above the organic results, and if they are, you're most likely advertising in one of the blacklisted industries. If that's the case, keep on trucking. Don't worry about inflated click prices, because chances are your competitors are averaging the same quality scores and CPCs as you are. It's common for companies to serve ads when people search for a competitor's name. In fact, we've seen some excellent results with these sorts of campaigns for our clients. It's a great opportunity to highlight your sales and promotions in an ethical way, as long as you're not claiming to be the other company or denigrating their products or services. Since Google knows the user searched specifically for a company that is not yours, you'll almost always see low quality scores on these keywords. For example, if someone searches Google for State Farm motorcycle insurance and Geico targets the keyword State Farm, Geico is going to get slapped with a low quality score. Once again, whether or not you should continue to run these sorts of campaigns with low quality scores has to be assessed on an individual basis. This kind of problem can arise even when you're not specifically targeting your competition. If you sell a product that has the same name as a well-known company, you might see low quality scores for that product's keywords. In most of these cases, simply ignore the low quality scores unless as a result, your keywords are no longer profitable. We talked earlier about the inability to track historical quality scores within an AdWords account. In other words, you can't see how your quality score has changed over time. In larger accounts, it's also difficult to find the areas of your account in which quality score is suffering the most. There are ways to accomplish both of these things manually, and we'll cover both those things in the next video. But there's an extraordinary tool available I wanted to show you that can make your life so much easier. Optimizer is a multidimensional PPC tool with a ton of different features, but one of the most useful tools they offer is the ability to track historical quality score and diagnose problematic quality score areas in a cinch. I'm going to take you inside the Optimizer dashboard right now, but if you're serious about managing your AdWords account, I highly recommend signing up for an Optimizer account. Their prices are very reasonable, and the time you'll save makes the monthly cost well worth it. You can find a link to their website in the video description below. Now let's take a look at their quality score tracker tool. So here we are in the Optimizer historical quality score tool. We're seeing real data from one of our clients' accounts. At the top, we can see the overall account level quality score and how it's changed over the selected date range. In this instance, we see the overall quality score was down from a 7.6 to a 7.4. Not a very significant change. I'm not usually concerned with the account level quality score for 2 reasons. 1, it doesn't tell you where you need to optimize, and 2, since we're always testing new keyword ideas that often start off with medium to low quality scores, those testing areas will be reflected in the overall quality score of the entire account. The daily trends panel below shows us how different key performance indicators like average CPC, clicks, CTR, conversions, cost per conversion, conversion rate, average position have changed with changes in quality score. Down here, we have keyword spread and quality score distribution. The keyword spread does a great job at showing you the overall health of your account. In this case, we're in really good shape with a very strong presence of 7s, 8s, and 9s. If I roll over the bar chart, I can see exactly how many keywords in the account have a quality score of a specific number. But even though I know this account is healthy, I also know there are some areas that could use some work. That's why the Add Groups to Optimize section over here is really helpful. I can see which ad groups are averaging low quality scores and how much those ad groups are spending. I see that the ad group named Conversion Lasso is spending a fair amount of money and it has an average quality score of 4.7. So I want to do some work on quality score in that ad group. If I click on it, I can see all this data again, but instead of seeing the data at the account level, I'm now only seeing historical quality score data for the ad group I want to optimize. Right off the bat, I see that the work we've been doing so far has paid off. This has been a really hard ad group, and we've been able to get the average from a 3 to almost a 5. That's substantial growth right there. Down at the keyword spread, I can see that we don't have a very strong showing for keywords with better quality scores in this ad group. Further down, I can see the specific keywords in the ad group, their quality scores, and their respective costs. If I want to see the historical quality score for a different date range, all I have to do is change the date range selector up here and click refresh. This is one of the optimizer tools we use most often, and I can't tell you how much time and energy it's saved us in keeping track and optimizing quality scores across hundreds of accounts. Like I said before, you don't need Optimizer to track historical quality score data.
Now you have a very good understanding exactly how the AdWords auction works, how your actual cost per click is calculated, what your ad rank is, but one very important question remains. How do I diagnose quality score issues in my account? How do I figure out which ad groups, which campaigns, which keywords are suffering with quality score, and how do I go about fixing those quality scores, and how do I determine and inspect my ad groups and campaigns to discover the sore spots with quality score? And that's exactly the topics that we'll be covering in the very next video with a really cool and detailed, advanced Excel pivot table. It's going to be very informative stuff. I hope you really enjoyed this last chapter, because a ton of great information you were able, with all that information, you were able to attain a very deep level of knowledge. Your understanding of the AdWords auction is, I guarantee you, way better than 90% of the people and the competitors that you'll be going up against running ad campaigns with AdWords. So thanks so much for watching this one, and we will see you in just a second in the next video. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon. Howdy, AdWords fans. Welcome back to this exciting chapter where, as promised, we're going to go into Microsoft Excel, into a live account as you're seeing here, and take a look at how we could diagnose quality score issues in our account, how we could identify and point out quality score problems. So let's get to it. What you're seeing here is a live account. Obviously, the keywords are blurred out, and some of the more personal and sensitive data, because this is a client of ours and not, they probably don't want their keywords and cost data to be seen by the world. But this is a live account and the data is absolutely real. So before we prepare our report that we're going to export, we want to make sure we have certain columns set up. Now, over here we see a bunch of different columns. This is what we have for this specific client, but you want to for sure make sure that your quality score column is active. To do that, all you got to do is go to columns, modify columns, and under attributes, make sure quality score is added. Over here it happens to be added. Let's say we had removed it and it wasn't showing. We would just go ahead and click the add button to add the column for quality score, and that's something we already saw how to do in a previous video, but repetition is good. We also want to make sure impressions are active, and usually your impressions will be a column that's active by default. We have it right here. So just make sure your impression clicks and cost columns are also active. So the imperative columns are quality score, clicks, impressions, and cost. Once you have that done, click apply. Now I just went over right into the campaigns tab for all my campaigns. So you might have started off at this campaigns tab here, but just make sure you navigate over to the keywords column, and as you could see, we have some display campaigns and search campaigns running. And because display campaigns don't have quality scores. We only want to export our keywords that have quality scores. So we could do that by setting up a really easy filter. So I'm going to go ahead and click Filter, Create Filter. We'll cover filters in more depth in a future video, but this is just a great overview to the filtering tool. So we're going to click Create Filter, and my first parameter is going to be quality score. So I'll click the drop-down menu, and I'll find quality score at the bottom. I'll select greater or equals to 1. So this will make sure that any keywords that I export will have a quality score. I'm also going to want to just take a look at my active keywords, because we have a whole bunch of pause keywords in this account, and that might be a personal preference. You might want to take a look at pause keywords. You might want to take a look at just active keywords, but for now we're going to go and just select active keywords. To do that, I click the drop-down menu once again. I find status towards the bottom and matches any eligible or eligible limited. So these are the active keywords in the account. And we can see more sub parameters over here. So I'm going to go ahead and click apply, and that's going to apply my filter to my data set below. And then to twirl this box up to give me some more space, I don't want to click clear. I want to click this little triangle, and then I'll be able to just minimize the filter and see all my data here. Now that we have all active keywords selected, and all the keywords that have a quality score, I could export this report by clicking the download icon to the left of the search box in the upper menu. So I'm going to click download report, and this is something we've also done before. I'm going to choose my format to be Excel, which is a CSV. I don't need to save the report. I'm just going to go ahead and simply click download. So now that I have my report open in Excel, we can start analyzing the data and going through it to find some really interesting information, specifically for our purposes to analyze and determine quality score sore spots. The ad group column, I changed the names. I kind of fictionalized or exemplified some of the names here of the ad groups just for the sake of protecting our clients' privacy, but all the other data has remained intact, and it is actual live data. And the first thing we want to do is create a pivot table. Pivot tables, as you know, are really great tools to analyze information in different ways and look at numbers in different ways. And to do that, we're going to select the data we want to use for our pivot table. So I'm going to go ahead and select all our columns, and I'm going to go to Insert and hit Pivot Table. Now, your version of Excel may very well look quite different if you're using an older version of Microsoft Office, but essentially the functionality of the pivot table is the same thing. It's just the iconography is different, the color scheme is different, and it might be in a different place, but it's usually under Insert Pivot Table. If you don't see the option for inserting a pivot table, just go ahead and go into the help section and start typing in pivot, and you'll be able to see exactly where to start, where to find your pivot table tool. So I'm going to go ahead and click Pivot Table. They're going to ask me to verify the data range which I selected, so that's exactly the range I want to work with. I'm going to click OK, and now I have my pivot table in a new sheet. So the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is name my pivot table. We'll name it Pivot Table 1 because we're going to create a couple pivot tables in this tutorial, in this video. Zoom in here so everyone can get a good view of what's going on. We want to go ahead and add in the builder the first and foremost quality score as our row label. So we find quality score over here, which is right here, select it, and by default it went into the values. I want to drag it into a row label. So now I have row labels 1 to 10. This is my quality score. I then want to add my clicks. Okay, so I have count of clicks. That's exactly what I want, the number of clicks per quality score. And I also want to include the sum of impressions. Google primarily cares about impressions. Google makes money by impression, and we want to know the percentage of impressions for a specific quality score range. So we want to click the sum of impressions. So we're going to add impressions as a value for a column, and we're going to, by default, impressions, if you see here, came in as count of impressions. If I click the info, I'll be able to change it to sum of impressions. So now I have a sum of impressions by quality score. So I want to format this column to include commas it'll make it easier for us to see. So under Format Columns, right-click, Format Cells. I'll go to Number, use 1000 separator with 0 decimal places, and click OK. And now I can see a much clearer view of what's going on here. So we have, for this date range selected, which is the last month, we have 6,841,504 impressions, and now it's all broken down. Now it's all broken down by quality score. So for example, keywords with a 1 quality score, there was 1 click and 151,000 impressions. Keywords with 96 clicks and 176,000 impressions. And in fact, this has to be changed to sum of clicks. Okay, and that's a little bit more accurate. That was my mistake. Obviously, I realized that those numbers were way too low. So with this is exactly much more in line with what we want. I'm going to right-click, click Format Cells again, get in our 1000 separator, 0 decimal places, and now we have a clearer and more readable view. So we have 297,000 clicks. And for example, keywords with a quality score of 8, we have 109,000 clicks with 1.7 million impressions. Okay, and that's a very cool way to start seeing what's going on. But what we want to do, which will give us a clearer and simpler sense, is just get the percentage of impressions for each quality score. So to do that, we're going to create our own custom formula. So we'll name it quality score percentage, and we'll create a formula. So equals sum of the sum of impressions, which is C4, divided by $C $14, which is the total number of impressions. The reason we do the $sign is to create an absolute value, which will allow us to drag this formula down to the bottom. So we do the sum of impressions per quality score divided by the total number of impressions, and that'll give us the percentage of impressions. So I'm going to go ahead and click Enter. I'm going to drag that down to the to all our quality scores, and I want to format this as a percentage, which I could easily do here, or I could also just format the cells. That's another easy way to do it. I could add decimal points, remove decimal points from these handy shortcuts. If you're not seeing these handy shortcuts, then you just want to format the cells once again by right-clicking on the column or clicking Command 1 on a Mac. So now I see the percentage. So this is going to give us a very clear overall health check of our account. So if I take a look at all the percentage of keywords or the percentage of impressions under a quality score of 7, I get a sum of 65.65%. And that tells us that we definitely need to do some major work in this account. So almost 66% of our impressions have come from keywords that have a less than 7 quality score. In a healthy account, we want to see a 65 to 70% of impressions above 7 or 7 or above. If we highlight this, we see we're only getting 35% above 7 or 7 or above. So that's we definitely know that we need some help in this account by creating this very simple and easy to use and easy to manipulate pivot table. But there's one thing that's missing here. We don't know exactly where in our account these quality score issues exist. We just know overall right now our account is not so healthy. We're getting 66% of our impressions are below quality score of 7, but which ad groups in our account do we need to start working on right away? So let's take a look at how to do that. So let's go back to our data sheet of all keywords and let's create a new pivot table. So I'm going to go over to Insert once more and create a new pivot table from scratch. And I'm going to name this Ad Group Level Pivot because we're going to analyze ad group in this section. So I'm going to first go ahead and add ad group as our row label. And we want to take the sum of cost. We want to see the high spending ad groups. So I'm going to go ahead and find my cost column, and I could drag this down to make this a little easier. Go ahead and find my cost column and add it to my values. And I want to do sum of cost. We're not going to make that mistake again. So sum of cost. And we want to take our quality score and find an average quality score. So we're going to go to quality score, but we don't want count of quality score. We want average quality score in the ad group itself. So we're going to go, instead of going to sum or count, we're going to go to average. And we want to definitely change those decimal places down a little bit. So once again, format cells, number, and just 2 decimal places. Okay, so our average, we have an average quality score, and we have our sum of costs over here. And let me zoom in to make this easier to see. Okay, so now it should be easier to see. So over here we can start taking a look at the high spending ad groups with low, or which we know where those quality scores are. So for example, let's format these cells to include a comma. Okay, so for example, here's an ad group that spent $17,500 with an average quality score of 7.49. That's pretty good. Here's an ad group that spent $122,000 with an average quality score of 6.28. This is an ad group that we definitely want to do some work in, 6.28. But there happens to be another issue. The problem with this view of quality score is that averages lie. It's not a weighted average, it's just a straight average of these ad groups. So how are we going to change and create a weighted average for quality score? But before we do that, let's take a look and just understand exactly what I mean when I say averages lie. So let's create a new sheet. We'll call this one averages lie. And let's create a couple, some sample data. So let's say here we have keywords, impressions, and quality score. And we have a keyword which is bake cakes online and online cake courses. Okay, so those are our 2 keywords just in this quick example. Let's say this keyword has 20,000 impressions. This keyword has 5 impressions. This keyword has a quality score of, let's give this keyword a quality score of 4, and this keyword a quality score of 10. Okay, so in actuality, our average over here, 10 plus 4 divided by 2 is a 7. So our average quality score for this ad group is a 7, but in fact, our weighted average based on the volume of impressions for that quality score is probably something more like a 4.001, 4.002, very close to 4, because the 4 quality score has so many more impressions than the keyword with a 10 quality score. So it's not really accurate to say that this ad group is doing well with a 7. It's much more accurate to say that this ad group is doing poorly with a keyword of, with an average quality, with a weighted or normalized quality score of just a tad over 4. So I hope that helps make sense. And now there's actually a cool way, and this is something which Brad Geddes from Certified Knowledge walked us through in one of his videos, showing how to normalize quality score to get the weighted average. And it's a very straightforward, simple thing to do. So to do that, let's go back to all our keywords. And we're going to add a new column. And we're going to call this column quality score times impressions. Okay, so quality score times impression, quality score times multiplied by impressions is going to be the name of this column. Okay, so over here we want to do is a very simple formula. So we're going to do equals sum of our quality score. So we're going to find our quality score column right here. So it's G3. Just go ahead and click G3. And times impressions, I see over here, it's I3. G3 multiplied by I3. Hit enter. And we're going to drag this down to the bottom. Okay, so now we have our quality score times impressions column. Now what we want to do is we want to create a new pivot table. So I'm going to select all my columns once more. Okay, and you don't necessarily have to do it this way. You could always just simply go back and refresh the data in your ad group level pivot. But let's just do it again, and this way you could watch me build it again in case you missed something the first time. So go ahead and select my data, including my new column. I'm going to go to Insert, create a pivot table, click OK. I'm going to name this pivot table weighted. And let's go ahead and rebuild our data. So if you remember, we had ad group under row. Okay. We had cost to determine those high cost campaigns. Okay. So we had sum of cost. We want to get the average quality score. So we drag quality score, click quality score, and drag it into the values. And we want to do an average quality score. Okay. And once again, we could reformat this to just include, 2 decimals, let's say. Make it easier to read. Let's just zoom in here. Nice and big. Okay. So now we have our ad group, the high spending ad groups over here. And we have the average quality score. We want to go ahead and actually add the column we made before, which is quality score times impressions. So I'll go into my pivot table builder and I'll drag my new column in, which is at the bottom in this view, quality score times impressions. And instead of count, I want to change that to sum. Okay, so now I have sum of impressions. And I also want to add, I have sum of quality score times impressions. I also want to add my total sum of impressions. So just my regular impressions value, drag that down, and make sure I create a sum of impressions. Okay, so now I have my new column and sum of impressions, and I can go ahead and make that with a comma separator with no decimal places. Same thing here, just to make it easier to read. Okay, so I have my sum of impressions and my sum of quality score times impressions. Now to get my normalized quality score, I create a new column. I'll label it normalized quality score. Okay, and we're going to create a very simple formula. So it's going to be equals the sum of my sum of quality score times impressions column, which over here is D4. Okay. Divided by my sum of impressions, which over here is E4. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and drag this formula down to the bottom. And we have one error here because this is not showing us any values of cost. Obviously, it looks like there were no clicks in this specific ad group, so we could just totally ignore that for now. That's not a big deal. I'm going to make this just 2 decimal places like the other one by formatting the cells, number. And now I'll be able to pair this up with my original average quality score. So I could select columns D and E because I don't need them anymore, which is sum of quality score times impressions, and the sum of impressions, just hide those for now. And I can now get a very nice clear view. So we've done some very interesting tricks, and we could actually start discovering some very interesting things now that we have that weighted quality score, right? We understand how averages could lie, right? Our average quality score could lie because it's not taking into account how weighted the specific keywords in each ad group are, as we saw in that example of those 2 keywords where we had the 20,000 impressions with a 4 quality score and 5 impressions with a 10 quality score, where our average would have been a 7, right? Our straight average would have been a 7, but taking into account the heavily weighted keyword with 20,000 impressions, just a 4 quality score, we actually would have had a quality score, a normalized quality score closer to a 4. So over here we see in, let's say, this ad group called cash, we spent $1,300. And it's pretty equal, right? So we had a 7.9 average with a 7.5 normalized. So we didn't see anything too interesting there. But how about over here? Make Cakes Online, this is the one that spent 122 grand, a 6.3 average quality score, and a 6 normalized quality score. So over here we're seeing a lower normalized quality score. Here's another interesting one. This keyword, this ad group called Travel, with spending $11,000. Still, it's a high spending ad group. It spent $11,500 with a 7.4 quality score, and I might have gone in there and done some work, but in fact, when we take the normalized quality score, we're really looking at an 8.32, and even more so in this ad group, Travel Exact. It's a lower spending ad group. It's only spent $159, but it's a higher weighted quality score. So sometimes we'll find higher quality scores when we get the normalized quality score. Sometimes we'll find lower quality scores. But what we learned here are two very important fundamental things. One is, well, three things really, because we learned how to use pivot tables a little bit more detail, which is great. We also took a look at our first pivot table. This was the quality score percentage. We got a very clear, quick sense by using sum of clicks and sum of impressions and the quality score as the row label, and we created our own formula to get an overall account health check. So we saw that we definitely need work because 66% of our impressions were coming from low quality score keywords of a 6 or below. So this was the pivot table. By using sum of impressions, sum of clicks, and our quality score as row labels, we were able to get an overall account health check. And in this particular account, we saw that we definitely need some work because a vast majority of our impressions are coming from low quality score keywords. We then we're able to get a look at the weighted average, take a look at our average quality score per ad group in this first pivot table by using the row labels, which is the ad group name, sum of cost, and average quality score. So we were able to see the high spending ad groups like this one over here that could use some work. And then because we know that averages tend to lie, we were able to get the weighted quality score and could really start seeing with a little bit more clarity and a little bit more accuracy which keywords, which ad groups could really use that work. So over here we see this is a very high spending, the highest spending ad group by far, with $122,000 spent in clicks with a 5.95 quality score, and that's something that we need to work on. And in fact, just in the defense, obviously this is a client of ours, and we've gotten these quality scores way up from where they started, which was when we inherited the campaign, which were very low in the 2 to 3 range. And a lot of these keywords are testing keywords. They're new keywords, which often start off with a 4 or 5 quality score, and we're just working that up. But overall, we're seeing exactly where we want to do some work in this account. Over here in this account, in this ad group, even though it's a low spending ad group, we want to do some work because we're seeing a 6 quality score. Now, if it's really spending such a little amount of money, $53, I probably would recommend not spending so much time. You'd be much better off spending your time in these higher spending ad groups that are generating lower lower impressions or lower quality scores than we would like to see. So that's definitely something that you want to take a look at. So overall, we definitely did a lot of very pretty advanced stuff. We took a look at understanding weighted averages. We took a look at understanding pivot tables, how to assess the health, the overall count quality score health, and then how to determine exactly which ad groups need work by using the average quality score, figuring out which ad groups spending the most money that have the lowest quality scores, and figuring out based on the weighted average, once again, with a little bit more accuracy, which ad groups you start needing to work on. You already learned from the previous videos exactly how to fix quality score, how to improve your quality score, and now it's just really a matter of working on these elements, working on these components, and taking your skills to the next level. So guys, thanks so much for watching. I hope you did learn a lot. This is a very crucial aspect of campaign managing, understanding quality score, and I look forward to seeing you in a couple minutes in the next video. Talk to you guys soon. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to Up and Running with Google AdWords. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the AdWords dashboard and give a detailed overview of all the different buttons, tabs, menus that you're going to encounter in the back end of Google AdWords what we call your dashboard. We're back in our pop-in campaign. This is the campaign that we've been building. We're going to continue to build it as the course develops, as we learn how to make new campaigns and new ad groups. But overall, this is how our dashboard looks right now. So let's talk about the different areas of this screen. Here at the top, we have our what I call our top level menu. We have a few different tabs, and the area you're going to spend the vast majority of your time is going to be in this campaigns tab, or this campaigns page most often. That's going to give you an overview of everything that you have running in your account. To the left of campaigns, we have home. The home page is going to give you a broad overview of what's going on in your account. It's going to give you some suggestions. It's more of a customizable module that will allow you to see a broader kind of 40,000 foot overview of your entire account. So let's jump into the home page and see what that looks like. So here we are on the home page, and as you can see right away, we're showing a lot of zeros. That's because we don't have a lot of data running in this account. If we just zoom in a little bit here, we'll be able to see that we could select which campaigns we want to see data for. We could do all non-active campaigns, all enabled campaigns, so on and so forth. We could choose our KPIs, our key performance indicators that we want to compare and contrast with each other. So we could choose all the different key performance indicator, for example, clicks. We could do verse impressions, click-through rate, average cost per click, things of that nature. And then in this performance graph, we can customize it day, week, monthly, quarterly as the campaign continues to start getting data. You'll have modules here like good quality but low traffic keywords. That's going to be a keyword with a high quality score. And as you can see, we have basically all of our keywords fall into that range, once again, because we don't have any data yet. I could also close out of this module, minimize the module, things like that. And I could see all enabled keywords, all enabled campaigns. So it's kind of a broader overview, kind of an analytics dashboard, if you will, for your entire campaign. That's the home page. Once we start getting data, we'll go take a look at some other accounts that have data to see what this looks like. But overall, it's not an area of the account that you're going to be spending so much of your time in, just because you're not actually managing anything from here. You're just kind of getting an overview of the data. And all these different data points are available from within the campaigns page under different tabs. So let's go back over to campaigns. And to the right of campaigns, we have something called opportunities. Opportunities are basically Google's suggestions for different ways you could optimize your account, campaigns, keywords, ad groups, so on and so forth. If we go into our opportunities page, we're going to see a message that says no opportunities right now. That just means that there's not enough data accrued in the account for them to give us any opportunities. We'll go take a look at a live account and see what that looks like in another campaign. So let's go jump over into a client account and take a look at exactly what that looks like. So here we are back in the opportunities page of a client account, and we can see that there are some actual suggestions. So the first suggestion they show us is optimize your ad rotation to show your best ad and get more conversions. And Google wants us to change one of our campaign settings to optimize the ads around conversions as opposed to around clicks. And it's telling us that we can get 150 more clicks, 4 more conversions when we change our ad rotation for one campaign. Before we apply this suggestion, even if just in case I do want to apply it, I could click view opportunity, and it'll show me the actual campaign and the actual setting it wants me to change things to. So it wants to change our ad rotation setting to optimize for conversions for this campaign. The cool thing is I could actually go ahead and click apply, and that setting will be changed. I don't want to make that setting now, so I could click go back and see my other opportunities. Here's another interesting opportunity where I could add keywords to search network campaigns to reach more customers. It's suggesting that I'll get around 8,000 more impressions when I add 81 new keywords across 5 ad groups. And if I click on view opportunities, it'll actually show me the 5 ad groups they want me to add new keywords to, and they're actually going to show me the keywords as well that they want to add to those specific campaigns. So I could click view for this one here, and it'll show me the 20 keywords they want to add. I could select or deselect as I'd like. I could just choose 1 or 2, and I can go ahead and click apply if I like any of these keyword suggestions. So while some of these keywords are really bad, they would not be good for my account, they would not be good for our potential customers, some of them might be really good. And then here's another opportunity where I could rate. They're asking me to raise my daily budget from $200 a day to $600 a day. So that's not going to happen. That's not exactly what we want to do. But I could once again hit apply or view more details for these suggestions. When it comes to a budgetary consideration, I could choose to add it by $75. I could stick with my current. I could go up to $130 a day, $210 a day, and it shows me estimates of how many more clicks, impressions, and cost my campaigns and account will accrue if I apply the suggestion. If I don't want to apply the suggestion, I can simply hit dismiss, and that suggestion will be gone. So that's the opportunities page. Most of the times you're not necessarily going to want to just blanket kind of apply these suggestions, because Google's not taking into account your specific marketing goals. They don't know your customers. They don't really know your products. They're just basing this on the other keywords in your campaigns. So you definitely want to look at the opportunities page, but you want to be very, very careful before applying any of these opportunities to your account. You just want to be very careful, think about it, and use your own judgment and common sense. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. So that's the opportunities page. So that's a really cool area of the account, and you could definitely get a lot of good information there. Let's go back to our pop-in campaign, and let's go over to the reports page. The reports page is something we're going to dive into in a later video, but it's an area of the account that's going to show you a lot of your data, and it's going to allow to give you different types of reports. So if we go, once again, we don't have any data in the pop-in campaign, but if we go over back to this client account and we click on reports, we're going to see a whole different story. So they're going to give me some basic reports that I could run myself, or I could create. These are report templates, or I can go ahead and create reports myself. If I went to click add a report, I'll have different types of tables and charts that I could generate. I could generate a pie chart, a bar chart, a line chart, or a table. And then I could go ahead and select all the different types of data. We're not going to dive into that now because we'll look at reports later in a different chapter. Under the tools page, we're going to get a drop-down menu that's going to ask us to select which tool we want to go to. So we could see the change history tool, which is a tool that's going to show us all the different edits and changes that was made to the account, and we'll have the opportunity to remove or undo most of those changes, which is very cool. It's kind of like a history tool. It is a history tool, rather. A tool called conversions, and we're going to go into conversions in more detail when we talk about setting up conversion tracking and tracking conversions in our account. Attribution, we'll jump into that further. Google Analytics, if our Google Analytics accounts are linked, I'll be able to go to my Google Analytics page. Google Merchant Center, this is where your shopping feed would be set up if you're an e-commerce store and you're running Google shopping campaigns. This is not relevant for our video, so we're going to skip this one. The Keyword Planner, which is something that we have seen already, and we kind of talked about the utility and the uses of the Keyword Planner. The Display Planner is a tool that is very similar to the Keyword Planner, but it allows you to get ideas for display placements and display campaigns. So this course is primarily focused on Google search campaigns, which are the most common and successful form of Google ad campaigns. So we're going to skip the Display Planner and the Ad Preview and Diagnosis tool. It's a really, really cool tool that we're going to give a separate dedicated video to a little bit later in this course. But those are the different options under the Tools tab. So now that we've covered our top level menu, let's go back to campaigns. And let's talk about some of the tabs within the campaigns tab. First and foremost, as we've seen already, we have the left-hand menu over here, which is expandable and collapsible. So I can collapse it to give myself some more viewing room, and I could also click on the arrow or just hover over it and expand it. If I click on the double chevron, the double arrows, it will remain open. Down here we have our shared library. The shared library is going to allow us to create remarketing audiences, bidding strategies, shared budgets, campaign negative keyword lists, and so on and so forth. We'll talk about a few of these options in a later chapter. Bulk operations is something which we're going to use very little, especially in this video. These are generally more advanced options in terms of adding automated rules, scripts, things of that nature. We'll touch upon those things, but we'll cover them in more depth in a more advanced course. Reports, these are the different under here, these are the different reports that you've saved that you're running. So when we create a Google report and we schedule it to run, or download or be sent via email to a specific person or at a specific time, we'll be able to manage those scheduled reports over here. And once again, we have labels. So labels are a way to organize campaigns, keywords, ad groups. If, for example, we wanted to label 5 of our campaigns that are targeting the US, we wanted to label those USA campaigns, we could do that, and we can manage our labels over here. So let's go back to all campaigns, because this is where we're going to be spending most of our time. And when you're managing your account and you're building your account and you're optimizing your account, this is where you're going to essentially be. If I have all campaigns selected, this is a very important thing to keep in mind. If I have all my campaigns selected, then everything that I navigate to is going to be showing me information for all campaigns. So for example, if I had a few campaigns here, right now we have one, but if I had a few campaigns here and I hit this ad groups tab, it's going to show me all the ad groups in all the campaigns. If I click over here on Poppin' USA Furniture, it opens up my ad groups as a drop-down list in my left-hand menu, and it automatically navigates me to my ad groups tab. And now I'm just going to be seeing ad groups for this specific Poppin' USA Furniture campaign. That's an important distinction to know. When you're looking at your data through this navigation, through these tabs over here, whatever you have selected over here is the level you're going to be seeing that information. So once again, if I have all campaigns selected and I go to ad groups, I would be seeing all my ad groups for all my campaigns. So if I had additional campaigns, I would be seeing those ad groups as well. But once again, we'll see that with more accuracy when we actually have some new campaigns added, which we're going to do in the very next video. So I'm in all campaigns, so I can go to my campaigns and see all my campaigns here. Ad groups is very self-explanatory. It's all my ad groups. Settings is where I can go ahead and change my campaign settings. So I could click on, I have a submenu under settings. I have all settings. Locations will show me my location settings for each campaign. I could add locations and change locations from this from this report. My ad schedule is my custom ad schedule when my ads are set to run. Over here, there is a schedule that's set up to run from Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And we're going to talk about custom scheduling in their own video. And devices is where I could set bid adjustments based on device. I could increase or decrease my mobile device bid. So if I like mobile traffic and I want to advertise more aggressively on mobile, I could make a bid adjustment and increase my bid for mobile devices. If I wanted to decrease my bid adjustment for mobile devices, I could do that as well. If I did not want traffic, if I did not want my ads showing on mobile devices. Currently, there's no way to change the bid adjustment for computers, desktops, or tablets. I could only edit and adjust and manipulate my mobile bid adjustment. The ads tab is self-explanatory. This is where it shows me all my ads. This is where I would come to change my ads. If I wanted to write new ads, A/B split test my ads, see the data for the ads, this is where I would go. I would go to the ads tab. Keywords is showing me all the keyword information either for all campaigns or for just the specific campaign I had selected. And this is the area where I could start, really drilling down into which keywords are spending the most, which keywords are converting the best, which keywords have the highest click-through rate, and which keywords are costing me the most money. So this is going to be an important tab. Audiences is mainly for remarketing. And we're going to talk about what remarketing is and how to set remarketing up in a future video in this course. Ad extensions. We spoke about what ad extensions were, and this is where you're going to be adding and creating your ad extensions. So if I clicked on new ad extension, I could select the campaigns I want to create an ad extension for by selecting the campaign, clicking done. And then now I could add some site link extensions. I could cancel that out, and I could add different types of extensions. So I could go to, the way I would add different extensions is by selecting the type of extension I want to create or edit in this drop-down menu. So I could create a location extension, call extension, app extension, review extensions, call out extensions, structured snippet extensions, which is something you're generally not going to worry about, and automated and view my automated extensions report, which are the extensions that Google generates for us. I also have the option of creating ad group extensions or campaign extensions. If I create site link extensions at the ad group level, then the site links will only apply to a specific ad group. But I could also create site link extensions or call extensions at the campaign level, which basically telling Google all the ads in all the ad groups in this campaign should have these site or these extensions, these ad extensions attached to the ads in that campaign, and it doesn't have to be specifically to the ad group. If I wanted to get really detailed, and certain ad groups should have certain extensions. So for example, if I have an ad group that's talking about padded furniture, and I have a few different pages on my site that sell different types of padded furniture, I might want to have just ad group extensions for that ad group with different site links leading to the specific types of padded chair pages on my site, just as an example. The Dimensions tab over here is going to show us data broken down by different segments that we don't have available in other places in the account. The View button is where I'm going to select how I want to see my data. Do I want to view it by top movers, which keywords are generating the highest click-through rates and the highest cost? I could view my information by geographic location, by the search terms. I could see a lot of different information in this Dimensions tab, and once again, we're going to go ahead and we'll take a look at that in more detail in accounts that have more data, so you can get a sense of what's going on. So that's the tab menu up over here. A few more important buttons and things whatnot before we start going into another account with some live data is this submenu over here. That's generally remains the same throughout most of the metrics. So the key metrics like campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords, you have the same submenu over here, and that's where you're going to be spending a lot of your time. So campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords, those are the tabs that you're really going to be using most of the time to analyze and build your account. Audiences, ad extensions, and dimensions are going to be used much less frequently, and they're often used, ad extensions are used to actually build your ad extensions, of course. Dimensions and audiences are only used to really view your data and to set up remarketing. So you're going to want to understand the submenu over here. So this is all but removed campaigns. This button is specifically geared towards showing you or letting you choose how you want to view your data. Do you want to see all campaigns, all your enabled campaigns, or all your enabled and paused campaigns except for your removed campaigns? And I'll usually look at the data by all enabled campaigns. Right now that'll be nothing because we have that paused campaign, so I'll go to all. This is the same thing for ad groups, where I could see all enabled, and it's the same thing for ads and keywords. I could see my all enabled campaigns and keywords and ad groups, all of them but removed, or all, which will include anything that's removed as well. So that's an important selector. Segmentation is another great tool that's used for some more advanced functions, where I could segment my ad group data by time, conversions, network, click type, device, top versus other, and +1 annotations. +1 annotations is obviously if you had a Google Plus share on an ad or a keyword or an ad group, that will show you that information segmented out. So for example, if I wanted to see which ad groups, how the ad groups performed by day of the week, I could select that segment, and down here, this is exactly what it would look like. So we'll see the ad group called rolling, which talks about rolling desk chairs. We'll be able to see how it performed on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and I can see all my information, all my data broken down by that segment. And same thing goes for every ad group in the account when I have that segment set up. So to remove that segment, I would simply go back to segment and hit none. And now I'll go back to my normal view of the data. Filtering is a button that's going to allow us to create advanced filters to view my data in specific ways. And we'll talk about setting up a filter in a separate chapter. And columns is another very important selector, which is going to allow us to choose and order the columns that we see in this data. So here we are. Let's go back to campaigns. I like to get a good basic broad overview of my information at the campaign level. So I'll go to columns, modify columns. And here I have a screen, which we've seen before, which will allow me to choose the columns that I want to include. So let's say I remove all these columns by hitting the X button. On all these optional columns, as you see under the campaigns view, under the campaigns report, you have a few columns that you must include. So if I hit apply, now all of a sudden my data became much more clean. I see my status, the campaign name, whether it's pause or enable, and the status of the campaign and the budget. So if I went to columns, modify columns, I can go ahead and add some new columns. So I want to click campaign type. We're not using labels, so I can leave off labels. I don't need my campaign ID. Under performance, so this is some of the most important metrics. I want to see clicks. I want to see impressions. I want to see click-through rate. I want to see average cost per click. I want to see my total cost. I want to see the cost of that campaign. I want to see average position. And that's probably really the most important, core columns. And we could experiment. You could always experiment with other columns to see if you want to see that data. Depending on your campaign, depending on your marketing goals, different metrics are going to be, or different metrics will have different levels of importance. If we're tracking conversions, and of course, your campaigns should definitely always be tracking conversions. We're going to want to see, we'll want to see converted clicks, cost per converted click, click conversion rate. If we're tracking conversion value, I want to see total conversion value. And I want to see conversion value divided by cost, which is my ROI. And I can go to attribution. I could see, click assisted conversions. I could see social metrics, shares, +1s, comments. There's a lot of different columns we could add, and obviously the columns can get very, very overwhelming. But what I would recommend is to really just keep with these core columns for most campaigns. I could choose to save this set of columns and make a name. I'll create a name for this set of columns, which I could always add, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to hit apply. Oh, I have to deselect save. And now I have the columns that I want to see. I have my clicks, impressions, campaign type, search network only, click-through rate, average cost per click, cost, average position, and so on and so forth. And these are the columns I saw. So the columns is something which you're definitely going to use quite often to modify and to edit and to change how you're viewing this data. So I could also change my columns by ad groups. I might want to see different information at the keyword level. I might want to see different types of columns and different types of data. So I would use that columns button to go in there and to really take a look at what's going on. Going back to campaigns, there's a couple more buttons over here that are important to know. One is the graph icon, show and hide the graph. So I can click show and hide this graph over here, and that's going to allow me to get a clear sense of exactly what is going on from a line chart perspective. So I can choose clicks versus conversions if I wanted to. I could kind of manipulate that graph. And once again, obviously, we're not showing any information. But once our account starts getting data, this show hide graph icon is a great way to get an overall sense, and we could hover over each specific day. If we have it set to daily, we might have it set to weekly, monthly, and we can see how the data has changed based on our KPIs that we select here. And we don't have to have it to be versus, we could just do none and we'll just show clicks. This button over here, which we've seen before already, is the download report, and it pulls up our options for downloading the current view that we're seeing here. And the search box will allow us to do a quick filter. So if I want to find, if I have a whole bunch of campaigns, or let's go to keywords, and I want to use my search, I want to find all keywords with the word modern. So I just type in modern, hit enter, and it creates for me an automatic filter with the keyword text containing modern. I could expand that filter and add new rules. So I want to do contains the word modern, and it kind of, I could say it has a quality score of at least greater or equals to a 5, and hit apply. And that'll, change my results based on my new filter. I could also just clear the filter out and start from scratch. So that's the search box. Down here we have like we just saw, the KPIs that we could do a versus, so clicks versus impressions or clicks versus, search impression share. I will go talk about a little bit more in detail what those columns are. And over here we have the date selector or the range selector for this graph down here. Up here in the upper right hand corner, a very important drop down selector, but it's simply your date range. So that Google gives you a whole bunch of different pre-selected date ranges. And you also have the option to choose a custom date range. If we click on custom, we can go ahead and change the dates for which we'd like to view our data. And I can click apply. Another cool feature of the date range selector is allows us to compare. So if I wanted to compare my information from the previous period or same period last year, I could go ahead and do that and click apply. And now I'll be able to open up these columns and it'll show me the difference in the data between those date ranges, and it'll show me how much the data has changed, whether it's increased, decreased, and the percentage that it's either increased or decreased. So that's a very, very cool function to compare how you're doing. So you can compare last week to the week before, last month to the month before, this past week to the same week last year, or to compare to a completely custom date range. So the compare function is really cool. If you'd like to shut the compare function off, all you do is hit this button under the date range selector and hit apply, and now you're back to your normal specific date range view. Down below here, we have some more buttons. These are pretty self-explanatory. They exist for campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords as well. Editing is all the different changes that you could make to the information you have selected. So this edit menu is going to change whether you're in your ad groups, ads, keywords, or campaigns tab up here, but it's all the possible edits that you could make. So if I selected, these two keywords here and I hit edit, I could do any of these things to those two selected keywords. I can copy them. I could paste keywords that I've copied. I could download a spreadsheet. I could change the text of the keywords. I could change the match types. I could do a whole bunch of different things in this edit menu, and we'll talk about, we're going to go ahead and actually make some of these changes in a later video, but this is just to show you what it looks like. Details will be different based on the overall tab that you're in. So for this, under our keywords tab, we could go ahead and see search terms selected all, and the search terms is what we call the search query report, and we're going to take a look at that in a separate video, kind of dedicated for the search query report. So hold on over there. We could also see keyword diagnosis for those keywords that we have selected, and we could also take a look at auction insights. Auction insights is a really cool feature that's going to show us our competitive landscape. Which other companies are we overlapping with in the ad auction, how often, and what our average position is. So that's something which is going to be cool, and we'll take a look at in a live account to see what that looks like. Bid strategy will show us will give us the ability to change how we bid, whether we want to use a flexible bid strategy, if we want to use manual CPC bidding, which of course we generally do. So we'll be able to set up manual CPC bidding once we're ready to create our own bids at a keyword level. And the automate button is something which we're going to use very, very infrequently. We're going to cover it in a later video, but it's the tool that will allow us to create some automated rules. So for example, one rule might be decrease the max CPC bid of any keyword with a quality score below 5. So if we wanted that rule to run every single morning to analyze our account, look for keywords with a 5 quality score and decrease our bid, or pause the keyword, we could set that up over here via automated rules. And we'll talk about setting up automated rules in another chapter. So that was a basic overview of the dashboard, of the different buttons. Once again, up here, as you know, we have our gear icon. This is where we navigate to billing, account settings, linked accounts, and your help. Your little bell icon is your notifications. You'll see when you have new opportunities, and if you have some conflicts, if you have any issues with billing, you'll get some notifications up here, which you could dismiss. And over here is your account, which will allow you to sign out, add an account, and navigate to other account settings. That's the overall view of the dashboard. I know that this is a tremendous amount of information. It's extremely complex. There's a lot of different buttons and tabs, but I wanted to give you a basic sense of what all the buttons do, even if we're not going to be using all of them, just so you shouldn't feel that you're left in the dark with anything. So that's really how the basic overall account looks like. Those are how the buttons work. You don't need to remember or make sure that you could find anything you need right away. The more you just work in your account, the more you're adding keywords, the more you're analyzing your keywords, the more campaigns you add, ad groups you add, the easier it's going to be for you to navigate to the areas that you need. You're going to be able to pick these things up. You're going to start picking these things up as if they were second nature. You're going to know how to add ad extensions. You're going to know how to analyze and do segmentations and look at your conversion history and change your columns and view your graph and download your reports and add your negative keyword lists. There's a lot to know, but it's going to come just out of habit. So just keep at it, keep working in the account, keep building new keywords, and all this stuff is going to come. You're going to get it. It's going to work. It's going to click. We're going to continue to cover a lot of these features of the dashboard, a lot of analyzing of the accounts. We're going to take a look at a whole bunch of new live accounts, and you're going to start getting a very, very clear sense of how all this works. So just you kind of keep at it. Get a basic sense of what the different buttons do, but the main thing is just spend that time. So that's it for this video. That's the overview of the campaign dashboard. In the next video, we're going to start talking about, really building this campaign out, adding campaigns, how to add campaigns, how to add ad groups, how to add keywords, how to change our keyword match types, things like that. And it's going to be a good way for us to start building out and expanding on our foundation that we've built so far. So that's it for now. Thank you very much for watching this one, and we will see you again very soon in the very next video. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back. In this quick video, we're going to talk about editing campaign settings. It's very important to know how to edit campaign settings because while you have the option to configure all the settings when you first create the campaign, like we've seen multiple times throughout this course so far, you might want to go back and change those settings again at a later date. For example, if you like to change your campaign's daily budget, if you'd like to change location targeting, if you'd like to change the rotation settings for your ads or the delivery method of the ads, if you'd like to change the method of how you bid, if you'd like to set up an experiment, those are all different things that you would need to know how to go ahead and edit your campaign settings. So let's take a look at how to do that. Here we are on our dashboard. And we have our two campaigns. We have the Pop-In Furniture campaign that focuses on desk chairs, and we have the Pop-In campaign that talks about file cabinets over here. So if we want to change the settings for an individual campaign, we could do that in two ways. We could either click the Settings tab up here, and then we could choose a campaign by under All Settings tab, which campaign we'd like to edit. Or if we were back over at our Campaigns tab, and we clicked into one of the campaigns. So for example, let's say I want to change the settings for my desk chairs campaign. I go ahead and click that, and then I navigate over to the Settings tab. And now I'm able to change all the settings as well as some additional settings accessed through these different tabs over here. So we could change the campaign name by clicking Edit. We could change the type of campaign. Do we want to focus on the search network? Do we want to make this a search network with display select campaign? So on and so forth. And generally, you're not going to change the campaign name or the campaign type too often. You could choose to include the Google search partners or not. And you could change the bid adjustments based on device. You could add and change locations. And you could change all these different parameters. We've seen all these parameters before, so we don't need to go through them in depth. But you're able to go ahead and back onto this normal screen and change, the settings for schedule start dates of the campaign, how the campaigns are delivered. Like we said, we want to set them up as rotate indefinitely. You'll usually leave that setting alone, things like that. And you have some more advanced options. If you navigate over to the Locations tab, here is a more advanced and detailed screen where you're able to see data based on location. So if this campaign had been accruing data, we would see the amount of clicks for the US. These are different locations that we're targeting, conversions, and so on and so forth. We can also edit the columns for the location setting. Let's say we wanted to also add the Canada. So I could just go ahead and click plus locations and start typing in Canada. And this works the same way that adding keywords and ad groups, that red button. So I'll go ahead and click Add Canada, save, and now I have two locations being targeted for this campaign. Under Ad Schedule, it allows us to set up a custom ad schedule. Setting up a custom ad schedule is an important topic, so we'll cover it in a little bit more depth in the next video. And you have one more tab, which is Devices. Devices is important because it allows you to control how you bid on mobile devices. Google sometimes changes the configurations here, what you're allowed to change. The most recent iteration of this is the ability to adjust your mobile bid only. You can't adjust how you bid on tablets, and you can't adjust computers, but you could adjust mobile, which is important. So, for example, let's say Poppin doesn't have a mobile site, or we know that Poppin's mobile site is not as well optimized for e-commerce, and they don't generally push a lot of sales through their mobile platform. So by creating a negative mobile bid adjustment, we could tone down our bids and bid less aggressively for mobile devices. So let's say, for example, we have a $3 click. We could decrease by 50%, and they give us an example that a $10 bid will become $5, or a $3 bid will become $1.50, whatever it may be. So our max CPC bid for mobile devices will now be 50% less of what our normal CPC bid is in our account. Go ahead and save that, and now we have set up a negative bid adjustment for mobile devices, and our computers and tablets will inherit our normal standard bid. So this is how you change settings. Whenever you want to change settings, whenever you want to make a different setup of how your campaign is going to work and function, you're going to, once again, let's go back to all campaigns. Click into the campaign we want to change the settings for, and navigate to the main tab area, the main tab menu, and click settings. And now we have our sub tabs: all settings, locations, ad schedule, and devices. And we can go ahead and switch and change whatever settings we want to change. And the edits and tweaks that we make will be obviously live and reflected in how the campaigns run right away. If I wanted to pause a campaign, I could do that from here, pause and activate, but I could also, once I'm clicked into the actual campaign tab and I click on settings, that enabled, paused, removed dropdown always remains up here, regardless of which tab I'm on in this tab menu. So that's how you change settings in campaigns. It's important to know how to do it. Generally, you'll probably just leave the way you set up the campaigns alone, but it's always good to know how to go back in there, change them around, so you could make better decisions and have campaigns that are running more effectively and more smoothly. So thanks for watching this one. In the next video, we're going to talk a little bit more in detail of custom scheduling. I'm going to show you a couple accounts that have custom scheduling set up, what that dashboard looks like, just so you can get a deeper sense about setting up schedules, because it's very important. So we will see you again in a few seconds right ahead in the next video. Talk to you guys soon. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting course. And in this chapter, we're going to talk about expanding our account by adding a new campaign. We spoke about campaign hierarchy. We understand that an account includes campaigns, ad groups, and keywords, and settings. Campaigns include ad groups. Ad groups contain ads and keywords. We initially decided that our overall campaign structure should be based on top-level item topic and product category from our website, poppin.com, because if you remember, we're creating an ad campaign for Poppin office furniture. And we started off creating this first campaign over here called Poppin USA Furniture. USA was an identifier to say that we're going to be showing our ads in the US only, and furniture was to signify that this is going to include all product categories from the furniture section of Poppin. So let's just jump over to the Poppin website, take a look at that again. Here's the homepage. And if we go to furniture, we see all these different sub product categories under furniture, and we began building out a campaign for, if you remember, desk chairs. Now, if you go back to our campaign, you look at our structure, we have all these ad groups for all different types of desk chairs. We have the armless, colorful, conference desk chairs, cute, ergonomic, and we noticed as we started building this campaign that there really were a lot of different ad groups that we could just target for desk chairs. So this is a great example of the dynamic nature of building a campaign, and how sometimes your account structure changes and your strategy changes how you want to structure that account. And what I'm thinking now is to create a separate campaign for all the other office furniture subcategories. So I want to have a separate campaign. Let's say we'll start with file cabinets next. Okay, file cabinets have a whole bunch of different subcategories like 3-drawer, 2-drawer, sliding door, rolling, fully loaded, and then there's also accessories for file cabinets. So there's a lot of different keywords and ad groups that we could segment things out by for file cabinets itself, and it might get too confusing to add all the file cabinet ad groups into our overall furniture campaign. And we also want to not just add one ad group for all file cabinets, because remember, the more ad groups you have by product category, the more specific you could talk to your customer. So if somebody goes to Google and searches for 3-drawer file cabinet, I'd love to have an ad that talks about 3-drawer file cabinets, and I'd love to send them to this page that sells the 3-drawer file cabinets. Same thing if somebody types in a rolling file cabinets for sale, I'd love to send them, I want my ad to talk about wheels and rolling and the product characteristics that they were searching for, and send them to this specific page, poppin.com/furniture/rolling. So that's really what I want to do. Because there's a lot of ad groups just under file cabinets itself, I would like to add a new campaign that's just targeting file cabinets. But that also means that I need to rename this campaign to not just be talking about furniture. I need to identify this campaign. So how do we change the name of a campaign? There's 2 ways we could do it. One of them is to simply navigate to the All Campaigns area by clicking on this upper left-hand item called All Campaigns. It's always there in your dashboard as long as you have your left-hand menu panel open. And go to the Campaigns tab. You'll see all your campaigns. So I could simply click the upper right-hand corner of this little box when I hover over in the campaign name, and just click the pencil icon, and I could edit the name of my campaign. Okay. I could similarly edit the name of my campaign by clicking into the campaign where they drop me onto the Ad Groups tab, and I could hover over the name on the top of the screen here and edit the name here. I like changing campaign names here because it gives me a little bit more room to work with in terms of visibility. So I'll keep this called Furniture, and we'll just name it Furniture Chairs. Okay, so that's kind of following, or maybe we can call it desk chairs, but we could definitely follow how it looks here. So desk chairs on poppin.com, if we see over here, it's called desk chairs. So we want to, it would be great just to name our campaigns in the naming conventions that mimic the website itself. So I'll go over here and just name this desk chairs and click save. So now I know that this campaign is specifically talking about desk chairs, and now I'm in good shape to go ahead and add my new campaign. So how do I add a new campaign? Well, I go back to my All Campaigns list, and I have this big red button, Plus Campaign. This Plus Campaign button is exactly where I'm going to start creating a new campaign. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Plus Campaign, and right away I'm presented with a whole bunch of different options. But don't be overwhelmed. There's just one option that you need to know for Google search ads. Google search ads are the most profitable, and they're the most common and the most successful form of advertising. So you want to go ahead and just click Search Network Only. Google Search and Search Partners, Search Network Only. That's the only type of campaign that we're going to be running when we talk about Google search ads. When we want to run display ads, we would add a new display network campaign, shopping video, promoting your app. There are different types of campaigns you could run in AdWords, but for our purposes and for 99% of advertisers, we want to be primarily focusing on just search network only, which means when somebody goes to google.com, or somebody, if we select search partners, somebody goes to, AOL.com and does a search for a product or service, those are the web properties that we want to have our ads displayed. So just go ahead and click Search Network Only. And if you see what we have here, it's very, very similar to the initial screen we saw. It's a little different, but it's not all that different where this should be completely foreign to you. A few things that we need to reiterate and remember how we're going to structure this campaign. We always want to click All Features. All Features gives us greater flexibility in the different settings and the different targeting parameters that we could control. Okay, so we're not looking for mobile app installs. We're not trying to drive mobile app engagement. We're not running a call-only campaign. These are different features for different types of advertisers. We just simply want to stick with all features. Okay, now I'm going to name this campaign. Poppin, let's see, call it, it's only targeting the USA. And our top level category is furniture. And we're going to be targeting file cabinets. So this will be a file cabinets campaign. Now we have our name. Don't worry, obviously, as we just saw, you could always change the name of your campaign later. That's not a big deal. We could load settings from existing campaigns. I could choose an existing campaign to take the settings, which would take the schedule, it would take the automated, it would take the bids, it would take the budget, but we're not going to do that. We're going to just create new settings from scratch. under the networks area, we're presented with an option to include the search partners or to exclude search partners. This is a setting which has no best practice or rule. If your customers are using AOL and your customers are using ask.com, a whole bunch of the different potential search partners of Google does not disclose who all their search network partners are, then that would be potentially a good idea. But once again, I think we discussed this already. If your budget is not extremely high and you're just starting off, I would highly recommend just including Google Search Network and excluding search partners. That's really the only thing you should be spending your money on, because the Google Search Network usually brings the best traffic and the highest quality visitors. Okay, devices, ads will show on all eligible devices by default. There's nothing that you could change now, but once again, we'll go ahead and take a look at setting up bid adjustments in a later chapter. Here we have the same locations area as we had before. So I'm going to choose just the United States. Once again, I can go over into this advanced search box and exclude or include any specific countries outside the US. So I could, let's say I want to exclude, if I wanted to include everywhere in the US except for Texas, I would first have to include the United States by starting to type the United States, adding that country, and then I could exclude, let's say Texas, for example. So now I would be targeting the US, targeted locations, and excluding Texas as a location. So that's something I could do. Let's just remove that, and we could just include the US. I have some more advanced location options if I twirl this down over here. And we always want to search people in my target, not always, but in most cases, we want to select people in my targeted location. And people in searching for show interest in my excluded location, leave that selected over here. Basically what that means is if I'm excluding Texas and somebody does a search, let's say from New York, for file cabinets in Texas or file cabinets in Dallas, then my ad will not show, because that's indicating somebody's looking for file cabinets in Texas. If I just selected people in my excluded location, then if somebody's in New York and somebody types into Google file cabinets in Texas, then my ad would be eligible to show as long as it matched a keyword. But I'm just going to leave the recommended default setting for the exclude parameter. I want to only be targeting English properties and English speaking people, so I'll leave that as it is. And of course, we will want to manually set my bid for clicks over here. I'm going to put in a default bid. Once again, because we don't have any data yet, we're going to be using a basic bid. We could make that bid $2.25 for now, and we'll put this at a $50 daily budget. Google says, it gives you a little warning here that actual daily spend may vary. That's because your budget might not be depleted, right? You might only spend $40 throughout the day if my keyword level bids are too low, for example, or if there's simply too little volume for the keywords that are in this campaign or in these ad groups. I might not even spend my $40 a day. Alternatively, I might spend a little bit more than $50 a day. You should be prepared to spend 10 to 20% above your budget. And that's because Google calculates how much you're spending, but by the time your ads get shut off, there's sometimes a little bit of a delay, and you might have accrued a couple clicks in that time frame. So even if you put a $50 a day budget, it's very common to spend $54, $55, $58. That's totally normal and totally accepted. In our delivery method advanced, we want to go to accelerated. We want to spend our budget more quickly because I want to see how much volume is out there, and I'd like to see how much potential reach I could have. So I'm happy to choose accelerated for now to get a sense of what's happening. Over here we have ad extensions. We could start creating some ad extensions. We will go ahead and create a call extension right now, and we'll go back and create site link extensions in a later chapter. Call extensions are good because, for our company, let's say, we want people calling in because we take orders over the phone. And I'm just making that up. I don't know for sure if Poppin does take orders over the phone, but listen, they may, and your business may. So a call extension is a really powerful type of ad extension. And what it does is it adds your phone number either after the headline or below the headline of the actual ad. So it gives you more real estate on the screen. It also gives users a chance to call you without even clicking an ad. And that's a really cool potential option. So if we hit call extension and we select this, we'll have the option to now create or add a previous call extension. So we have this call extension here, this number. I'm going to select it by clicking this arrow. Now it's selected, and I'm going to click save. I don't even need to click save because I can just click out of this box. But what I want to do is show you what this edit menu looks like over here. I have the ability to show this extension on just mobile devices, desktop and tablets only, or all devices. So I'm going to choose to click only mobile devices because that's the I feel, or my research has shown me, that the mobile users will generally call in. They'll sometimes have I want to persuade my mobile users to call and not to click through onto the website, because sometimes the connections are slow on mobile phones. Sometimes the web browsing interface is not as smooth as a desktop. So I want to encourage as much as I can my mobile users to call. So I'll choose to have this call only extension just on mobile devices. And my desktop visitors, I want them to go to the website because the buying process is so smooth, and I'd rather not have sales agents or sales representatives be on the phone with customers who are likely to check out online anyway. So I have this phone number selected. If I can go into this menu over here on the right hand side, the edit menu, and I could choose a few different options here. I could choose that I could choose the type of phone number this is. So this is a US number. And I want to select a Google forwarding phone number. In most cases, this is a very good and smart way of setting up this call extension. What this does is, let's say this number here, 201-876-9876, that's my actual phone number. A Google forwarding number will display a separate number. It'll be a totally different number from a pool of obviously millions of numbers. And that number, if somebody calls it, will forward to, our office number. And what that allows us to do is to track phone call conversions. That way we'll see how many ads led to phone calls, how many phone calls came from ads, because Google sees a specific number that they know they placed by my ad. And if you call that number, it'll route that call to your main number that you select here, but Google will track it as a actual phone call conversion. I could deselect that by hitting my own phone number. Do not create a forwarding number. Sometimes companies have a lot of brand recognition around their phone number, so they don't need a Google forwarding number. But in most cases, it's a really smart thing to use. Show my ad with a Google forwarding number. Under the advanced menu, I could select start and end date for this extension to be visible. I can create a custom schedule for it. And over here, by default, it's selected report phone call conversions, count calls as phone call conversions. And the conversion action is set to calls from ads. This is something which is set by default, and I would just leave it as is, and then I click save. So here we have, we've added our phone call conversion. We don't need to do anything. You just leave it as is. This menu remains open as we continue to scroll down. I could go ahead and add site link extensions from here by just selecting this box, but we're going to go ahead and add our site link extensions later through the settings tab. So I'll just deselect site links. I could have a custom schedule set up over here for when these ads should run. I'm not going to do that now. We'll talk about custom scheduling and how to set that up in a future chapter. And I could also set my start and end dates for this campaign. For example, if I'm running a campaign that's just, very specific promotion for a certain amount of time, a 50% off going out of business promotion, or I'm liquidating all our file cabinets, we might want to have a specific date range for our campaigns. But because this is going to be a constant ongoing campaign, I'm not going to need to create a start or end date or change the start or end date. And we've seen a lot of these settings before in the other chapter where we first built our campaign, but it's good to review. And this is what the menu looks like. It's a tiny bit different. This is what the menu looks like when we're adding a new campaign from an existing account. So once we're happy with all our settings, click Save and Continue. And once again, we're presented with this ad group menu where this ad group dialog where they are asking us to create our first ad group for this new campaign. I'm going to go down here and cancel new ad group because I want to show you what it looks like when there's no ad groups in an account and how to create an ad group from scratch. So now we have two campaigns in our account. We have USA Furniture Desk Chairs, and if we click on that campaign name, we'll see all our ad groups. And once again, if we click into an ad group, let's say I want to go see which keywords and ads are in my colorful ad group, I could just click on colorful, and I will see my keywords, and I'm going to see my ads. Okay, and I can go to my ads tab, keywords, and settings for this campaign. Now I want to go down here and scroll down to my new file cabinets campaign. And if we go over to ad groups, we'll see there's nothing here. You don't have any enabled ad groups. Google tells us click plus ad group above to create one, which is exactly what we're going to do now. So let's click this plus ad group. This is the button. It looks very similar to the plus campaign. This button is going to help us. This button is going to be where we create a new ad group. And as you could tell, it brings us right back to this similar dialog box. And we're going to do a very similar sort of thing that we did in the first campaign. I'm not going to go through every bit of it in detail just because you know how to add a campaign already, but let's just go ahead and create our first ad group. So file cabinets, 3-drawer. That'll be our first ad group to create. Okay, 3-drawer file cabinets. This is the page we want, so I'm just going to copy this for later because this is going to be where this is going to be the destination URL of our ad. We'll name the campaign 3-drawer. Now, we don't need necessarily to name this ad group file cabinets because this is going to be inside our file cabinets campaign. That's the benefit of having such a good structure like this. Whenever I go into my campaign, I'm going to know that these are file cabinet campaigns. So that's definitely a good, another good benefit of having good structure. We're going to keep text ad selected. And now we're going to continue. Now we're going to go ahead and write an ad. And remember all the basic principles that we spoke about last time of writing good ads. We want to be appealing. We want to talk about the features, and we want to qualify. We want to qualify our traffic with certain elements. Now, if we go back to Pop-In, these are not cheap file cabinets. I mean, they're not that expensive, but they're definitely mid to higher range. So they're in the $200 to $300 range. So we want to try to probably qualify that. At some point, or we might even want to run a split test, an A/B split test around that. But let's talk about some of the features that Pop-In conveys to their customers, which is unique, high quality, and personable and customizable. So let's talk about simply in the headline, I want to convey exactly what the product is. So let's say so 3-drawer file cabinets basically takes up most of my allotted space. So I'm going to leave it like that because that's very clear what we're selling, what this page is going to be about. And what's nice about it is, I know all my keywords in this ad group are going to be focused on 3-drawer. So anybody looking for 3-drawer will immediately see an ad that talks to them and talks to their specific needs. Let's see here, customizable. Well, let's think about something more feature or rather benefit oriented. So work and stay organized in style. I like that. That's really what Pop-In's likes to convey. So So I wanted to include this promotion that they had running free trays. And I wasn't able to get that in there with the different product features that I wanted to. So let's try to do something else. Free trays with purchase. And let's try to do a call to action, shop now. I'm 1 over, so sometimes I could just knock this space out and create that, and now I'm perfect. I have 1 left. Free trays, 3. Could I get 3 in there? 3 free trays with purchase. Nah, I can't get that in there. I could take away the exclamation point, but I think the exclamation point in this case is very powerful. I could do 3 free trays with purchase out of space. I think that's okay. That looks pretty good, and it should go through. We shouldn't have a problem. So let's put in our URLs. So I just pasted in the actual destination URL. We'll clean it up a little bit, and we'll call this, let's say, 3-drawer file cabinets. It's a little too long. I can get rid of the www dot, add my s, and once again, the display URL. This is a really great URL also because it increases our quality score because it shows Google that it's relevant to what the user searched for. And it also looks to the user that it's exactly the page that they're going to want to go to. So I'm going to, if I just click into the final URL, it automatically copies my display URL, but I can just select all and paste in my actual final URL. Okay, so here's my ad, and I'm pretty happy with this ad. And of course, we could split test the ad and so on and so forth. We could add new keywords now, but I could also add new keywords later. I want to show you what that looks like, and we're going to hit Save Ad Group. And what happens is Google tells us that they want us to give a default bid. If you see down here. So we could set the keyword level bid separately, but we need a default max CPC bid for this ad group. So we'll just name it. We'll enter in $2.25. Save ad group, and now we have a new campaign with an ad group, but we have no keywords in the ad group. In order to add keywords to the ad group, we simply click into the ad group, and now we're in our keywords tab, and we use the same big red button plus keywords to go ahead and add some keywords. And we have a very simple menu right over here where we could start adding our keywords. Once again, you know this already, but we could add the match types, we could add the phrase, the brackets, the quotation marks. We could also add negative keywords up here as well. So I'm going to go in here and just add a few phrase match keywords. So now I've created just a bunch of list of, this was just off the top of my head. I didn't do any research, but we, of course, if we were building this for real, we would want to do more research like we saw in the keyword research stage. So I added some phrase match and broad match modified. I added some negative keyword matched, negative match type keywords, and let's add a couple exact match types. So 3 drawer, and hit save. So now I have a bunch of keywords inside this ad group. Now, if you notice, you don't see, and you know this already, you don't see any of the negative keywords here. That's because they're all down here under the negative keywords area in the campaign. Now, Google is rolling out, currently as we speak, Google is rolling out a new area where you see your negative keywords. So by the time you're watching this, you might not be seeing your negative keywords down here. You might be seeing your negative keywords tab up here in this area. There'll be a little button that says negative keywords that will open up the negative keywords you have. The point is not to necessarily know exactly where it is on the screen because you'll always be able to find it. The real idea is to know how negative keywords work, how important they are, how to add them, and how to edit them. I could also remove negative keywords by clicking on an individual. Let's say I wanted to remove do it yourself, DIY. I could just simply remove it, click OK, and that it's not an ad group keyword anymore. If I wanted to add all these keywords as campaign level keywords, and let's say I had a whole bunch of I had a whole list, I could download these ad group negative keywords, open them up in Excel, and paste them over here. And let's do that really quickly. So let's say I had a whole bunch of negative keywords here, right? So let's say this wasn't just 4, it was 400. And I wanted to add them as campaign level keywords because I wanted to apply these negatives to all the ad groups in this entire campaign. I could simply select all, download, click download, open those up in Excel real fast, grab those keywords, copy them, and add keywords as campaign level keywords. So that took just about maybe 9 seconds, and that's a really easy way to make ad group level negative keywords into campaign level negative keywords. And now we have some keywords. So we've now added a new campaign. So that's really cool. And we're going to obviously want to go in and add new ad groups. If I want to clean up my left-hand panel view, I just click on the icons. And if I want to go ahead and add some new ad groups in here, I would simply click on our File Cabinets campaign, go to our Ad Groups tab, and begin adding new ad groups, ads, and keywords. And if I wanted to add a new ad to A/B split test, I simply go over to my Ads tab inside my campaign, inside this ad group, and I click on this ad group to navigate to that ad group, and I go click Add, and I have that option. I click Text Ad, and now they give me they pre-populate with my current ad, and I could go ahead and split test. Let's say I want to split test my first line of description. I could work, solid file cabinets from $250, and I click Save Ad. And now I have 2 ads inside this ad group. Okay, so whenever we want to add an ad, add keywords, add campaigns, add ad groups, that's always done from this red button right over here. So we've added a new campaign, by going to the all campaigns, just to review. That's the first thing we did. I want to pause this so I don't spend any money on it. We've added a new campaign called File Cabinets. We then went into that campaign by clicking on it and adding an ad group. We then added one ad, and we added a second ad to split test by clicking plus add. And we also went into the keywords for this ad group, and we added keywords. Now, if we click on plus keywords now, they're going to ask us, Google's going to ask us to select which ad group, because we're not seeing data at the ad group level. We're seeing, as indicated up here, we're seeing data at the campaign level. So if we hit plus keywords, we're not going to be able to add keywords yet. We're going to first have to select which ad group we want to add the keywords to. Now watch what happens. See, select an ad group. And then it's going to give me an ad group that I can choose from, and I can simply click 3 drawer because that's the only ad group in this campaign. And now I can go ahead and add my additional keywords. And that just kind of harkens back to that initial element we spoke about in the previous video, is that whatever you have selected in your left-hand menu and whatever is indicated at this breadcrumb menu up top over here, that's the data you're going to be looking for. So if I wanted to directly add keywords right away to this ad group, I would have to go into the ad group by clicking on it, and then I can go ahead and click add keywords. Same thing for this. If I wanted to add keywords to my mesh ad group, if I clicked on keywords right now, I would have to select the mesh ad group over here, find mesh, and I could search for it by name. And now I could add the keywords, or alternatively, I could cancel out of that, select the mesh ad group from my left-hand panel, and then add keywords over here. So that's what we did. So we added keywords, we added 2 ads, we added a campaign, and now we're starting to really build out this account. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add a whole bunch of new ad groups for the other types of file cabinets. You don't need to watch me do that because you know exactly how to add ad groups. What I want you guys to do is if you're following along for a pop-in account, or if you're following along for any other account that you're building for your website, I want you now to go ahead and build out some ad groups. Build out a few more campaigns, build out a few more ad groups. Make sure you have at least one ad per make sure you have at least 2 ads per ad group. Make sure you have a good 10 to 15 keywords of different match types in each ad group. And put in about 3 to 5 campaigns and come up with your own structure for your own company. If you're following along with Poppin, you could continue doing exactly what I'm doing here, follow along with that. But you should definitely get a sense of how this works on your own. And then in the next video, you'll see exactly some of the things that I've done, and you can compare and contrast with the way that you structured your campaign, the way you wrote your ads and added your keywords. So I hope this was a very clear this was a simple video. I hope it was clear. I hope you're now getting a sense of how to expand your account, how to continue to add campaigns, add ad groups, add ads, and add keywords. Obviously, you know how to pause and enable campaigns, ad groups, ads, and keywords. In the next video, we're going to talk about editing campaign settings. That's a very important thing to know how to do. Campaign settings control a tremendous amount of parameters, and they really could drastically affect how your campaigns succeed and how much money your account spends, of course. So we're going to go ahead and start talking about editing all the different campaign settings, so you could go and do that on your own throughout the course of your advertising process for your company to make sure that you're always running the most effective, profitable, and efficient campaigns. So thank you guys so much. We will see you very soon, right in the next video. Howdy, AdWords fans. Welcome back. As promised, we're going to talk now about custom scheduling. There's really one primary reason why you want to set up custom scheduling, and that's because you don't want to buy traffic to your website during certain times of the day or certain days of the week. For example, let's say you're a service industry and you're a law firm. And you're a startup law firm or your startup medical practice, and you don't have the staff to service leads coming in at the middle of the night. The way your business operates is people generally are urgent to get in touch with you, so they'll come on your website, they'll call in, they'll submit a form, and they'll expect a response back at shortly thereafter. And if you don't have staff during the middle of the night or during certain hours of the day, you don't think that buying traffic will be a profitable proposition, so you don't want your ads to run. On the other hand, it's kind of annoying to have to go in and pause and activate your campaigns and ad groups whenever you want to pause and activate them. Well, that's where custom scheduling essentially comes in. It allows you to set up times when your campaigns are active, when you'll be bidding on your keywords in the auction. Alternatively, you might be an e-commerce business where you're selling products from your website, and you could really sell products at all times, but you might have found in your data that historically people generally are not buying during certain hours of the day. They're just browsing. So you might want to keep your campaigns on because it's still good to have people, becoming more aware of your business. That's an important factor to keep in mind. But on the other hand, you might be budgeting your AdWords dollars to drive sales and not to drive brand awareness. And you might not want to have your campaigns running during times of the day where people are not generally selling. Sometimes that's very late at night or very early in the morning, things like that. So that's where custom scheduling comes in. To set up custom schedules, you could either navigate to settings and then to add schedules on that tab over here. And it'll show you your scheduling for all the different campaigns in your account. So one of the nice things about segmenting your campaigns out into separate campaigns is the ability to set up custom schedules at the campaign level. Remember, custom schedules are only set at the campaign level, not the account level and not the ad group level. So whatever schedule you apply to a campaign, it's going to apply to all the ad groups inside that campaign. So let's say we clicked on this Furniture Desk Chairs USA campaign. And now we're presented with the custom schedule we have set up for this campaign. As you can see, the blue bars indicate the active times the campaigns are going to run. So by hovering over a blue bar, we see Monday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. we have the campaign scheduled to run, Tuesday 10 to 4, and Wednesday 9 to 6. Those are the times our campaign is scheduled to run. So let's say I wanted to clear this out because we had set up this custom schedule initially. I could clean my custom schedule by selecting all of them from the list and hitting remove. And I'll get a dialog box, I'll click OK, and now I will have no custom schedule. And if you see, the blue bar indicates that I have my campaigns running 24/7, 365. My campaigns are running all day for each day of the week. If I want to go ahead and add a new custom schedule, I could just click the Add Schedule button and click over here where it asks me to create a new custom schedule. Now I'm presented with the default option to add a time range for all of the days of the week. But say I want to just run my campaigns Monday through Friday. So if I click this drop down, I have an option to select Monday through Friday. Let's say I wanted to run them from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I could choose my display clock, which is 12-hour, 24-hour. My time zone cannot be changed because the time zone is inherited from the time zone of the account, which is what we set up initially. And now I click Save. Now we could see that I have my campaigns running Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Now, this column over here, these columns are going to show you all the data you start accumulating for this time range. The secondary potential option of setting up, the secondary benefit of creating custom scheduling is what we call bid adjustments. Oftentimes, you're going to find in your account that there are certain times of the day and certain days of the week that generate really good results. They generate good returns. They get a higher click-through rate, or you sell more products, or you get more leads, and you might want to then bid more aggressively during those times of the day. So for example, let's say we found that Tuesday 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. we're getting a lot of leads, or we're making a lot of sales, something like that. So we could go ahead and click this little button over here in the bid adjustment column, or if I click cancel, I could select this bid. I could select this time range, which is Wednesday 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. and click on set bid adjustment over here. And I get the same window, or essentially the same window. So let's say I want to increase this by 30%. So a $10 bid will become $13, and I'll click Make Changes. Okay, so now Wednesday, all my bids get increased by 30% Wednesday 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. But what about if I had a situation where I saw that only 7 to 8 a.m. on Wednesdays was really my hottest time, and that's the only time I wanted to make a bid adjustment, just from 7 to 8. So what I would need to do is I need to edit my custom schedule first and then set my bid adjustment during those times. So let's figure out how to do that. I'm going to first remove this bid adjustment by making it 0. clicking save, and now I have a 0, and now I'm going to hit add schedule to edit my custom schedule. Okay, so here I have Wednesday 7 to 3. So I want to first make this Wednesday 7 to 8 a.m., which is a 1 hour time frame, but I also want my ads to run from 8 to 3. So if I want to do that, I need to create another day and make it Wednesday, and simply make it 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Click save. Go back to, now I have 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. over here. I could make my custom, increase my bid by 30%. Okay. And click save. So now I have a bid adjustment of 30% just from 7 to 8, but my campaigns will still run from on Wednesday 8 to 3 at the normal bid. And if I go up to my little graph on top, I will see this darker blue shade reflects my bid adjustment, my plus 30% bid adjustment, and by hovering over the darker shade, I will see exactly the details of that time frame and what the bid adjustment is. So that's how we set up custom schedules. It's a very cool way to create a more thoughtful and a more profitable campaign. I could go ahead and remove them all. I could click the X button to remove. When I create custom schedules, I usually will create one for each day separately. So I'll add Monday, I'll then add Tuesday, add Wednesday, and so on and so forth until you have all the days of the week. And this gives us a lot more control and a lot more nuance when it comes to creating our custom schedules, because we don't need to just lump all the days together. I could look at the data, I could go into the historical data of the account, I could see which days and which hours are performing the best, and I might have multiple times on Monday because I want to do bid adjustments, I might have multiple times on Tuesday, so on and so forth, and I'll set these all. So let's say I'm just going to go in here real random and just give you a sense of what the graph's going to look like. Make just a bunch of different random changes here. And this oftentimes is what a custom schedule will ultimately look like when you have your campaigns, because you're going to see buyers and leads are going to come in at different times, and they're going to interact with your brand in different ways. So if we go up here, now we have this very erratic looking chart, but that's because we have a different schedule set up for every day of the week. Listen, some brands and some clients of yours or your business or whatever you're selling, it's very possible that you're going to want your campaigns on 24/7, and that's not a bad thing. Custom schedules allow you to make the most of your data when you see certain trends. Now let's jump into a couple of my client accounts and take a look at what the screen looks like when there's actually data here. So here we're in an account that is has an interesting schedule. They're bidding all the days of the week, 24/7, but we have set up a negative bid adjustment during different times of the week and different times of the day. So if we look over here, 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. gets negative 50%, and 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. gets negative 80%. And this is because we saw historically that we got a lot of clicks to the site during these times, but we didn't get a lot of sales. So we wanted the campaigns to run because we wanted to increase the awareness of our client's brand, but we weren't willing to bid as much or bid as profitably. And that will generally be reflected in the click price. So over here we could see Saturday midnight to 4 a.m. has a negative 50% bid adjustment. Our average cost per click is $1.09, and Saturday 8 p.m. to midnight has no bid adjustment, and our average CPC is $1.82, so it's considerably more expensive. And that's also reflected in our average position. So we see we have an average position of 1.7 during that time, and an average position of 2.5 during midnight to 4 a.m. And that goes straight down the list, and we could see for each time we have a custom schedule what the bid adjustment is, what the clicks, impressions, click-through rate, cost per click, conversions, and so on and so forth. I could sort to see which time of day brought in the most amount of conversions, the most amounts of sales, and I could get a really good sense of my data. So that's what it looks like in a campaign that actually has data. And I could also once again go ahead and edit my schedule by coming in here and playing around with all my settings. Okay, so let's go into one more account, or one or two other accounts. This account has a campaign that's running from 8 to 8 p.m. all days of the week. That's what we thought was best for this business. That's what we've seen. And there's also some, there's bid adjustments by day. So Thursday has a plus 3% bid adjustment. Friday has a plus 3% bid adjustment. And that's because we saw our greatest, traffic, the best engagement to our website came from Thursday and Friday for this company. So we created a minor bid adjustment for Thursday and Friday, but their campaign is running all day long. And over here, we once again could see our charts for clicks. I could see clicks versus impressions by customizing this graph. Okay, and I could see my data and compare it and contrast it with the different times of the day and days of the week that campaigns are running. Here's yet one other account that's running Monday through Friday, 7 to 5, and there's a positive bid adjustment throughout most of the different days, except for late Wednesday afternoon. And this is also an interesting and unique schedule, and it's based on what we found in the data. So as you're seeing, and as you start learning more about your business and how your clicks come in and how you start spending money on advertising, you're going to be able to really start spending money in a more thoughtful way by creating more thoughtful bid adjustments. And if you see over here under the conversions column, our client has a lot of conversions. The bulk of their conversions coming in on Friday. So what I'm actually going to do right now is make a little bit more of an aggressive bid adjustment on Friday, because I'm seeing an average cost per click of $4.40, and I happen to know with an average cost per conversion of $79 that this is highly profitable for our client. Now, I wouldn't recommend you go ahead and make these bid adjustments just because you see a lot of conversions on one day. You want to know that your bids are profitable and that your clicks are turning into profitable conversions, that you're making more money than you're spending. We didn't cover how to do that yet, but developing a profitable bidding strategy and understanding your return on investment is something we're going to cover in a later chapter coming up. But just to go ahead and give you a sense of how to do this, I'm just going to click on this plus 55% and change that to plus 70%, because I'd like to make that a little bit more aggressive. Okay, so click save, and that's how it's gonna look now with a plus 70% bid adjustment, and that will be also reflected up here on Friday, plus 70% bid adjustment. I could also extend Friday to go till 6 o'clock, and by doing that, I'll just click add schedule, go down to Friday, and change Friday to 6 p.m. And I'm also going to make Friday starting at 6 a.m. And I can also make it, I'll decide to go to 6:30. It goes, the hours could be changed in 15-minute increments. I'll go to 6:30, click save, and I've made some changes that I think are going to help our campaign grow. And we'll see what happens. We'll take it from there. That's essentially what custom scheduling looks like. Now you might be asking, where do I see in my account the data for clicks coming in at different hours of the day? Because that's how you figure out where you should set up custom schedules and how you can optimize. And that's a great question. The way you do that is what we call the dimensions tab. Okay, so I'm going to just change this date range to get some more data. Go over the last, let's say, 3 months or so. And obviously you can see my my charts change, but the dimensions tab is something we're going to cover in a little bit more detail coming up. But just to show you exactly where to find this information, you click on Dimensions. And now I have my Dimensions tab. The Dimensions tab breaks down your data in a customizable way that lets you see all your important KPIs based on different parameters. So your parameter is the most left column over here. So over here it's called day, and all my custom KPIs are on these right columns. So clicks is a KPI, a key performance indicator, impressions, click-through rate, average CPC, conversions, and so on and so forth. So I could choose and edit the way I break down my parameters in this view dropdown. So over here we're showing the day. Over my date range, which is around 3 months, I'm showing the data for each day. Now let's say I want to see the data for hour of the week, for hour of the day. So I go to View, I search, and I find time. And now under time, I have a few different options. I could search to show you. I could see by day of the week, day, week, month, quarter, year, and hour of the day. So let's first take a look at day of the week. I want to get a sense of how these campaigns are doing, broken down by day of the week. So here I have a very nice clean graph. I see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. and I want to see what my key performance indicator is of choice. What do I want to be optimizing for? So you might want to optimize for cost per conversion. You might want to look at conversions. There's a whole bunch of different things you're going to look at based on how your company makes money. So let's say we take a look at cost per conversion, and I sort by clicking on the header title. So I see Tuesday has my most expensive cost per conversion, and it's pretty significant. So I might want to make a little bit of a less aggressive bid on Tuesday. And what's interesting is that we're not really seeing more expensive clicks on Tuesday. $4.76 is pretty stable with the other days of the week, but we're seeing a much more expensive cost per click. So that's showing me that people are not generally buying as much on Tuesday as they do on other days of the week. If we scroll down here, we see that the cheapest cost per conversion comes on Friday, which is 26 conversions, which is also the most conversions. Once you get proficient at Excel, downloading this data into Excel will be very helpful. Once again, you know that you could download the data by clicking this big download button over here next to the view change history. But this is a really powerful and helpful way for us to see where we should start setting up custom schedules. So just this information alone told us we should have a little bit less aggressive bid on Tuesday and more aggressive bids on Friday, because Friday is our best day. Now let's take a look at hour of the day. So we can go to view, time, hour of the day. So this will show us all the days, in conjunction with each other. We're not breaking it down by day anymore. We're seeing the data for all days of the week, but now we're seeing the hour of the day. So if I want to see now it's showing me my columns sorted by cost per conversion, the most expensive cost per conversion. Okay, so $272 a conversion I know is not good for my client. They're losing money on that, and that's coming from noon. So we see that noon, hour 12 of the day, is no good for us. We're showing just a few conversions and a very, very expensive cost per conversion. So it's lunchtime. People might be browsing. People are not buying as much. Okay. If we take a look at 10 o'clock in the morning, okay, so 10 a.m. we're showing 20 conversions at $175 a conversion. That's much better. So we're seeing a lot of conversions at 10 a.m., 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 8 a.m., so 7 a.m. So we see over here 7 to just about 10 in the morning is our sweet spot. That's when we're getting most of our business. So I'd want to go ahead and create a bid adjustment, a positive bid adjustment from 7 to around 10 o'clock in the morning. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go over to settings, back in this campaign. I'm going to go to, and this is, keep in mind guys, this is a live account. This is an account that's spending many thousands of dollars a month. I think this account spends around $15,000 to $20,000 a month. So these are important and real changes we're making, and I'm showing you the actual things that I would do and that I actually do to improve the performance of a client account. So I'll go back over to Ad Schedule, and I'm going to create new schedules that, here we have Thursday, Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, 7 a.m. to noon, already at +5. Let's see what we could do. So what I'm going to do is go over to my custom ad schedule. I'm going to make a new day for Monday, because Monday only has 7 to 5. So we'll make this Monday, 7 a.m. until noon, and this Monday will become noon to 5. We'll add one for Tuesday, do the same thing. Tuesday will become 7 a.m. to noon, and this Tuesday will become noon to 5. We already have a Wednesday, 7 a.m. to noon, and Wednesday should go till 5. And we need one for Thursday. Thursday we'll have one from 7 a.m. to noon, and this Thursday will become noon to 5. And Friday we have a 6 to 6. I'm going to keep that as one big positive bid adjustment. Click Save, and we're getting some time periods overlap. Okay, Thursday 7 a.m. Okay, this should be 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. rather. This should be 12 p.m. to 5 p.m., 4 p.m. Wednesday, 12 p.m. This one should be till 12 p.m. This should be 7 a.m. So now we have 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. rather. This is okay. And then 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. And Thursday. Okay, so this should be fine now. Now, just keep in mind that time periods cannot overlap, so this should work. Okay, it did. And now we can go ahead and create our more thoughtful bid adjustments the way we wanted to create them. So we're running ads just to make sure that we have everything clear here. 7 to 12, 7 to 12, and 12 to 5. And we have Friday all day, 6 to 6:30. So I want to select all my 7 to noon days. So we already have, I'm going to select 7 to noon here, Monday 7 a.m. to noon, Tuesday 7 a.m. to noon, Thursday 7 a.m. to noon, and Friday. Okay, so I want to now create a set. I want to set my bid adjustment for these days. So I'm going to increase it by 65%. I'm going to be pretty aggressive at that. And now we have, if we look over here, all the days of the week that we're running have a positive 65% bid adjustment for the hours that we saw in our dimensions tab that were the most profitable, that brought in the most amount of conversions. Basically what I'm saying is I see that we're profitable or very profitable during these certain times of the day, and I want to be more aggressive. I want to get higher positions. I want to show up for more ads. I want to spend more of my budget during those hours that are bringing us the most conversions. So I could, really, really cool. I can go ahead and capitalize on those market trends by creating these custom schedules like we saw right here in this account. So that's really how to create custom schedules. You know how to get to them. We could go ahead and create these. Keep in mind that this custom schedule is only created for one campaign. If I want to create this same schedule for other campaigns, I can, but you want to go look at your data first. You want to make sure you're creating these custom schedules with thought and with research and with understanding. So you go over to the dimensions tab, you take a look at, you view time by hour of the day and day of the week, and you start getting a sense of where your campaigns are succeeding and where they're struggling. And that information will allow you to go and create some very profitable and very useful custom schedules. And this is the type of thing that's going to really give you an edge over your competition. Okay, so custom scheduling is extremely important. I would say 98% of accounts should be using custom schedules in some capacity or another. They're really, really important. They're really cool. They're really effective, and they really do make a huge difference. So keep that in mind and play around with your custom schedules and really understand how to use them effectively and how to set them up, how to edit them, how to change them, and how to create those really important bid adjustments. So guys, thank you very much for watching this one. We'll see you in just a couple seconds right ahead in the next chapter in this course. Talk to you guys soon. Howdy AdWords fans, welcome back. In this chapter we're going to talk about negative keywords. Now, well, first of all, you might be noticing that I'm wearing a different colored hat, and that's because I had dinner by my friend's house this past weekend and I left my hat there accidentally, so I didn't want you to get thrown off about that. Negative keywords are very important. We've touched upon negative keywords. We even looked into adding negative keywords into our account already, but there's a lot of depth and complexity that is included with negative keywords, and it's important, I thought, to dedicate 1 or 2 videos in this course to specifically understanding negative keywords with more depth and with more understanding. So what do negative keywords do conceptually? Negative keywords prevent your ads from being displayed for queries unrelated to your products and services. So negative keywords are essentially filters. You use negative keywords when you don't want certain search queries triggering your ads. Okay. Additionally, the second benefit of using negative keywords is it allows you to sculpt your traffic. And we'll talk about what it means to sculpt your traffic or control your traffic in a second. So negative keywords, we know what they do. We know the signal for negative keywords is that negative sign. You know that by now, but there's different strategies and different results that negative keywords will provide. So some of the benefits of negative keywords, some of the key performance indicators, the KPIs you could see change in the account are conversion rate. Okay, so you're going to see an increase in conversion rate the more you use negative keywords. Negative keywords are going to make sure that your ads are being triggered from search queries that are very related to the product and services you offer, and you're not going to get clicks for keywords that are bad for your for your business. So you'll as a result of that, you're going to see your conversion rates go up. Because your conversion rates are going up and because your clicks, a greater majority of the traffic you're sending to your site are highly qualified, there are people who are looking for your product and services, you're also going to see your cost per conversion go down because you're going to need to spend less to get that sale. You'll be able to get that sale in fewer clicks. Your click-through rate is also going to go up. Because your ads are now being displayed only on search terms that are very relevant to your business, your click-through rate is going to increase. A greater percentage of people who are seeing your ad are going to click on your ad, and that's what your click-through rate is. Your click-through rate is going to increase when you use negative keywords properly. Okay, now there are three main sorts of negative keywords, and there's three different ways that these negative keywords work. You have campaign level, okay? A campaign level negative keyword applies to all the ad groups in that campaign. Okay, campaign level keywords apply to all the ad groups inside that campaign. So for example, let's take the business that we've been working with, which is Poppin' Furniture. Let's say we have a negative keyword that we want to apply to all the ad groups in our file cabinets campaign. So we would add a campaign level negative keyword, and none of the ads inside that entire campaign will be allowed to show if my negative query or my negative keyword is contained inside the query. So for example, let's say, out of all the file cabinets we sell, we don't sell plastic file cabinets. For example, let's say all the file cabinets that Poppin sells are metal. And we have all these different types of ad groups. We have 3-drawer, we have rolling, we have extra large, we have with trays. So we have all these different ad groups, but none of those ad groups we want to trigger an ad when somebody's specifically looking for a plastic file cabinet. So we'll just add a campaign level negative keyword called plastic. So that would be a good idea for a campaign level negative keyword. The next type of negative keyword we have are what we call ad group level. Okay, so we have ad group level negative keywords. An ad group level negative keyword is similar to a campaign level negative keyword, but it only applies to keywords to the ads in that ad group. It only applies to the keywords in that ad group. So let's say what would be an example of a ad group level negative keyword. So we wouldn't use plastic for an ad group level because plastic is going to apply to all of the ad groups in that campaign because none of our campaigns sell plastic file cabinets. But let's say we have two ad groups, right? We have one ad group that's targeting 3-drawer file cabinets, and to keep it simple, we have one ad group that's targeting people looking for 1-drawer file cabinets. Okay, and the reason we have it segmented out that way, as you remember, is that we could be more specific with the text of the ad in the landing page. So for the people looking for 3-drawer file cabinets, we have ad text that talks about 3-drawer file cabinets, and we're sending them to the page on the website that sells those 3-drawer file cabinets. Likewise, the text of the ads in the 1-drawer file cabinet ad group talk about our 1-drawer file cabinets, the prices of our 1-drawer file cabinets, and they send traffic to the 1-drawer page. Now what could happen is somebody might type in 3-drawer file cabinets online into Google, and because of the way our positive keywords are structured in both those ad groups, the ad for 1-drawer file cabinet might be eligible to appear. We might be eligible if it has a higher quality score. There's a lot of different factors that might trigger the wrong ad to show for the keyword 3-drawer file cabinet. So what we would then do is add an ad group level negative keyword 3-drawer file cabinet into the 1-drawer file cabinet ad group, and an ad group level negative keyword 1-drawer file cabinet, that would be our negative keyword, into the 3-drawer file cabinet ad group. And that's the concept of sculpting. That's the concept of traffic sculpting. We're using negative keywords at an ad group level to make sure the right ad is triggered for the right query. So once again, we would add a keyword negative 1-drawer file cabinet into the 3-drawer file cabinet ad group, and negative 3-drawer file cabinet as a negative keyword into the 1-drawer file cabinet ad group. That way, if somebody uses a query 3-drawer file cabinets online, or buy 3-drawer file cabinets, or where can I get metal 3-drawer file cabinets, the right text ad will be forced to show because we're now traffic sculpting with negative keywords at the ad group level. The third type of negative keyword we have is negative keyword lists. These are very important. These are keywords that These are negative keywords that we're going to be able to easily apply to multiple campaigns. Now imagine we have 50 campaigns in our account, and that's not so rare. We might have 30 campaigns, whatever it may be, and there's certain general keywords we just never want to trigger our ads. If this keyword is in the search query, we don't want it. Okay, so that might be something like free, something like cheap, something like do-it-yourself, something like Craigslist, something like used, secondhand, something like ideas, something like blog. So the Craigslist, video, these are keywords that might be common attached to some of our other keywords. For example, somebody might be looking for do-it-yourself office chair project or buy used file cabinets. So we want to just create certain of these more broader level negative keywords and create a negative keyword list. That negative keyword list is done in your shared library. In the next video, we're going to actually go into our account and actually create that negative keyword list. But the concept is that a negative keyword list applies to all the different campaigns. We could select multiple campaigns to inherit and use that negative keyword list. So that's a really nice and powerful feature when it comes to negative keywords, negative keyword lists. So we can create that list. We could create multiple lists, and we could apply different lists to different campaigns. And it's very, very easy to add to the keyword list, to change, to take away, to remove keywords from the keyword list, and to apply to multiple campaigns. We're going to go ahead and actually do that in the very next video. But just know that those are the three types of negative keywords: campaign level, ad group level, negative keyword lists. Okay. Now, before we continue, I just want to point out this right here. Okay. And remember this, unless your entire account is exact match keywords, meaning your entire account, every campaign, is only exact match keywords, you need to use negative keywords. There's no account in the world that has broad match modified, phrase match, and broad keywords that should not have a good negative keyword list. It's extremely important. This is how you're going to get an edge over your competitors. This is how you're going to win in the auction. This is how you're going to drive your costs down. This is how you're going to increase your conversion rate, decrease your cost per conversion, increase your click-through rate. It's very much focused on negative keywords. It's extremely important to use them well, and to use them wisely. So take this very seriously and spend as much time, if not more time, on your negative keywords as you do on your positive keyword research. So negative keywords are very important. Now, let's talk about the types of match types that could be used with negative keywords, because we know we have broad, phrase, and exact match. We know these different match types work in different ways, and they all apply to negative keywords as well. So for example, if I go ahead and add a broad match, okay, so broad match negative keywords is just the negative sign and my keyword. So for example, let's say I put a negative faux leather. It's 2 words. I could also do 1 word, but my negative broad match could be 2 words, 3 words, 4 words. And that means if any of these terms show up in a query, my ads are not going to show. So they don't have to be in this order, but all the terms have to be there in order for the ad to not show. So for example, my ads won't show if somebody types now in faux leather chair or leather faux chair, because even if they're in the different order, that's the idea with broad match, if they're in different order, as long as both of my negative keywords, or all 3 or all 4, show up somewhere in the query, regardless of order, my ad will not be eligible to show. But keep in mind, my ads can show leather office chair, because faux is not included. So even if the query just contains one of my negative keywords, it will still be eligible to show. And that could be a good thing or a bad thing. You just need to know how to do it. If we sell leather chairs, then this is a great negative keyword, because we want to knock out faux leather and not just leather. So if I have a negative faux leather office chair will still be eligible, but faux leather chair or leather faux office chair, those are keywords that will not be eligible to show. They won't trigger ads in that instance. We also have, and just keep in mind that a broad match negative keyword could just be negative with 1 keyword. So it could just be negative faux, let's say without the leather. And any single query that contains faux in it is not going to show our ads. Any single query that contains the word faux is not going to show. The next one down, we have phrase match. Okay, we know what phrase match looks like. It's the negative with quotation marks, because it's the same function as a positive phrase match keyword applies to negative phrase match keyword. So you have the quotation marks. So for example, let's say we have a negative keyword brushed metal. Negative keyword in phrase brushed metal. So that in order for ads not to show, that entire phrase in that order has to be in the query. Very similar to how phrase matched in positive keywords work. So for example, our ads will not show if somebody types in buy brushed metal cabinets. Okay, because brushed metal in the right order is contained in the query. Yes, there are words before and after buy in cabinets, but brushed metal as a phrase is in the query and my ads will not show. However, my ads can show for metal file cabinets. Okay, metal file cabinets could show because my entire query, my entire negative keyword is not contained in the query. So that's how phrase match with negative keyword match type works. And then lastly, we have exact match, which is the strictest type of negative keyword match type. And it only, the exact match negatives only stop an ad from showing if that exact match phrase is the query, not if there's words after or before. So for example, if my negative exact match is big and tall, and it's in brackets, because we know we do brackets for a negative exact match, my ads will not show only for this query, big and tall. So if somebody types in big and tall, my ads will not show up because I have an exact match. But this is very important because if you want to knock out big and tall for all queries, you should use phrase match or broad match, because if somebody types in big and tall chairs, my ads will show, because big and tall chairs was not my exact match negative keyword, just big and tall was my exact match negative keyword. So we have broad match, phrase match, and exact match. It's interesting, broad match is, in this broad match with negative keywords is the opposite function a little bit. Think about it as opposite as positive. Broad match knocks out the most amount. It's kind of the strictest, so to speak. It knocks out the most amount of ads. A broad match negative keyword will knock out the most amount of queries from triggering your ads. So for example, if I had a negative match wheels, okay, let's say I just had negative wheels, you know, at a campaign level on my file cabinets. Let's say for example, we don't sell wheeled file cabinets, okay? We don't sell any wheeled file cabinets. That's an example. Just imagine we don't sell any wheeled file cabinets. So I go ahead and I add a negative broad match wheels, okay? Someone comes to Google and they type in buy wheeled office chairs online from Poppin. Will my ad show? If you said no, then you got the right answer. My ads will not show because wheel is contained inside the query. Let's say I had negative exact match wheels, negative bracket, open bracket, wheels, close bracket, and somebody types in buy wheeled office chairs online from Poppin. Will my ad be eligible to show? Yes, my ad will be eligible to show because wheel was an exact match negative, so the only query it would prevent is if someone went to Google and just typed in wheel. That's the only query that would prevent my ads from triggering with an exact match negative keyword, wheel. Okay, so there's a tremendous amount of different examples that could be played around with phrase match, broad match, and exact match with negatives, but you'll be able to figure out what's right for your account, but you still need to know how they work. Okay, so this shows you exactly how those keyword match types work with negative match type. Okay, now we want to talk about sources for keyword research because every business is different. For example, if you're selling guitars, but you're only selling, you know, we had that example once, and you're only selling certain types of guitars, you don't want to show up when people search other companies. You have to be aware of what people are searching in your industry. Sometimes people have keywords that are commonly used in other industries that overlap. So for example, somebody might be looking for, let's say you sell Transformer toys, right? You have a toy store, you sell Transformer toys. But you don't want to be advertising on any search that includes Transformers because there's the famous movies that are called Transformers, and somebody might be looking for the DVD, somebody might be looking for a download or to see a YouTube trailer, whatever it might be. So you want to start using negative keywords like movie, like download, and things like that. So it's very, very important to start doing research to see how are people searching for your products and what other terms are common in search terms that are completely not relevant to your products and services. And you want to be able to figure those out to preemptively add good negative keyword lists so you don't start your campaigns wasting a lot of money. So there's a few different tools and resources that are very, very powerful for you to use. Okay, the most important tool that you're going to use on an ongoing basis is the search terms report. Okay, It's a report that's run in your AdWords account. We've mentioned this in these videos, but we haven't gotten to it yet. It's going to have its own video coming up soon, so I'm not going to spend so much time talking about that right here. But the search terms report is the most important tool that's going to give you constant data. The next free source of research is the Google dropdown. We've also looked at this in one of the earlier videos where you go to Google and you literally start typing for your product or service. And you'll see what the drop-down menu looks like. You'll see how is Google suggesting that you finish that search. And you might find some very good ideas. Like we found teens and kids and Amazon. We found some very good ideas just from the Google drop-down. And we were able to create some negative keyword campaign level, ad group level, and negative keyword lists just from getting ideas from the Google drop-down menu. The other great free resource is Google-related searches. That's another thing that we took a look at earlier in this course. At the bottom of the Google search page, and we'll see that in the next video, there are related searches. Those will also be very good. Those related search terms will give you some very, very good ideas on using negative keywords, on implementing some good negative keywords. You also want to check out something called Soovle.com, S-O-O-V-L-E. S-O-O-V as in Victor, L-E, Soovle.com. It's an excellent free resource that you just start typing in any search query, and it completes the query with suggestions from around different search engines on the internet. You could also get great ideas. Another fantastic free resource is ubersuggest.org. Ubersuggest.org is similar to Soovle. It completes queries. It gives you suggestions for excellent queries that are going to help you. They're going to really help you in finding very, very good positive and negative keyword ideas. Optimizer is a tool that we've spoken about. That's a paid service that gives you a tremendous amount of tools to optimize your account, but it also could very much help you with negative keyword research. SpyFu is another very great software. That's a paid software that gives you research onto keywords, competitor research. SEMrush, which is a tool that we've seen. It's the tool that we use in our agency. It's our choice tool. Is paid. And there's also WordStream that gives you very, very good and informative negative keyword ideas. So check those out. There's a lot of tools like this, and there's a lot of free ones. There's a lot of paid tools. Just do some research. These are the tools that I use and our account managers use on a daily basis to help over 150 of our clients. So you'll have a lot of good fundamental places to start from just from this resource library, and feel free to use your own tools to find new tools. Leave them in the descriptions and the discussion below in the forum. But share your ideas and share the things that you found with other students. Of course, and share it with me, because I'd love to hear about what you found and what you're using to help you with negative keyword research, because negative keyword research is extremely, extremely important. So just to wrap this up, down here, the search terms report. Once again, the search terms report will provide constant new negative keyword ideas, and think of negative keywords mainly as filtering. So the main function of negative keywords, like we spoke about, is to prevent. It's a preventative measure. We don't want our ads showing up for bad queries. We don't want to waste money on bad clicks. We don't want to send people to our website who are never going to buy from us. So that's the main function of negative keyword, filtering, prevention. But also think of it as sculpting. Like we spoke about, those ad group level negative keywords to sculpt the good clicks to the right ad text. Right? So sculpting is a more advanced function. It's saying that this is a good click, it's a good keyword, it's a good query for my business, but I want to use negative keywords to make sure the query triggers the right ad that's the most relevant, that will send them to the best landing page. I don't want to leave it up to Google, because sometimes Google sends them to the wrong ad group. So negative keywords at the ad group level is a sculpting process. And once you get good at that, you'll see how effective that could be in your campaigns. In the next video, we're going to let's go jump over into the screen. Onto the computer, we'll go through our Poppin account, we'll look at some of our client accounts, see how we have negative keywords set up, take a look at negative keyword lists, campaign level negative keywords, ad group negative keywords, and the different keyword match types for negative keywords. Thank you so much for watching this, guys, and we'll see you in a few minutes right over at the computer. Talk to you soon. Howdy, AdWords fans, welcome back. As promised, let's take a look at how to go ahead and add our negative keywords at the ad group level, the campaign level, and develop negative keyword lists. So we're here in our account. This is our Poppin account that we've been developing, and we have our 2 campaigns. And now we want to go ahead and check out our negative keywords. So we could navigate directly to the keywords tab, which will give us all the keywords in our entire campaign. From here, we could click on this tab at the top that says negative keywords. this is going to show us the negative keywords that we've created so far. And as you see, we have some ad group level negative keywords, and in the ad group level negative keywords, it shows us which campaign and which ad group the negative keyword is applied to. Likewise, we have some campaign negative keywords that show us overall in the campaign where the keywords are applied to. So to add a keyword at the ad group level or campaign level, it's very easy. All we need to do from here is click add keyword, and then it's going to ask us to choose which ad group we want to add the negative keywords in. So I'm going to first select my campaign, and then I can then select my ad group. So for example, if I wanted to, if I saw that there was a lot of searches, for example, for comfortable conference chair, but because the most important modifying word in that query is conference, I want to make sure that comfortable conference chair shows up in the conference ad group. So what I'll do is I'll add a negative conference to the comfortable section, to the comfortable ad group. So if I have negative keyword conference, someone types in conference chair, it'll have to show it up, trigger the ad for the conference ad group. So I'll go over into comfortable, and I'm going to add. Remember, you don't add the negative when you're adding negative keywords in this section. In the negative keyword section, you only add the negative sign when you're adding keywords in the main section. So I'm going to go over here and add conference. Okay, so now if anybody types in, comfortable conference chair, Google is going to be forced to show my ad from the conference ad group, which is exactly what I want. So this is an example of traffic sculpting. I click save. And now I have conference in this comfortable ad group as a negative. Let's say I wanted to add a campaign negative keyword for my file cabinets. And for example, let's say we don't sell any wheeled file cabinets at all. So I would add a campaign level for wheeled, and I will choose my campaign, which is file cabinets, and I'll enter wheels, and wheeled, let's say, and save those three. And those are now 3 negative keywords at the campaign level. We wouldn't want to add this on a negative keyword list and apply it to both campaigns, because we do sell wheeled office chairs. We just don't sell wheeled file cabinets. So we want to add that as a negative at the campaign level for that campaign, for the file cabinets campaign. Now I could go ahead and do this in other ways as well. I could click on the file cabinets campaign itself, and I can go to my negative keywords. Here are my positive keywords. Here are my negative keywords. And I could also add ad group level negative keywords and campaign level negative keywords from right here within the campaign. And if I add an ad group level, I'll just have to choose an ad group. But if I add at the campaign level, I'll be able to directly add because I'm already here inside the campaign. So that's where we add ad group level and campaign level negative keywords. Once again, you really want to start thinking about your brand, your company. What do people generally search for that might not be relevant to your business? Okay. Now, what about setting up a negative keyword list? Well, before we actually set up the negative keyword list, let's talk about how to remove negative keywords. Say I wanted to take off used. We started selling used keywords, used office chairs rather, not used keywords. So I would just click ahead and click on select the used keyword, the one I want to remove, and click edit and hit remove. And then hit OK if we get the dialog. And now it's gone. And I can do that the same thing for the campaign level. Let's say I want to take off cheap and free. I can just go to edit and remove. Okay. Now let's go back to talking about negative keyword lists. Once again, you remember that a negative keyword list tells Google this group of keywords can then be applied to multiple campaigns. So it becomes very effective if there are certain keywords that will always be bad for us. We could add those as negative keyword lists and then apply them in just one shot to all the campaigns we want to apply them to. To set up negative keyword lists, you navigate over to Shared Library in your left-hand menu. So click ahead on Shared Library. And you could either select campaign negative keywords from this main area, or you could go onto the left-hand panel again and click on campaign negative keywords over here. So I'll click on view under campaign negative keywords here. And now I have my window, which allows me to start creating my lists. So once again, we have the big red button and plus list. I'm going to want to go ahead and create my first list. So I'm going to name this generic negatives, because this is going to be all negative keywords that I'm going to want to apply to all of my campaigns. So I'm going to start off just by coming up with a few ones off the top of my head, like cheap, and these are ones we've seen already. Free, DIY for do-it-yourself, projects, secondhand, used. I'm going to make an exact match negative keyword of office. So if somebody just searches for office, that'll be too broad. So I'm going to have that as an exact match negative. And once again, obviously with an exact match negative like office, I could still be eligible if somebody types in office chairs or comfortable office chairs. It's just, I don't want to be showing up for that one word broad query of office. And then I'm going to go ahead and click save. Now I have a generic negative keyword with 7 keywords in it. As you can see, it's applied to no campaigns. So how do I go ahead and apply this to campaigns? It's really easy. I just select the negative keyword list in this menu and I hit apply to campaigns. As you can see, before I had it selected, these options were grayed out, but now once I select it, these options are now enabled. So I could remove the negative keyword list and delete it, and I could also go ahead and apply it to campaigns, which is what we want to do. So go ahead and click apply to campaigns, and now I have the option to add the specific campaigns I want to apply this negative keyword list to. So I'm going to select both of them by clicking the arrows, and now I see that I have 2 campaigns selected, and I click save, and now we'll see reflected in this column that this negative keyword list is applied to 2 campaigns, and that's it. It's that simple. It's really, really easy. What if I want to add or remove or edit the actual keywords in this negative keyword list? Well, that's also really easy. I just click in on the name, and now I have the ability to go ahead and add, we can go ahead and add those negative keywords and get things up and running. So if I click plus add, that's going to allow me to now add more negative keywords. So let's say I want to do Amazon, Craigslist, eBay, download, how to, reviews, ebook, things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and click save, and now I have added those keywords to my negative keyword list, and they're automatically applied to those campaigns because this list is still applied to those campaigns, and whatever keywords I add and whatever edits I make to this keyword, to this list will be reflected as it applies to both of the campaigns or all the campaigns that I selected. Let's say I have this negative keyword Amazon. I could edit the keyword by changing the match type, by selecting this drop down menu. I could make it broad match, exact match, or phrase match. So let's say I want to make this exact match. It automatically adds the brackets for me and it clicks save. And now it's a really, really easy way to have one bulk area where I have negative keywords. So those are my negative keyword, that's my negative keyword list. I could also add multiple negative keyword lists. So for example, let's say I wanted to add a new list called, one word keywords that we were showing up for that I want to not show up for anymore. And I only wanted to apply to one campaign. So I could do the same thing. So I could add a negative exact match keywords like chair, maybe we were showing up for cabinets, and I don't want to be getting clicks for just someone searching for cabinets. Same thing goes for accessories. Same thing goes for office supplies. It's too broad for us. Supplies. Filing. Okay, so here's my one word negative keywords. I click save, and now this is not applied to any campaigns yet, so I could once again select it, apply to campaigns, and say for example I only want to apply to my file cabinets campaign. I could just select that one, click save, and now I see it's just applied to one campaign. So it's really, really cool, and I can add as many negative keyword lists as I want based on different parameters and based on different strategies. If we want to see where these negative keyword lists are, we could go back to all campaigns in the left-hand menu, go over to whichever campaign we want to go over to. So let's say we want to go over to our desk chairs campaign, and under campaign level negative keywords down here, we could toggle this tab from keywords to lists, and we see which lists are being applied to this campaign. So the desk chairs only has the generic negative keyword list applied to it, and if I click on it, I will bring up my list again. Let's just take a look. And now I'm back into my shared library, so it's a really cool way to get there. Back to all campaigns, back to lists, and we have that one generic negative. And I could also remove it directly from here. I could remove the negative keyword list from this menu instead of having to go back into my shared library, which is a neat, nifty shortcut. if I go over to my pop-in file cabinets campaign and I toggle campaign level negative keywords to lists, I'll see that we have both of these negative keyword lists applied to this campaign. So that's a really cool function, and that's how you set up your negative keywords. That's how you add keywords and change keywords. And keep in mind, remember to use your exact phrase and broad match negative keywords thoughtfully, carefully, and with a good strategy. Let's go ahead and take a look at another account, a client account, and see what their negative keywords look like. It looks really just like the same thing, and this is a live account. And here we are in a live account under the keyword section. If I click over into negative keywords, we'll see that there's a whole lot of different sorts of negative keywords: broad match, phrase match, exact match, and the same thing goes for campaign level negative keywords. So we see here that there's some really long phrase match keywords, some long exact match keywords, and these are all added manually. I mean, there are actually hundreds and hundreds of keywords here. There's actually 1,358 campaign negatives, and there's 2,540 ad group negatives. So as you see, I take, and my account managers take, our negative keywords extremely, extremely seriously. This account spends $100,000+ a month in AdWords, and getting their conversion rates to increase is very much focused around making good negative keywords. So here we have our ad group and our campaign level negative keywords, and we go over to lists, and we scroll back up to the top. We can see that they have one main negative keyword list that we apply to all the campaigns in this account. And I think this account has around 30 different campaigns. So this main negative keyword list has been extremely helpful and really, really cool for us to be able to use. We mentioned in the previous video talking about some of those tools, some of those techniques, those researching negative keywords. We already took some time, and we already know what the Google dropdown looks like. We already know what the Google suggested terms look like. So we don't need to go ahead and sort through that again, because we covered that in a previous video, and I don't want to bore you guys. But I did want to show you what Suval and Ubersuggest look like. It's super, super cool. So let's take a look first at Suval. So here we have Suval. If I start, go to suval.com, and if I just start typing into this box, it's going to show me all the popular search terms based on what I start typing in for all the different search engines. So I can see what's trending on Amazon, Yahoo, Bing, YouTube, Answers.com, Wikipedia, so on and so forth. So let's say I start typing in office chairs. Okay, so it's really cool. It starts showing me what's going on. So office chairs, Amazon is the next biggest keyword. So Amazon might be something I want to remove. Walmart might be a negative keyword. IKEA, Costco, Target, Staples. Office chairs without wheels, that's actually a good keyword because we do sell office chairs without wheels. Office chairs, Office Depot. So we have a lot of commercial intent for specific retailers, and we might want to use those, add those as negative keywords. So that's a really good way to come up with some negative keywords. I would also take a look at rowing office chairs. I'm not sure what that is, but I would do some research. That's a YouTube drop down. Office chairs for heavy people on Bing. That's a very popular search. Office chairs for bad backs. Office chairs with lumbar support. These are definitely giving us some good ideas for keywords we want to add or negative keywords we'd like to remove. I could also do that with, let's say I want to start typing in file cabinets. Okay, I could also get some ideas here. Once this populates, it looks like it might have frozen on me. Just refresh the page. Let's say I start typing in file cabinets. Okay, so file cabinets, IKEA. IKEA might be a negative keyword. Staples might be a negative keyword. With lock, if we don't sell file cabinets with locks, we would add lock. L-O-C-K as a negative keyword, broad match. So these are definitely really, like I said, Suval's a great place to start coming up around and looking for different ideas. Suval also has a very cool function called top. If you click on top over here, it shows you what's trending for that day for every letter of the alphabet in different for the different search engines. So the Google logo, Amazon, and Yahoo, it'll show you what's trending for A, B, C, D, and down the alphabet. It's a really cool way to see what's trending and what you might want to add as negative keywords as well if you find any keywords that overlap with your terms, but they don't relate to your business. So Suval's a really fun website. It's free. Check it out, play around with it, and you'll definitely find some awesome ideas. And I'd love to hear about what you found and how this was able to help you in a good way. Ubersuggest is another really cool tool. So let's jump over to Ubersuggest. Here's Ubersuggest. .org, the way it works is you start just simply entering in a query. So we're going to, let's say we type in computer chairs, okay? And then English USA, web, which is the options we want, and we click suggest. Okay, and down here it's going to start showing you all the suggested keywords based on what's trending on the search engines as well. So computer chairs for gaming. We don't, let's say Poppin doesn't sell gaming chairs, we would want to add gaming as a negative keyword. Target, Best Buy, Black Friday, these are all great keywords we might want to add. So we could click a letter to use as a modifier. So let's say I click W. So it's going to show me computer chairs plus W, what comes after that. So computer chairs Walmart with back support with speakers. These are all ones that start with W. So it's very, very, very detailed, and you could use Ubersuggest and you could spend a few hours finding some good negative keywords based on additional letters in the alphabet for the following word in the query. So definitely a good way to look. So office chairs, price, Philippines. So Philippines would be a good negative keyword. I would take Philippines and add it. So what you could do is you could actually click the plus sign along the negative keywords, and you could add them to a list and then download them to Excel, and then remove the the parts of the keywords that you want to keep, and so on and so forth. Or you could just go ahead and add these all as exact match negatives, and you don't need to worry about the fact that computer chairs is in the query if it's an exact match negative. Because remember, if let's say we added computer chairs Pakistan as an exact match negative, online computer chairs would still trigger my ad. Computer chairs for sale, just the term computer chairs Pakistan would not trigger my search. So this is a really fun way to spend some time. Honestly, between Suval and between Ubersuggest, you should be golden when it comes to your negative keyword lists. You will get ideas for hundreds, if not thousands, of good negative keywords to help your campaign spend much less money, increase your conversion rates, increase your click-through rate, and decrease your cost per conversion. So once again, just to recap, we have the 3 different types of negative keywords. We have ad group level, campaign level, and negative keyword lists. We have some very good tools like Suval, Ubersuggest, the paid tools like Optimizer, SEMrush, SpyFu, WordStream, WordTracker, things like that. The most important tool is going to be your search terms report. We haven't covered the search terms report in depth yet. We're going to in a future video. In a few videos from now, when we start talking about analyzing campaign data, analyzing account data, that's when we're going to talk about the search terms. Your search terms are going to show you exactly which keywords and which search queries rather your ads have been getting clicks for. So you'll be able to get a lot of good negative keyword ideas from the search term report. But then again, always use the Google dropdown and the Google related searches, and the Bing dropdown and the Bing related searches, which is, Suval also helps you with that information as well. And keep in mind, I cannot stress this enough, negative keywords are extremely important. They're just as important, if not more important, than your positive keywords. You should not treat negative keywords like a second-class citizen. They should be given just as much attention, just as much time, and just as much effort when developing your account. As you saw in that other account of a client of ours, there's, close to 4,000 negative keywords, and that might even be more than the actual keywords they have. And a good account might have more negative keywords than positive keywords. Oftentimes, negative keywords are just as important, which is why I decided to dedicate 2 videos to just learning about negative keywords and developing negative keyword lists, and understanding how to use the concept of traffic sculpting with ad group level negative keywords. So just definitely keep that in mind. Make sure you understand how the match types work. You have the broad match, phrase match, and exact match with negative keywords. Understand how those work and make sure you're adding the right type of match type when you add your negative keywords, and make sure you're adding the keywords at the right level. If it's a campaign level negative keyword and you want to have this keyword stop all the ads in the campaign from showing, then make sure you're adding it at the campaign level and not at the ad group level. So I hope this definitely helped you to really dive deeper into a better understanding of negative keywords. They are a fundamental core backbone of your account. A good negative keyword strategy is going to help you beat your competitors. I promise you, I've seen it a million times. We do it for all our clients, and you need to do it for yourself. So good luck with negative keywords. Really get into it, spend the time doing the research, and thank you very much for watching, of course, as always, and we will see you very shortly in the next video as we continue this excellent, exciting journey to becoming AdWords experts and master advertisers. Talk to you guys soon. Thank you very much. Howdy, AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where we're going to talk about ad extensions. Ad extensions is a very important part of building your AdWords account. They do a lot for you. There's a lot of different types of extensions, and each different type of ad extension has a different effect, and it also has different settings and different configurations and different targeting parameters. Firstly, what are ad extensions? Ad extensions are additional pieces of content that are appended to the actual body of the ad, which is the headline and the lines of description, and they come with a number of benefits, and there are different types of ad extensions. So let's talk about what some of the benefits of ad extensions are. First of all, ad extensions can provide the user shortcuts. For example, if we take a look at this example of an ad, over here we have our headline, we have our description, we have our display URL. And in this area down here, we see what we call site link extensions. These are additional links that you could configure they each have a headline, they each have 2 lines of description of ad text, and they could all go to separate pages of your website. So it's almost like creating a sub-menu of your ad. And site link extensions are by far the most important and most effective type of extension for some of the following reasons. So site link extensions in particular, they provide shortcuts. They allow the user to find the information they're looking for in the most specific way possible. So for example, let's say we're showing an ad and we're bidding on the keyword office chairs or quality office chairs for sale. Okay, so the keyword, someone goes to Google and they search for quality office chairs for sale. That person didn't express to us exactly what type of office chair they're looking for, and usually people have preferences, people have a price range, people kind of know what they want. So if we were to just have a headline and we're sending them to the office chairs page on our pop-in website, because that's the example that we've been using, we're not catering to the specific needs of that user in the best way possible. Site link extensions allow us to cater contextually to a person's needs in a more specific way, and we give them a one-click option of potentially finding the exact type of answer to their question, in our case, the exact type of chair that they were looking for. So for example, we could have a site link extension. One headline talks about executive chairs. Okay, one talks about, let's say, leather chairs. Another site link could send users to the page on our website that talks about rolling chairs, and once again, we could have, let's say, clearance chairs or chairs at steep discounts. And each of these site links are going to have their own description, so we could talk about the features and benefits of executive chairs, leather chairs, rolling chairs, clearance chairs, so on and so forth. So it gives the person who's searching for our ad the ability to find what they're looking for with one click in a more specific way. And you don't have to necessarily use site link extensions for subcategories of products. That's just one idea. You could use them for different sales you're running. You could use them for totally different categories. For example, you might even want to have a site link for file cabinets. Why? Why would you want to have a site link for file cabinets if somebody searched for office chairs? Well, somebody might be looking for office chairs, but they also might be in the market for file cabinets. So they might see a file cabinet site link, and they might go ahead and click on that and be able to check out our file cabinets. So that's shortcuts. Similar, it minimizes work. Okay, when you send somebody to the site and they're not on the page, or they're not viewing the products or services or the information that they're looking for, they have to find the information either by digging further into your website, which is the ideal situation, or they're going to leave your website and perform another Google search and find their information elsewhere, find their products and services elsewhere. So minimizing work for the user, for our potential customer or our potential client, is a really, really positive thing. Ad extensions are very easily updatable, so you have easy updates. If you have site link extensions, you can go into your AdWords dashboard, which we're going to do in the next video, and you could kind of change around the headlines. You could schedule them. We'll talk about scheduling in a second. You could change the descriptions without having to actually change the body, the headline, and description URLs of your ad text. So for example, if you're running an A/B test on your headline and you're not ready to change an ad or pause an ad or write a new ad, you just want to swap out your site links, you could do that without touching the click data and the conversion data, the impressions, cost per conversion, so on and so forth, of the actual ad. Ad extensions also have really cool reporting, which we'll take a look at in a later video. You could see how many clicks a site link has received. If you have a type of ad extension, for example, one of the types of ad extensions is a call-out extension. It's a line of text that allows you to highlight certain services and sales and specials. So it's just kind of like an extra line of text. You could see which ads, you could compare data like clicks, impressions, cost, average cost per click, conversions, converted clicks, cost per conversion, kind of comparing that data for ads that were displayed with an ad extension versus ads that were not displayed with that ad extension. So you could really get deep into the reporting to see how effective your ad extensions have been, and you could optimize for ad extensions using those reporting. Most of the ad extensions have scheduling features. So you're able to schedule your ad extensions to start and end at certain times. So for example, if you're running a sale, that's a classic example. If you're running a sale or a certain promotion, or you want to highlight an event over a specific amount of time, you could use a call out extension and schedule that extension to run only between certain dates. So that's a very, very helpful and useful feature. To run only between certain dates. So that's a very, very helpful and useful feature. Ad extensions almost guarantee an increase in click-through rate and an increase in quality score. Ad extensions are actually a component of quality score, like we saw in the previous video on quality score. Ad extensions are actually taken into account when your quality score is calculated. And we know, and you know already, how important a good quality score is in determining your actual cost per click. Your click-through rate is going to increase drastically because we have two reasons. One is that it's more real estate. Your ad's going to be more visible to the human eye. A greater portion, this is a very simple concept, a greater portion of the screen of the search engine results page of the SERP is now going to be covered with your ad. The more space it takes up, the more ad extensions you have, the more space your ad takes up, and the more likely somebody is to even see or focus on your ad. It's also more relevant. You're providing a lot more information to the user. So you could you'll be more likely to say something or to convey something in your ad text or in your site links or in your call out or in your reviews that are going to be very relevant and that are going to really appeal to your potential client and be able to bring in that click and bring in a good quality visitor to your site. So you're likely to see an increase in click-through rate and an increase in quality score as well. And we've seen in our accounts click-through rates to go up 10-15%, which is huge. It's gigantic increase in click-through rate, like unbelievable, just by using a variety of site links. Another cool feature is that you could use bulk updates. For example, if I have 10 campaigns running a call-out extension or 10 campaigns running site link extensions, I could update them in bulk, so I don't have to go into every individual ad group and update those site link extensions or whatever ad extension that I'm running. So let's talk about the different types of ad extensions that we have. We already covered a lot about site link extensions, and there's a lot more detail that comes with these. We'll cover some of that extra detail in the next video when we go in and create our own site link extensions inside the dashboard. You could create campaign level site links, ad group level site link extensions. It's a very similar concept as campaign level negative keywords and ad group level negative keywords. If you have a campaign level site link extensions, obviously those site link extensions will be eligible to run on all the ads in that campaign. If it's an ad group level site link extension, they will only be eligible to run on the ads within that ad group. So the more specific, you can get as specific as you want when it comes to creating those site link extensions. Obviously the same concepts apply when you write your site link extensions as they do when you write your ad headline and ad text. You want to be very clear. You want to qualify the site link extensions if you're fearful of getting a bad click. Those concepts we talked about with price. You want to describe the emotional payoffs, the features, the benefits rather, those emotional payoffs, which are the benefits of the product, services, information that you're highlighting in those site link extensions. And if you have room, you'd also want to add some of those benefits, some of those features. I'm sorry for mixing that up. There's also a location ad extension, which if you look over here, this underneath your description lines of text in your ad, you're going to see some of these other types of extensions above your setting extension. So one of those is a location extension, where Google will link. You will have to set up your Google My Business account. You will link your Google My Business account to your Google AdWords account, or you could import the location from a different Google account, and Google will display a location, an address, an actual physical address underneath your ad. And obviously, that's ideal for a local business, a brick and mortar store, stores that have retail locations. That's a really positive thing. Call extensions. Call extensions are another very, very powerful type of extension. When displayed on a desktop, your phone number, potentially set up with a Google forwarding number, is displayed in the actual text of the ad. Sometimes it's appended to the headline, sometimes it's beneath. They show up in different places, and you don't necessarily have complete control of where the phone number shows up. And what's really cool is on mobile devices, there's a little button that says click to call, and if somebody clicks that button, click to call, you do get charged at a regular cost per click as if you had an ad click. But if it's a smartphone, a little dialog will pop up, and it will ask the user if they want their phone to dial your number. So call extensions are very, very good. If you're an industry that is a service industry, think about plumbers, think about gardeners, think about roofers, think about terminators, all those sorts of businesses that rely heavily on phone calls, locksmiths, things like that. So call extensions are very, very powerful and very important to drive business to those sorts of companies. Review extensions allow you to add reviews that you've received for your products and services from third-party sites. Reviews extensions are a little tricky. You have to comply with a lot of different guidelines. For example, you have to quote, take an exact quote of the review. If it's not an exact quote, you have to specify that it's not an exact quote. You have to quote the source of the review. Google's going to verify that. And there's a bunch of different guidelines that you have to adhere to, but you will, as you see over here, you could actually import your reviews, and Google will show some of your reviews beneath the text of your ad. So review extensions are another very good thing to increase customer loyalty. It shows that you're a business that has an establishment, that has a following, and that's a very, very good thing. Call-out extension is one of my favorite types of extensions. It's very flexible because you could create a call-out extension at the account level, the campaign level, or the ad group level. And a call-out extension, something like this, free shipping, 20% clearance sale, it allows you to highlight certain key aspects of your company. So if it's a sale, if it's a feature like free shipping, if it's something about the quality of your products, let's say it's made in the USA. So those are kind of broader global assets that your company offers that you want to highlight above and beyond the specific features and benefits of the ad itself. So keep that in mind. Call-out extensions are very powerful. They're not clickable. It's just a piece of text, but it really allows you to kind of give that extra push and take up a little bit more real estate on the screen as well. And call-out extensions could be used in conjunction with site link extensions. So not only could you have your headline, your descriptions, your URL, and for site link extensions, you could also have a call-out extension in addition to that. That it should lead you to the next question of, can I use multiple extensions? And the answer is yes. You can, but not all extensions are going to be shown with each other. Google changes these policies quite a bit, actually, but oftentimes you'll see that review extensions won't necessarily be shown with call-out extensions, or call-out extensions won't be shown together with a location extension. But be that as it may, it's always good to have as many different types of extensions loaded into your campaigns and ad groups as you can. It's always good to have as many different types of extensions loaded into your campaigns and ad groups as you can. One more thing about call extensions that's worth keeping in mind. In order for your ad to be eligible to show with a call-out extension, you need to have at least 2 separate call-out extensions created for Google to be able to rotate them. with a maximum of 4. So Google recommends that you actually use all 4 call-out extensions, but you need to have at least 2 call-out extensions in your account, campaign, or ad group for either one of them to be eligible to show. So that's something to remember. So, call extensions needs 2. Okay? In terms of importance, site link extensions are definitely the most important ones to focus on. They take up by far the most real estate on the screen. They provide by far the most relevancy to the customer. They have that benefit of creating the shortcut and minimizes work, and it really allows potential customers, clicks, good traffic to find more information in a more efficient and in a faster way. So really, if you're going to choose one ad extension to focus on, it should be site links in most cases. But if you're a plumber and you don't even have multiple pages on your website, you have a landing page, then a call extension is really going to be the way for you to go. So that leads me right here. So you want to think about which ad extensions are going to work best for your business. That's really number one. Site link extensions generally for most businesses, generally they're the best, but they're not necessarily the best for you. Like we just explained, a call-out extension might be the best for you. Review extensions might be the best for your company. A location extension, if you're really wanting to drive foot traffic to your brick and mortar store, might be the best for your company. So you have to think about which ad extensions are good for you, but you definitely want to have ad extensions. You might have heard of something called automatic ad extensions. And what we've discussed so far are what Google refers to as manual ad extensions, but there's also something called automatic ad extensions. If you don't have any of your ad extensions set up, you never went in and created a site link or a call out or a call extension or a review extension or an app review extension, Google has the ability, or Google has taken the liberty to potentially add some automatic ad extensions. For example, those might be social shares. If your website or your app or whatever your advertising has gotten shares on Google Plus or has gotten reviews, Google might throw that in beneath the text of your ad. Another very common call-out extension is if the person searching has been to your website previously, there might be a little bit of a line of text that says last visited 7 days ago, or you've visited the site 3 times. So those are automatic ad extensions that Google puts into your ad because Google saw that these ad extensions tend to increase click-through rate. They tend to increase engagement time on the site, and Google's in the business of getting clicks. Google's in the business of getting you to be a successful advertiser. So whatever they could do to help, they're kind of going to give that little push. So they said, if you're not going to put those ad extensions in yourself, we're going to go ahead and do that. And there's also such a thing as dynamic site link extensions, where Google will automatically populate site link extensions for you based on the different pages of your website and based on what the user is searching for. I really recommend that you stay away from that. It's much better to take control yourself. It's much better to think, in a thoughtful way about your consumers, about the people coming to your site, and take the time, take the 10, 15 minutes it's going to take to set up really good site link extensions for all of your campaigns. So that's a little bit on automatic extensions. There are more sorts of automatic extensions, and there are other manual ad extensions as well. For the purpose of this course, it doesn't make sense to get it into detail in every one. And in the next video, when we go in and actually set up ad extensions, we're really going to only focus on site link extensions because most of you are going to want to really focus on site link extensions as well. And on top of that, the method of adding all these other extensions are really essentially the same. Each one has different settings. Each one has a few different configuration options. But technically, how to go in there and set it up is very, very similar across all the different ad extensions. So last but not least, like we said, the more you use, the better. Take the time. You're dedicated to these campaigns. You want these AdWords campaigns to be successful. It's very possible that your AdWords campaigns are going to be the most important advertising initiative your business has. So take the time to do it right. Take the time to create good ad extensions. Think about what's right for your business. What kind of business are you? What type of traffic are you trying to get? What type of ad extensions do I want to plug? And just think about that concept of additional real estate on the screen, think about the concepts of relevancy, the increased quality score, and ultimately your ads are going to see a major boost in click-through rate by using these ad extensions thoughtfully. So let's go jump over to the computer. Let's take a look at how to actually add these site link extensions, and you'll be well on your way to having the best possible advertising presence that the Google search engine page, search engine results page allows at this date and time. So thank you guys so much for watching this one. I'll see you in a few minutes right over at the computer. Howdy. Howdy AdWords fans, and welcome back to this exciting chapter where, as promised, we're going to go ahead and set up some ad extensions. Like we just saw in the previous video, ad extensions are a really powerful and important way for us to increase the real estate that we're going to get on the search engine results page. As we know, ads with ad extensions show up more often. They have a higher quality score, they increase our click-through rate, and they also are much more relevant to the users. We want to make sure we set up really good ad extensions. We're back in our account over here, and before we go ahead and set up the ad extensions inside our account, why don't we jump over to a Google search and take a look at what some ad extensions might look like. So I'll jump over to google.com, and I'm going to do an actual search for buy office chairs. And I haven't done the search recently, but I am sure we are going to see some ads with ad extensions. And sure enough, we do. So let's take a look at the very top ad over here. So Uline. There's actually 3 ad extensions that I see showing up right away. So first of all, as you notice here, the main ones we have site link extensions. Like I told you in the previous video, site link extensions really are the most crucial because they call the most attention, they take up the most space, but they also give the user a way to navigate to the exact place they're potentially looking on the site. Now, while I typed in buy office chairs, I happen to think that these Uline ad extensions are not really set up that well because it's not giving me more detailed areas and more options as a reflection of what I looked for. So I was searching for office chairs, and they're showing me commercial floor mats, traffic safety, ladders, picnic tables. It's likely that those site link extensions are not really going to interest me. They're not going to interest me because I indicated that I'm looking for office chairs right now, not for picnic table or ladders. So what I'm assuming is that these are campaign level site link extensions, and the office chairs are kind of tucked away in one of the ad groups, but the campaign level ad extensions are leading to more broader areas of the site that might apply globally to all the campaigns. And it's not as ideal, but be that as it may, we're just taking a look at what it looks like. We also see a review extension. This is most likely an automated review extension. This is probably Google's pulling the information from the Google Plus page. That's what I'm imagining. And over here we have what looks like this could be a call out extension, or it could be another modified form of a review extension. This grayed out shipping 9.5 out of 10, quality 8.5 out of 10, website 8.5 out of 10, so on and so forth. That's most likely a call out extension. So we see that over there. Moving down the page, buy office chair, bizchair.com. If you can see this one over here, we see a call extension, right? Their phone number is appended to the ad right over to the right of the display URL. That's a call extension. If we were on a mobile device, this would turn into a button and we would be able to call. Over here, they have 1 site link running. It's very possible that they have 3 or 4 site links installed in their account, but because of the second position on the page, because of a number of different factors, they're only getting 1 site link extension to show. And once again, there's an automated review extension over here. And Wayfair also has a review extension. They have a social extension. Wayfair has 7,639 followers on Google+. That's a automated social extension from Google, and then they have their 4 site link extensions showing up in one line. So because they're in the 3rd position on the page, they're not getting their description. If they have a description, I'm not sure if they've written descriptions for their site link extensions, but they have their 4 over here. Once again, not as relevant as I would imagine they should be, because I clearly I'm looking for office chairs and I'm just getting a generic ad for Wayfair furniture. But that's kind of big companies getting a little lazy with their PPC, and that's how we as intellectual and more savvy advertisers are going to be able to overcome them. If you notice down here on the right-hand side of the page where I'm hovering over my mouse, we're not seeing any site link extensions. That's because generally ads on the right-hand side of the page don't get site link extensions shown because they take up too much space. So the more site link extensions you have, the greater chance your ad might be bumped up to the top of the page. Once again, over here we see seller ratings. Those are automated Google ad extensions. Down here for Target, we see a location extension, 500 West Sunrise Highway, Valley Stream, and the phone number. That's a location extension. For Amazon, we see the review extension again over here. So this gives you a good sense of what these ad extensions look like. Now let's go into our account and actually go ahead and create some ad extensions. So in order to create ad extensions, you could initially go from the All Campaigns area and go right over to the Ad Extensions tab. You could also choose to first choose a campaign. So for example, if I choose desk chairs, I could then also navigate between ad groups, ads, keywords, audiences, ad extensions, and create campaign or ad group level ad extensions over there. If I choose to go to ad extensions from All Campaigns first, and I choose to create extensions, it's going to ask me to select which campaign I want to create my site link extensions for, because site link extensions are not account level extensions. They are primarily campaign and ad group level extensions. By default, as we see over here, view site link extensions, Google is showing us a list of site link extensions. Site links are what is selected by default. As Google's telling us, we don't have any site link extensions. Let's get rid of this left-hand menu bar to give us some more room. Your site link extensions don't have statistics for the selected date range, and that's because we don't have any site link extensions yet. So in order to create those site link extensions, we're simply going to click the big red button, plus extension. So let's go ahead and see what this looks like. And like we said, Google's going to ask us to select which campaign we want to create a site link extension for. So we're going to go ahead and select desk chairs. Okay, that's going to be the site link extension, the campaign we're going to create our site link extensions for first. And as we see, there are no available site links. If we had created site link extensions for other campaigns, this is where they would show up. We would actually be able to see other site link extensions and use them if we wanted to, or we would have the option to create new ones, which is what we're going to have to do here because we don't have any created yet. To create a new site link, we're going to click the plus new site link button on the bottom of the dialog box. And here is where we go ahead and create our first site link. So link text. This is really what the headline is, 25 characters long, and this is our headline for the site link extension. The question is, what are we going to put? Where do we want our visitors? What additional options do we want to provide our potential clicks, our potential customers? And for this answer, or for the answer to this question, we're going to have to go over to the website and take a look. Now, keep in mind, this campaign, and this is another reason why campaign structure, campaign organization is so important. We want, one of the reasons why campaign structure is so important is because now we're going to have an easier time creating site link extensions that are very relevant to the user, that are going to really help our quality score. Because our entire campaign, every ad group in the entire campaign talks about office chairs, we should be very confident creating more office chair kind of oriented site link extensions. So let's go over to their homepage. Here we are on the homepage, and we want to take a look at their office chair area of the site. So I'm going to go to category, and I'm going to look for furniture, office chairs. And it's interesting, since we've been here last, it looks like things have changed just a little bit. And here we have the different pages that they offer for office chairs. So we could choose to filter different ways. So let's say we talk about high back, okay? So let's say we do some research and we realize that high backed chairs is a pretty kind of common search. So I'm gonna wanna do a site link extension that will bring people right to this page that shows the high backed chairs. So let's take a look. We'll copy this URL, Command C, we'll go back to our campaign, and our link text could really simply, we don't have to be so fancy, just be very clear with where we're sending our traffic. So I'm going to write high backed chairs. Okay, I'm not sure if it's high backed or high back. Let's see what so they call it high back without the ED. So I'll just take out that. High back chairs. And do we have room for sale, on sale? Okay, even better. our final URL, we're just going to paste it in there. We don't need to have a mobile device preference, but if you wanted to give more preference to mobile devices when you show the site link extension, you can. And let's write a description. So we have 35 characters of text over 2 lines, which is very standard across our normal ads. And Poppin offers a huge selection of The reason why I'm taking out Poppin has and exchanging it for browse hour, because browse is an action keyword and I want to create that call to action. I want to stir people to take an action, and browse is an action I want them to take. And I don't really need to reiterate that this is Poppin because they know that from the display URL, from the destination URL, and there's no need to reiterate it there. So over here I could schedule the site link extension. That's one of the useful features that we spoke about in the last video, the ability to create start and end dates. For example, if Poppin had a specific sale that we were promoting through site link extensions, we might want to schedule the start and end of that special promotion. And I can create a custom schedule as well, targeting days and hours for those site link extensions. So we can get really, really detailed. Once again, we could add separate URLs from mobile if we have a mobile site and our ad and the ad extension shows up on a mobile device. This is the area where we would add a mobile URL. And then there's tracking templates. This is if you're tracking alternate sources of traffic inside of Google Analytics or Kissmetrics or Lunametrics or whatever more advanced analytics platform you're using. You would potentially use this system, but if you're using Google Analytics, which is recommended, you don't need to add any specific tracking templates as long as you have auto tagging enabled. All the basic and essential data is going to be pulled into analytics anyway from your AdWords campaigns once you link your Google Analytics and Google AdWords accounts. That's a topic we'll cover in a later section. So just leave site link URL options advanced alone, and we can go ahead and click save. So now we have our first site link extension, and by default it was added. If I wanted to not add it, and let's say we had this site link extension already created, it would look like this, and the way we would add it is just clicking this blue button over here, and now we're going to be applying this site link to the campaign Poppin Furniture Desk Chairs. Now we want to create 4. Remember we spoke about you have the option to create up to 4 site link extensions. So let's go back to the website and look for some additional ideas. So let's say we look at task chairs, okay? Task chairs, we could clear out of high back. Task chairs is probably another very common form of desk chair. And once again, you might want to use more, you're going to want to eventually use more keyword research to research which site link extensions are the best, but we're not going to go through all that process now. We're just going to take kind of intuitively what we think will be the best site link. So I'm going to copy this one over here, move back to my campaign, click create a new site link, and this site link is going to be, let's say Poppin Task Chairs. We have our URL on our clipboard, so we'll just paste it in there, and we will write a testimonial. We'll write some description. Let's take a look at our pricing. So let's say we could say it starts from $289, all different sizes and styles. Testers that your staff will fall in love with. From $289. Now you could also write, shop now. There's not enough room for it, but you don't need to be as neurotic with your description of your ad extensions. Once again, the main thing is if somebody's clicking the ad extension, it's because they saw this. They saw a specific area of the site that they really want to go to. If they're more general, they're browsing, then that's really where your headline and your description of your ad are going to be very important. But once somebody's already looking at the site link extensions and are going to click, it's because this really appealed to them. They know what they want, and task chairs is what called out to them. the description is not as crucial, but you still want to be clear, you still want to be precise, you still want to give over features and benefits, but you don't need to spend as much time rethinking your site link description text. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's go add 2 more. I saw another one over here I liked. I liked the idea of stacking chairs. Okay, so let's say somebody's looking for stacking chairs, starting at 189. Oops, this should go here. Let's call this stylish stacking chairs, because that's what this is. I'm happy with that ad text. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's add 1 more. Now, it's also not a bad idea to generally add a more broad site link extensions, even though someone was looking for office chairs. Sometimes people might want to learn about the company. So let's say we could find maybe an About Us page here. Here we have for business. Maybe on the bottom they can get us to an About Us page. About Us, here we go. So this is a really cool page, and it could be people who might want to buy in bulk would be very interested in a page like this. So let's go ahead and take this URL. Just, we want to potentially, capture some of these stats. Let's see, 2,718 original pop-in products and 115 amazing employees. Okay, so before I forget that, 115 amazing employees and 2,718 original pop-in products. Okay, so and I think this is a very cool site link extension to have. Like I said, people often do really want to genuinely learn more about the company, and why not include a link in case people want to go there? If you look at that page, it's a really cool page. There's it's clean. There's a lot of interesting information, and what this brand does is they want to convey that personality. They want to create their innovation, their creativity, how stylish they are, and the quality of their team and the quality of their work and their products, of course. So this might be a very interesting page for some potential buyers who really do buy into their persona. So I feel very comfortable adding that as a site link extension. So once we have our 4, and you could create more than 4, but only 4 will be able to run at once, we're going to click save. Okay, and they'll be pending review. So now we have 4 site link extensions. We will be able to eventually see click data, impression data, click through rate, all the potential columns that we want to see, and we could see over here the ad extensions of which campaign they're applied to. Now let's say we want to apply these same 4 ad extensions to another campaign. Now granted, in our case, we're not going to want to do that. We're going to want to create separate for our file cabinets campaign. But say, for example, we created some more global site link extensions, like to the About Us page, to a clearance sale, to our shipping policy. And that's a very common technique for many businesses. And we wanted to just easily copy these 4 site links over. So what could we do? So let's say we go back to our campaigns and we click on our file cabinets campaign. We go over to ad extensions, and we want to add ad extensions. So we could very easily just go ahead and add these same 4 by moving them over, clicking save, and now they're applied to both campaigns. Okay, so that's a way to quickly add site link extensions to additional campaigns, site link extensions that you have already made in a previous campaign. Let's go back to desk chairs. And here we have our ad extensions. I wanted to show you what that looks like. And once again, they're pending right now. If we look at all, and we go down here, we'll be able to see the extensions that we have eligible. Okay, so once we click once again over here, we see that they're eligible. We have the ability. I wanted to show you the ability to edit the SiteLink extension. So if at any time you wanted to go ahead and edit a SiteLink extension, you click the plus extension and you can go ahead and edit any of those settings. Okay, and you could choose to copy and edit or just edit. If you wanted to preserve a version of this one and copy with the changes, you could select copy and edit over there. Okay, go ahead and click save. And let's say we wanted to see some other types of extensions. Okay, let's say we wanted to go ahead and, well, actually, before we add another extension, I wanted to show you another account that has data on their extension. So I'm going to jump over into this account over here. And as you can see, we have 4 ad extensions without descriptions. These are just headline extensions. And we could see that they have generated all these different click data, impressions, click-through rate. And this is very helpful because we could see if any of our ad extensions are leading to conversions, and if these ad extensions are leading to more conversions or a higher conversion rate as the other ad extensions, or even as the headline of the ads themselves. And looking at data like this is going to give us a very good sense of how we could optimize our SiteLink extensions. It's very much a technique used for people who are really managing their accounts well, because generally people are going to be kind of playing around with an A/B split testing their headline, looking at conversion data at one ad versus the other. But when you really want to dive into the information in a very professional way, kind of optimizing your SiteLink extensions around conversion, cost per conversion, and conversion rate is also a really, really positive and important thing that you could do. So I wanted to show you what that looks like in an account that actually has data for their SiteLink extensions. Let's say we wanted to add a phone call extension. That's one of the other really, really common forms of extensions. To do that, we first have to view that type of extension. So we're going to go to View Call Extensions. And now we have the ability to add a call extension. So we have one over here, but let's say we would go ahead and click plus extension. We have this phone number extension that we had created. We created this when we first built the campaigns, if you remember back in the earlier videos. And we could edit it by changing the settings. We chose to show a Google forwarding number. This way we'll be able to have a column to track phone calls. So anytime somebody calls a number from their ad on their cell phone or home phone, Google will be able to tell us which ad it came from, which is very cool. So we could see the keyword, we could see the ad group, the campaign. We go ahead and click save, and we could also add new call extensions. Okay, now let's say we wanted to add a call out extension. So call out extension is one of those other really important extensions because it's just an easy and free way to get more real estate. It's a great way to get more real estate on screen. So we click plus extension, and we once again don't have a call out extension created already, so we just create new call out. And it's a very simple sort of extension. We just have call out text. And like I said, this is a really good thing to showcase the broader elements of your brand, because you don't want to necessarily go ahead and have to create new call outs for every ad group campaign. You might just want to use one call out to kind of promote who you are as a company, some of your main staples of service. So for example, let's say free shipping. And you could do kind of a hyphen. You might want to do this sort of shift line. I like doing the hyphen. I like doing an alt hyphen, which gives me the longer line. Free shipping. I would even do something like we could do the 2,718 unique. Not enough room for that. I would actually just literally go back to their site, to their About Us page, and see if we could take anything really cool from here. 21 pop-in colors. Let's see. That's I like the sound of that. See if that fits. I might not. No, it's not going to fit. So let's see. We do pop-in colors, and we change free shipping to S and H. Will that fit? Ooh, it might just be perfect. S and H. Okay, there we go. Free S and H, 21 pop-in colors. Okay, so that's a great call out text. And once again, we have start and end dates if we want to schedule this call out. If we were running specific sales, specific promotions, we can go ahead and click save my call out, and now my call out is going to be applied to this campaign. Once again, we're not going to see it up here because we don't have any statistics for the selected time range, because these call out extensions have never been shown. Once again, call out extensions are not clickable. So we're never going to see clicks for a call out extension, but we will see impressions. And we will see, we will be able to compare the performance of ads with the call out extensions visible and without the call out extension visible. So we will be able to get a sense over time if these call out extensions are making a difference, if they're leading to a higher click-through rate, so on and so forth. So we can look at statistical trends in the data in that way as well. You might have seen a bunch of these other types of ad extensions. We have the automated extensions report, structured snippet extensions, app extensions. These are things that we haven't really spoken about. We did cover location extensions, which is linking your business account, your Google My Business account, or linking an address from another Google account. We covered call extensions. App extensions are if you have an app that complements your website, you're able to promote the app from the App Store appended to your ad. Review extensions we spoke about, adding third-party reviews, quoting or paraphrasing those review extensions. We covered call-out extensions. Structured snippet extensions, you don't need to worry about for now. It's more advanced. App extensions you may or may not need. But if you want to play around with the other extensions, you definitely should, because the way of setting them up is very much similar to how we just kind of walk through the other ones. The automated extensions report is going to show you which extensions and the performance of the extensions that Google put in for you. Like we saw, those some of the review extensions were automated. Sometimes a location extension might be automated. So this report will show you what types of automated extensions Google's appending to your ads, and you actually do have the ability to opt out of automated extensions if you want to, but you would have to go and send an email to the Google support team or call them and ask them that you would like to opt out of automated extensions. I don't think there's any reason to ever do that, because really Google's trying to help. Google and you are on the same side. They want you to be successful, so you keep advertising and you keep spending money on Google Ads, and they're going to make sure to do everything they can to help you be successful. But listen, if you find an automated ad extension that you don't like, you could always write into support and opt out. So that's pretty much how to set up ad extensions at the campaign level, the ad group level. We covered mostly in-depth site link extensions because they're the most important. And just I want to reiterate how crucial these ad extensions are, specifically site link extensions. They really give you the most real estate on the screen. They give the user the most options. They're the most relevant. They improve quality score the most. They will improve your click-through rate the most. They will decrease your cost per click the most. So just all around, they're just fantastic. They do so much good for your campaign. So site link extensions, if you're going to spend time on one type of extension, it should be site link extension 9 times out of 10, unless you're a plumber or unless you are any range of very local based or phone call based businesses where you really want to plug your phone call extensions and your call only campaigns, things like that. But in general, 9 times out of 10, just as a broader rule, obviously there are exceptions, you really want to essentially be focusing on site link extensions. Rotate those site link extensions, create 4 to 8 per campaign. If you really want to get down and dirty, go ahead and make ad group level ad extensions. If you want to be a super pro, that would be awesome. If you do that, let me know and show them to me, because I'd love to see them. But other than that, you're going to be well on your way at this point to really creating a super solid account with a very powerful advertising a very powerful advertising presence on the search engine results page. Thank you guys so much for watching this one. Looking forward to seeing you soon in the next video. For now, take care, and we will talk to you very soon. Bye-bye, guys.